The scene before us shows us the newly laid tracks at the Grenada National Athletic Stadium, the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Hi everybody, good morning, welcome to National Champs 2024. A meet of 30 different clubs/schools, organizations coming together for an exciting day, 2 days of track and field here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. Now, a lot has happened over the last few weeks. There's been much talk about the newly laid tracks at the facility, and a quick overhead view that we've been having on the screen for the last couple of minutes is showing you exactly that. Now, we're going to take a quick look at this track. Let's go. First of all, we learned that Bainon, that's the name of the company that has been responsible for laying down these tracks. Now, an internationally recognized company. The thing about this track is that the material used is German engineering. The company is originally German, but obviously bought by the United States. So while it has US ownership, they've maintained German technology, and I'll show you why they're doing that. Now, what they have done, there's been a new track laid on this surface. The previous track was not lifted. The previous track remains. What was happening for the last 6 weeks is that about out of those 6 weeks was spent washing the track, soaking the track, lifting off the dirt on the track, bringing it to a lighter stage. That is what has been happening. After that, it was laid with a thick coating was put on it, and then the glue. Then the new track came down on it. Now, what that has done, it has given it a bounce, so to speak. What you might call in athletic terms potential energy. Potential energy based on the athlete, the potential that the athlete has. When you stamp on the track, moving forward, that energy that you put in is what is going to leap you forward. Now, the track is loaded with potential energy. And if we just go to the edge of the track here, I can show you that what has been happening, the thickness of this surface, it was not this thick before. Now, it was not this thick before. If we walk along the edge here, you will see that it was not this thick before. Now take a look at this. We have almost 1.5 inches from the original surface come right up to the top. Now that means that there's a lot of potential energy stored in this track, and the bounce is going to be real. Athletes who tested this track a few days ago said that they're getting the bounce, they're getting the vibe, they're getting the feel. So you're going to get a lot of that. All right, so a mixture of genuine and synthetic leather. Now, it's better able to absorb that energy and leap forward. The thing about it, though, is that when athletes come on this track to run, what they've got to do is maintain good form, because the lack of good form is going to send you face forward on the floor. I'll tell you why. Because for the sprinters, what you're going to do is see the sprinters, especially on the start, leaping forward. What is going to happen basically is that potential energy is going to leap them forward. So when they start off in the shorter version, in the sprint versions, what they're going to be doing is pushing forward and pushing ahead with your body horizontal, maybe at about 45-degree angle. What they're going to do is push forward, and you're going to see them leaping forward, pressing onto the track, getting that energy, that short energy to leap them coming out of the blocks. You're going to get that. Now, for the athletes running the longer distance, it's not bad, because most of the times you start running on your heel when you're running the longer distances, the 1500, the 3000. What that does now, it gives the athlete a little bit more cushion, which makes it easier on the lower back with this kind of energy stored in the track. So they're able to cushion the blow, the impact of their feet hitting this track. It's more cushion, not as it was a few years ago. So all in all, what that means is that with the proper use of the track, the proper form, we can possibly look forward to some quicker times this year. Are we going to get some quicker times? Time will tell. Also, when we look at how the blocks are laid, these blocks now are firmer into the ground, because it therefore means that there's more space for these spikes to go into the ground, how these blocks are laid. Take a look at this. Right? The other thing to note that they have also done on this track is that there's a new marking at the 80-meter mark. That was not there before at the original track. And apart from that, there's some additional markings on the edge of the track, on the inner lane, that will come. Now, it's not there just yet, but what these markings, which will come in a few weeks, will do is that it will give the athletes, especially in the longer distances, the ability to gauge themselves as they go along, because these markings are going to be on the inner part of the inner lane, right? It's not going to be there for the crowd to see, but the athletes who participating, they can use that as a guide. In addition to that, there have been some markings between the safe zones when you're having the relays and all of that. As we said, the marking at the 80-meter mark, so that's even better for the sprinters again, because sprinters gauge themselves within 20 meters, 100, 80, 60, and then you go straight away. By the time you get to 60, you're up and you're pedaling forward, you're on the straightaway. So that marking at the 80-meter mark, it is a very crucial mark, especially for the athletes who are running the shorter distances from the top of the track going down. All in all, we are anticipating some good track and field. Let's take a look at the outer portion of the field. Now, even where the field events will take place, notice, even between, on the edge of the tracks, there is enough area for surface runoff. So in as much as we have a mixture of genuine and synthetic leather, nothing is going to really stay on this track and settle on this track and soak on this track, because these ridges, yes, they've been here, but now they've been made just a little wider, not dangerous, just to be able to absorb to take control of the water going down, which would run under the facility and head out to sea. So a lot of stuff has been done with this new track, and we're anticipating great times. In addition to today's event, we have primary school games coming up, which will be here on this track. The much anticipated intercall games, well, that's going to be a scorch. Everybody's talking about that already. And then, of course, we have a junior Carifta games coming up scheduled for Grenada. It is going to be at this venue. One or two little things to iron out, little kinks here and there. But I tell you what, all of that will be sorted out in perfect time. Today, we're here for national championships. Today and tomorrow, the weekend is loaded with activities. And it feels good. I mean, I was never a star athlete in my day, but I'm quite sure running on a track like this probably would have made me one. Rondell, you're upstairs. You guys are upstairs. What's your take on it?
Well, certainly, Jason. I think if you are an athlete in this time with this new laid track, definitely the speed that you exhibit many years ago, it would have been, definitely a bit more beefed up, because you have something really where you can, definitely excel. You keep your good form, as you mentioned, and there is something there for you. So there's a lot to look forward to, I believe, from these athletes here at the national championships. Good coaching has been done. I've been privy to see a lot of the training that some of these athletes would go through. And so I'm expecting some good times. I'm expecting that the athletes, they're going to, really take a liking to this new surface. It really looks good. And being that way, I think all in all, the potential of the athletes will show. Come Carifta, we can expect maybe these athletes, beginning from here to D, can really put on some good times and get themselves, on maybe a chance to shine at the Carifta Games, which is, right here at this same facility. So there's a lot to look forward to, but today, I believe, will definitely present, something exciting for the viewers. It's going to present something exciting for the athletes, and we can just look forward to them having a good time on this track. Just to give you a look at some of the clubs that are going to be on show today, we have the MVP Track Club. Ace Track Club is here. We have the Altitude Track Academy, Boca Secondary School. We have the Carriacou, a team from Carriacou. Classic Lighting, South St. George Government, So Classic Lighting, South St. George Government. Classic Lighting, Wester Hall. You have the Finish Line Sports Club. Fusion Athletics Club. The GBSS, they are here. The Grenada Christian Academy. Grenville Secondary. Holy Innocent Anglican. We have a team from Jamaica. That's the Jamaica. McDonald College, they are here. Runners Athletics Club. South City Rising Stars. Speed Zone. Sprinters Athletics Club. St. Paul's Government is here. The SAS, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, they are here. St. David's Trailblazers. St. Joseph Convent, St. George. St. Andrew Roman Catholic. You have St. Joseph Convent, St. Andrew. The new track club. Top Flight Track Club. Unattached. You have the Velocity Track Club and the Western Rockets. So these are the 30 teams that will be on showcase here today, and we are definitely looking forward to some really good performances from them. A number of the athletes here have had their sports meet, and so they would come in with a certain level of confidence, having competed so far for the season. Those who may not have really competed for the season, they would be looking to put on some impressive times, some impressive distances, that they can make sure that their names are laid in the canals of the athletics program for 2024. And so we're just looking forward. I think for many persons, there's an excitement about what can be done and what will be done by these athletes. Carifta Games is a big thing for us, and we're looking forward to it. So we want to take just a few more comments from Jason. Jason, were you with us?
Yeah, I'm right here with you. And what we can do now, we're going to take a quick look at the long jump track. Now, this year, based on this track, this long jump, I am anticipating that this long jump is going to be record-breaking. I'll tell you why. When you have athletes coming up on the ball of their feet, sprinting on a track like this, leaping forward, they've only got to be very careful about marking your run-ups properly so you don't overstep on the jump. Because there's so much potential energy in this track, it is going to push the athletes forward, and that is going to convert itself into something extraordinary. I am anticipating that. Now, even when we go straight up this long jump track, we're talking 8-10 meters going up the road into the pit. I believe today, on a good day like today with good weather, low wind speed, 8 meters could be in a lot of jeopardy. I believe that. All right. There's a new marker which will be laid down today, which will give the impression, the spike impression of the athletes. Now, this is going to make up a part of this goal. So it's going to go inside this slot here, right? And for the start of the championship, it's going to go inside this slot here. And what you're going to find is that the print from the athlete's foot is going to be on the edge of the tracks, on the edge of the that kind of puttyish, right? So what's going to happen is that if perchance any overstepping takes place, the officials would be able to pick it up, right? So that's the thing that they're going to be worried. They have to be very particular about these athletes. But I do believe that there is going to be some smashing of records once they get it right. I think the biggest thing for the athletes here today on this track is marking your run-up and not getting caught with the bunks as you move forward, because using the bunks, and missing your step could get you in trouble with the officials. But apart from that, I see it all good. I see it all good, Rondell. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to head back upstairs. We're going to get a quick look at the rest of the track, the rest of the outfield, and we're going to get ready for the start of National Champs 2024.
Yeah, thank you very much down there, Jason. Again, just looking at the potential that is before us. What would most likely be an exciting, keen day of athletic competition. Everyone is looking forward to it. I know many of the athletes, having spoken to a few of them, they're pretty pumped. They're looking to really make use of this day in terms of, recording their names in the athletics program of the GAA, making sure that they get a look in. At least some of them, they're looking to maybe make a little qualifying distance, see how they can get themselves, maybe squeeze themselves into the Carifta meet. So there's a lot to look forward to for a lot of these athletes. Some of them just want to, continue impressing and continuing to further their personal best in their different disciplines. And this is something really that most athletes would look for there. Whenever you get onto the track, you want to make sure that you can, be at your best. Register as much marks close to your personal best, or even smashing your personal best, to let your coach or your coaches know that, they've worked hard and there is reward in the hard work. So definitely a lot to look forward to. We're right here. We're going to be bringing you the action as it happens. Try to keep you updated with as much of the proceedings as possible. Can tell you the South City Rising Stars, they amassed quite a bit of points last year at the National Championship 2023. And so they would be looking to register themselves so we're gonna be looking forward to them. And then St. David's Trailblazers, they've always been, a name that is known Ace Velocity. So there's a lot to look forward to. But what we would do, we will take a break. We'll take a short break, and then we will get back to you. And when we get back, we will try to see if we can have some action for you. So,
request, repay, repeat with Ariza's FlexiCredit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a FlexiCredit with limits up to $25,000, or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card, and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. FlexiCredit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your FlexiCredit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are, because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits, including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.
all right, so we are back, and I have a bit of information for you. We're going to see the start of the high jump open. That's the one of the events that is first up on our listing for the day's events, and so we can look forward to the boys high jump open event. And the games record for this event is 2 meters. That's by Kenny Hosford, and that was set in 2021. The national record is 2.21 meters, and that was done by Paul Caraballo in 1997. So definitely the jumpers here on Showcase will or should have this in mind. I'm in preparation mode for events like these. You want to always sensitize your athletes as to, how far they need to go, what they need to do in order to come close or maybe smash a record. You look at your training and so on. So definitely we will be looking to see how the record of 2 meters will be challenged here today.
Well, it's a good sunshiny day in Grenada. It's a fantastic day for good athletics, and this is what you want. The sun out and blistering. The athletes wouldn't mind that too much. They're going to find some shade, and they're going to stay in the shade for as long as they can to conserve some energy and not exert themselves too much. But more importantly, the wind, we're not seeing any major movement from the trees that are around, and that means we're still operating at minimal wind, and that's good. The flags in the distance, just barely moving about, so it's not heavy, especially for a facility of this nature. Generally, when the winds come across this facility, it comes packing a good punch. So we've not have that for the morning just yet. The sprinters would pay particular attention to that. Here now, because we're getting ready to go into the high jump, it's neither here nor there with them, really. They wouldn't mind some breeze to cool them down outside there in the heat, right? So it's neither here nor there with them. The format for this, I'm not quite sure what's the format they're using, but after the first 3 rounds of jumps, basically there's an elimination process, and after that we go into the quote-unquote finals. So everything happens right after one after the other. So most likely we will get a result on that for you. There will be other things happening while this high jump continues. That's the boys high jump open. According to our meet event, we should be having the boys, the girls short put on the 20 and the girls long jump on the 17. Now, all of that should be happening simultaneously. We're going to pay attention to the boys javelin throw as well. All right, the boys javelin throw 17 and under, the 700 grams under 17. That should be happening around the same time as well. So a number of field events will be happening simultaneously.
Yes, a number of field events, Jason. Looking at our listing, we also have the 3,000 meter open run. Again, very interesting event. That should be coming on track soon. You also have the start of the octathlon, right? That's with the 100 meter dash. So quite a few track and field, but interesting. The high jump, the long jump, looking at how the track, the newly laid surface will respond to these athletes. I think this is something that everybody is keen to see.
Yeah, I believe it's going to work well, particularly for the sprinters, but the ones who hold good form. The ones who hold good form is going to be very good for them. The longer distance runners is going to be a lot easier on their lower back. All right, there's more cushion for them to ride off of, so it's going to be a lot easier on their lower backs. What you're seeing basically is just some warm-ups taking place in the javelin. I think they're going to get down to the start of the boys under 17 javelin. It's a good view right there. The National Stadium, the cricket stadium, and the athletic stadium, just on the periphery of that deep blue Caribbean waters that just edges up to the shore. And I was enjoying that for a minute. Just wanted to get inside there for a minute. Also, the girls short put, the girls under 20 short put, that they're warming up for that as well. So we should have had an official 11 o'clock start, but we're running maybe just about an hour behind. So they're going to get through these events and they're going to get through them quick, fast, and in a hurry, I'm quite sure.
Yes, they will.
National Championships.
Things.
You can see the field and number of events just about to get started. We've got 4 field events that will get off to competition momentarily. On the near side, the long jump hit. We get it. Event number 2 will be operating from that area. That will be the girls' long jump on the 17. In the shot put area, that will be event number 80. The girls' shot put under 20. Girls' shot put under 20 in progress. In the javelin area, we will witness the event number 3, boys' javelin throw under 17. So that's boys' javelin throw under 17. And in the high jump area will be event number 1, the boys' high jump open. So event 1, boys' high jump open. Event number 2, girls' long jump under 17. Event 3, boys' javelin throw under 17. And the event number 2, girls' long jump under 17. That is the 4 field events in progress. Momentarily, we'll see the start of action on the track with the 3,000 meter run open girls. That's event 42, 3,000 meters run open girls, which will be followed by event number 4, the heptathlon girls 100 meters hurdles open.
All right. Well, we're bringing you up to date with some distances in the short put. The girls under 20 short put, and Alexander. That's Brittany Alexander from St. Joseph's Convent. She's out in front. She had a huge distance. We're going to get that for you in just a little bit. But also to look at, the ones to look at is Akeda McSween of St. David's Track Blazers, and also Kayla Williams. Also Collins, that's Zena Collins from Grenville Secondary School. She's also one to look at in this event. Now, what is going to happen basically is that after 3 throws, there's going to be an elimination process, and then they go straight into the finals, because they're going to take the top 5, I think it is. The top 5, are you going to say? The top 8, right. And the top 8 is going to go into the finals. So this is going to be very interesting. The distances that we've seen so far from Brittany Alexander is 11.45 meters, and she has gone 11.45 meters. McSween 10.1, so there's some daylight there. And Collins from Grenville Secondary School 8.9. There is some closeness in terms of numbers between 3rd to 5th, but the top 3 so far: Collins 3, McSween, and Alexander, Brittany Alexander. Brittany Alexander going out by some distance in the short put, just over 11.45 to be exact, 11.45 meters. So that's one to keep your eyes on. And the girls' short put, we're going to get back to that in just a little bit. We're going to mosey on over to see what's happening in the javelin, and then we're going to come back and we're going to pay attention to what Mr. McIntosh is doing. Brent McIntosh, you're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
You're most welcome. Thank you.
All right, so there you had it. Jason picking up on the shot put, giving us a quick update as to what is taking place. Shot put, a pretty tough event. You have to be able to use your speed, use your strength, use the entire body to propel that ball as far as you can. And so, as you've heard it from Jason, Brittany Alexander having a throw of over 11 meters. She's in the lead. She's competitor number 640, and she's from St. Joseph Convent. So if you're seeing on your monitors, on your screens now, we just had another throw there by one of the athletes from St. Joseph Convent. And definitely they are out in the lead as we look at the other competitor coming up. That is Zena Collins. Again, looking pretty decent, getting a really decent throw in there, Collins. Will be interesting to see how this ends, or at least the top 8. Kayla McSween of the St. David's Track Blazers is up. Okay, again, you want to make sure that when you're throwing the shot put, you get some momentum. If you notice, she started at the top of the circle, and she made a couple of steps back before, just to build a bit of momentum, getting into her throw. It's important that you're able to just get that momentum to help you to push off that ball from around the neck area. We look at it. There she goes, getting it nice, and a nice angle of release coming from her. Again, really good throw there coming in from that athlete there, looking really good. I didn't catch the number, but definitely a good throw. seem to be one of the leading throws. And that's Serena Alexander of the St. David's Trailblazers, 5.52. So a pretty decent looking throw coming from her. As we're going to continue to just keep you updated. I know definitely Jason is somewhere down on the field, and as soon as he's ready, we're going to pick him up again, as we try to keep you abreast with what is happening here on day one of the National Championships 2024. Event on your screen.
Momentarily, we're going to see action in the girls' long jump on the 17. That is event number 2. What we can tell you is that we got 7 athletes registered for this event. 7 athletes registered for this event. Nikaya, Protein. My apologies, 9 athletes registered for this event. 9 athletes. Nikaya, Protein, Boca Secondary. Kate Fletcher, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. Kimora Edwards of St. Joseph's Convent. Christiana Charles, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. Kaylina Kwashi of Karakou. Jadson Mack, Grenada Christian Academy. Natalia Strawn, South City Rising Stars. Dominic Joseph, Fusion Athletics. And Kashanti Mitchell, Boca Secondary. Reminding you that the games record for this event is 5.67 meters, set in 2017 by Jonah Thomas, St. David's Trailblazers. And the standard that is need to be met to qualify for Carifta is 5.50 meters. So again, the Carifta standard, 5.50 meters, and the games record, 5.67 meters, set in 27 by Jonah Thomas.
Right, so there you had just the stadium announcer there just giving us a bit of information in relation to the long jump. But again, quite beautiful view as we see an event on the track just about to start.
On the track, so we've just witnessed the start of the first event on track, the 3,000 meters open run. 3,000 meters open run, first event here on the track at the 2024 Ariza National Championship.
So the track has started. It's the 3,000 meters. Can tell you that Geraldine McQueen, she's the national record holder for this event. She ran this event in a time of 10.08 seconds. That's way back in 1991. And so, newly laid track. Let's see what can happen. The Carifta standard for this event is 10.50, 10 minutes 50, 10 minutes 50. That's the time to qualify for Carifta. 10 minutes 08.20 is the games record. So we're looking forward to see what can happen here with these girls. It's a pretty grueling event. You have to make sure that you pace yourself strategically. It's not, easy weather to be in. The sun is out there. It's hot. It's brilliant sunshine. So definitely the athletes, they have to really set a good pace and look to speed up just when they need to. They need to conserve their energy. So there's a lot for them to think about. We look at our leader there, that is Shania Nelson, South City Rising Stars. She is the one that is out front.
The girls shot put on the 20. 10 athletes, or 9 athletes took part in the competition. And as they walk away from the track, I can tell you that the winner of the event
So the first track meter is on, and we're going to keep a close eye on that, as we see that the front portion of this race, they've taken a nice little lead, distance lead. They're still bunched together. A long way to go in this event. It's a race of endurance, it's a race of strategy. Generally in this event you would realize that the athletes are pretty slim, you know, they're not very muscular. They generally, when you look at the distance runners, you see them pretty slim. That is because the muscles sometimes could be a lot to carry when you have to go around the track this many times. Pretty decent start so far.
In the field, we see the action continues on the northern end with the javelin. That is event number 3. Boys javelin throw on the 17th. Momentarily, we're going to let you know who the leaders in this event are.
So there we see nice jostle between the two athletes there. Shabani Felix, that's 5:03. She's now in the lead. She's taken over the lead. And Shabani Felix, a name that many would know in this event.
After the third throw, the athletes will enter into the final half of the competition.
Quite an easy piece so far. Front runners just seem to be exchanging position ever so slightly. So Felix representing the Sprinters Academy. And that athlete for South City Rising Stars in Nelson. They just seem to be exchanging possessions ever so slightly.
For this event is 38 meters. 38 meters in the standard for under 17. The games record. The apologies, the character standard is 58 meters. 58 meters. The games record is 66.70 meters, set in 2017 by Anderson Peters. Again, the character standard 58 meters and the games record 66.70 meters.
Again, we have a change in position as we look at the two in front, but there's two challenging just slightly behind. Again, we're seeing it's a strategy race. It's a race of being able to pace yourself, that you have enough energy to complete the number of laps required. Still keeping an eye on the time. We see a pretty big gap opening up. So we have just these two front runners, and then we have a decent gap. Nelson seemed to be opening up a pretty decent gap between herself and Felix. She's looking pretty strong, very rhythmic. She looks well composed. That is Sharina Nelson, South City Rising Stars.
The 3,000 meters are open. to Ariza from South City Resistance in the leading four. St. Joseph's.
Felix there doing a lot to close that gap. It's closing ever so slightly. Felix coming in there, just trying to make sure that I guess her strategy is just to keep a distance behind Nelson. So you see a change in the top two. Very impressive young run by that young athlete there, taking over from Felix, who was in second for quite a while. She seemed to be full of energy, but it's Sharina Nelson out front, South City Rising Stars. Nelson looking really, really very well composed. She seems to be mentally prepared for this event. She doesn't look flustered. You can see her just chipping away.
As they get the message for the remaining laps in this event, South City Rising Stars, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville.
So I think Jason is somewhere down on the field, close to the javelin area. Jason?
Thanks a lot, Rondell. We're here down at the short put and the javelin. So a number of field events are still ongoing here. But I want to just bring you up to speed and let you know that the girls short put under 20, that has been just completed actually. And just as we were looking at in the preliminary rounds when we were monitoring this with about 2 or 3 throws into the competition, we spoke about Brittany Alexander of St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew. Well, she didn't disappoint actually, because she maintained the distance of 11.45 meters in her throw, and that got her the gold medal. So she is elated, and of course the folks at the St. Joseph's Convent St. Andrew are even more elated as well. Coming in second was McSween. That's Akira McSween of St. David's Track Blazers. She threw a distance of 10.1 meters. Now there's some daylight there between Brittany Alexander and McSween, and then a close third, or maybe just about the same thing really, just about a meter. Collins, Zena Collins from Grenville Secondary School. So that's the top 3 in the girls short put. The results from the girls short put: 11.45 meters, a distance by Brittany Alexander, picking up the gold medal, silver belonging to McSween. That's Akeda McSween, and the bronze belonging to Zena Collins of the Grenville Secondary School. So Grenville Secondary School's third, St. David's Track Blazers second, and St. Joseph's Convent and Brittany Alexander picking up the gold medal, 11.45 meters. So that's the story for the girls short put under 20. Now we've also got to bring you up to speed on some javelin results, some javelin taking place. Here's what I can tell you: with about 2 rounds, just about 3 rounds in the competition going, there has been something to really talk about. 44.36 44.36 meters from Ketoy Thomas of Altitude. All right, so Ketoy Thomas, he threw a distance of 44.36. He's been consistent with 44.36. He's done it twice actually, and he's maintained 40s, because his first throw went for 41, just over 41 meters. His second for 44, the third just 42, and then he doubled again with so that's it, 44.36. All right, coming out in second position, coming out of the first round, we have Raheem Raybon of McDonald College. He threw a distance of 43.83 meters. So those are the top 2 in the javelin. Of course, there are some others to look forward to, but we're going to bring you up to speed on that just as we head back to the track, because The event on the track is into the final lap, and this is some excitement that's going to be building here. Let's take you back, Rondell. You have it.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. As we look at the 3,000 meters run into the final lap, quite a decent gap there by the athlete from South City Rising Stars, that's Nelson. She's looking pretty composed. Seem to be picking up the pace slightly. She comes home. Again, as Jason mentioned, just keeping form, looking really good, decent arms movement. And she's just opening up quite a big gap there. Coming home really strongly. Well done to her, Sharina Nelson of South City Rising Stars. Again, as we see that young athlete there from South City Rising Stars coming in second. St. Joseph Convent, Grenville coming in third. Again, a few athletes still out there on the track trying to complete the 3,000 meters. So they would have completed some 7.5 laps around the field. It's a pretty grueling event. Has to do a lot with your endurance and your ability to just keep pace. So again, we just remind you that Kitoy Thomas has a throw of 44.36 in the under 17 javelin throw, so pretty decent start. And we also had a completion of the girls' shot put. So a number of activities happening. I can tell you the high jump is still in progress. So we look at the remaining boys there in the javelin throw. So it's the first day of competition in the Ariza National Championship 2024 right here at the Cranny James Athletic Stadium. I want to say good morning to all those viewing online. Invite you to stay with us as we try to keep you abreast of all that is happening.
All right, Rondell, thank you very much. You've been absolutely fantastic. Here's what we can tell you. The boys javelin, that's the boys javelin throw under 17. The first round has just been completed, and we've been looking at Nikhil Abraham. This guy threw a distance of, we're going to get that for you in just a little bit. 39.3. All right.
Okay, so we're having just a little look at the high jump while we wait on Jason just to give us a little bit of a report at the javelin area. So this seemed to be the final round in the javelin throw. Again, the javelin throw, a technical event. It's not just about strength. It has a lot to do with technique. So we're going to be keeping you abreast as to the events. The high jump is taking place at this time.
Yeah.
So Jason, whenever you're ready.
All right. All right. Here's where we stand right now as it relates to the top 8 in the boys javelin. All right. Let's get you this. This is Delron John. Delron John. He threw a distance of 49.65 meters. Oh, that's huge because he's from the Altitude Track Academy. Delron is 49.65, some huge distance there. But right behind him, from the Altitude Track Blazers as well, is a distance of 44.36. Now, this guy, he threw 44.36. That's Mark, it is. That's Thomas Kelly. Kirby Thomas from the Altitude Track Blazers. He had 3 decent throws, but the best of his was his second throw, 44.36. So there is some daylight in the distance between first and second, but that really wouldn't matter very much going into the final round of the competition, and I'll tell you why. Because coming in third position, we have Raheem Rayburn. Rayburn, of course, from the McDonald College. He's been doing really good in this event. He had a distance of 43.83. That's his first throw. He's been bordering around 39, 40, 41 in his other 2 throws, but the first throw was a very impressive one, 43.83. And the rest of the table will include Jonel Mitchell, Jelani Cuffey, Josh Thomas, Caleb Alexander, and Nikel Abraham. Now, Abraham, just to give you an idea as to where we are from the top to the bottom, Abraham, his best throw was 39.78 meters. Now, if you calculate anywhere after third place qualifying coming down, there's not much difference between third and eighth. So it means that with some good form and some good strength, anything can happen between third and eighth, but the real distance, of course, is at the top of the table. The real distance is at the top of the table. That's Delron John. Delron John throwing a 49.65. That's a clear 10-meter difference from the top to the bottom. So all things equal, John seems to be on course, but this is sports. Anything can happen. That's an update. Here's what we're going to do. We can tell you now that this 8 will move forward into the finals, and after that, we're going to get the details. We're going to bring you up to speed with everything. The gold medal round is coming up, and until then, Rondell, it's yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Jason. So there you had it, viewers, the javelin throw on the 17 boys. And so the Altitude Trap Club in the name of Delron John, competitor number 92. He's in the lead with some 49.65 meters. Again, as I said to you, the javelin is not really about brute strength, but you have to have the strength. You have to have the technical ability in terms of your run-up. Everything has to coordinate. Your release has to be on point in terms of getting that javelin to really fly. The angle at your release. So there's so much that the athletes need to think about in order to make that decent throw. So that was the athlete from South City Rising Stars making his final throw. This is the final round of competition in the boys javelin throw. We see on screen Caleb Alexander, Fusion Athletics Club. And he's in the top 8. So from here, anyone could win. Again, pretty decent throw there by Alexander. Let's see. One would hope that that may get him a few places up from where he started. Yeah, good angle of release, looking to get it out there. Allowing it to just glide a bit with the wind. Again, pretty decent throw there by Thomas, but it's unfortunate. It's a foul throw. It's outside the arc, the throwing arc, and so Thomas will register a foul throw. Will not be measured. Again, the release not really what he wants. So the boys seem to be giving it their all there. In this, the final round of the javelin throw. Distance to beat is 49.65.
So we just into the first round for in the under 17 girls long jump. We in the first round of jumps. So we're going to give you an update
To the final 8 in the boys javelin, and we started from the bottom of the table coming up, of course. So as it is now, we had good throws, but he has remained nothing to really move up the ladder, as you were speaking about Abraham. He wasn't throwing anything much more than he did. As a matter of fact, his this throw went down a little bit by about a meter and something. So there's obviously some issue with him maybe being a little bit jaded. But let's see how that's going to go, because now we have from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, that's Joseph from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Josiah Mitchell, that is. Josiah Mitchell from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Now remember, he went into the final 8 with a best throw of a 43.32, or 40 actually, 40.31. That was his third attempt. All right. So I think what we're waiting to really see is what's going to happen at the top of the table, because the top of the table is where the story really is. 49.65. That's Delron John. 49.65. He
4427.
So 44.27. That's the throw for Raheem Raybon. Remember, we were speaking about him, Raheem Raybon.
Yes, Jason, you
So
were
pretty
saying
decent throw for Raybon.
Rayburn was in third position with 43.83. And I think what he has just done there with 44.27 just moved him up, but he is not able to pass Kirby.
That was Kirby, yeah. And Kirby, he didn't do too bad. As a matter of fact, I think he came in second going into the final round. And this throw just went down to 38.42. And that's huge. That's huge. That's huge. And of course, Delron John. That was huge. We're going to wait and see what the result says, but that was huge. 48.63. That's a good one from Delron John. So he does lead the pack coming out of the first of the final rounds. Delron John, 48, just over 48 meters. So not too bad for Delron John. He's maintained that consistency going into this round.
Yeah, just about a meter plus, some down from his best of 49.65. So he's pretty consistent, as you were saying, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, he is. He has maintained that level of consistency, 48.63. His best has been 49.65. So he has been showing that he's capable of hovering around the high 40s and remaining there with some kind of consistency.
As we see the throw come in there from Abraham. That's Nickel Abraham, South City Rising Stars.
So a little bit of improvement there for Abraham Randall John. He has just moved from 37 and a half to just over 39, 39.94. His fifth attempt, his best so far. He would want to hold on to that. His second best was 39.78, which he used to qualify. So 39.94 is not too bad. He is moved up a little bit, but is he going to trouble the podium? I don't think so. Maybe not this time around.
Maybe not, but next time, Jason. So bringing it to you. It's the boys javelin throw on the 17.
That's a pretty decent distance there. That's something huge. Well, that's something to write home about. Something to write home about. That's Kirby. That's Josh Thomas. Josh Thomas from Carriacou. So that's pretty huge. His previous throw was a fall throw. Let's see what he's getting now. 49.25 now. Yeah, we did say that was huge. And that's a cause for concern for those at the top of the table because that's huge. 49.25.
Yeah, that 49, Jason, just moved him, I would believe, into second position.
Yeah, well, of course, and you got it right. 49, I mean, he is the second athlete to go above 49 in this competition here so far. So that's huge for him and big news for Carriacou. Carriacou, good morning. Well, good afternoon, I should say.
So the competition getting down to its final stages, and there you see Thomas responding well. He's moved himself up to the second position. This is what competition does to you. You either rise to the occasion or you try your best to get there.
Yeah, well, the thing about this is, Rondell, he still has one more throw, so I'm quite sure he's going to keep that in mind because with one more throw, he's going to wait and see what Delron John is going to do. And it is going to come down between these two, I believe, because with a distance of, that's a huge improvement coming into this round because he qualified with just over 40.73. He did that consistently. And then to leap a good 9 meters, it shows that he did put some back and some technique into it.
It's Josiah Mitchell there, GBSS.
It's a decent one from Mitchell. It's a decent throw from Mitchell. Let's see what's that going to register. It looks like high 40s from here, if I'm trusting my eyes.
So you see the arrival of the Governor General.
42.58 meters. 42.58 meters. So not his best throw. He's been hovering up 43, 42.58. Not too bad for him, but it's not his best today.
Yeah, some improvement there. I think his best was 40.31 before this. And so he has made some improvement, Jason. That's Josiah Mitchell.
We're getting ready for Raheem Rayburn. Raheem Rayburn, that's Raheem Rayburn. He had a best of just over 44, 44.27, his previous attempt. So Rayburn and John at the top of the mark. Some concern for both Rayburn and John. Oh, looking good. A little bit of wobbling from the javelin as it went up, but he covered some distance. Let's see what he's going to get. 43.40 meters. So with just one more round of throws to go, we've got the concern here because Delron John, he went lower this time. It looks a lot lower, concerningly lower as well. Not his best. He's been hovering 49 a couple of times and went down to 48 in his previous throw. This looks a lot. 38.08 meters. So yeah, he dipped a lot on this one. Maybe he's conserving for the final round because the final round is coming up. So what I can tell you is that coming into this round, as we finish this round, I should say,
So then we had competitor
36.70. Now this is where the tail of the tape would lie, basically, in this round here. That was good. It looks mid-40s from here. Looks 40 and up from here. Just bordering 39.94.
4278.
So that was Alexander.
Caleb Alexander, he just did 42.78. His best 43.13. Josh Thomas just fouling there, so he goes into the final round with a best of 49. Well, that's his best. His best is 49.25, so he decides not to. 49.25 for Josh Thomas.
So that's Jelani Coffee, classic light in West
Coffee has
Hall.
been in the low 40s. He's been in the low 40s, Coffee. Rondell, I don't think he's going to go much further than that. Not on this attempt, anyhow. 40.10. So he has maintained 40, thereabout, right? And his best throw, 41.96. He just did 40.10, so I don't think that's going to get him to the podium. He's not going to get to the podium with that.
So they're coming in quick and fast, Jason. That was Josiah Mitchell of the GBSS.
4576.
45.76. So Mitchell from GBSS, 4576, and that's his best.
Yeah, improvement seem to have been waiting to give it at the last throw. Fortunate it's not gonna bring him any way further.
Raheem Rayburn has given us something to think about here. Let's see. Well, there you heard it, 4123. So Raheem Rayburn giving us something to think about there, 41.23, his best 43.83. Am I seeing maybe he might just squeeze in? His best is 44 actually, 44.27, that's his best, 44.27. Kirby Thomas now.
4777.
47.77, and guess what? 47.77 is his best. He saved the best for last. Now this is where things are going to get a little bit dicey because Delron John, he's already had a best of 49.65 on 2 occasions.
Three, 6, 1, 7.
So with a 36.17, Delron, not his best being 49.65. So with a best of 49.65, that's the best on the day. Delron John, 49.65, followed by 49.25, that's Thomas, and 47.77, also Thomas in third. So as it is, the medal table says in third position, Kirby Thomas of the Altitude Track Club with a distance of 47.77. Josiah Thomas of Carriacou came in second with 49.25. And at the top of the table, Delron John, his best 49.65. The results for the boys javelin, the boys under 17 javelin.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Jason. Quite a bit of competition coming in there in that last and final round. Kobe Thomas coming in and showing that he places his hand on the third position with a throw of 47.77. So big effort from him to ensure that he gets into the medal contention. So good going for him. I think John did what he had to do, made sure that he got a big throw in early. And I think that has ensured that he remains with the gold medal. That's Delron John of Altitude. So the boys doing their bits. Not anywhere close to the Carifta standard, but they've given it their all for this part of the competition. So we look trackside. We're gonna hear from Jason as soon as he gets to the next area where he will bring us a report. But for now, we're on the track. This seemed to be the preliminary round. So that event on your screen seemed to be the heptathlon 100 hurdles, and that's an open event. So that's event number 4. This event, you can see the likes of Cassie Walters, St. Andrews. Maya Alexander is there.
On the outside, it is Etienne. On the inside, we see Azuri, Isaac, and a race for the finish. Unofficially, it looks to be Rachel Etienne followed by Azuri Isaac.
So again, hurdles, heptathlon, seven grueling events. This is just one of them. You look at this event, you you would get an understanding that these girls have to take quite a bit of work to get themselves over this hurdle. It's not just a sprint, but it's a sprint hurdle where you have to make sure that technically you're able to get up over that barrier as fast as you can. You land and you continue on your way for each hurdle. All of this is part of the heptathlon, which is 7 events. They have to do all the ambits of the track and field. They have to run, jump, and throw. Takes quite a lot from you. You have to have that sort of energy. Looking at that finish there again. So we come up to the finish. So it's Rachel Etienne of South City Rising Stars coming in there. 19.76. So we look at the next lineup. Destiny Langain. You have Talia Descent of the St. David's Trailblazers. Malia Lambert, finish line. Sophia Cox, finish line. And Cassie Walters of St. Andrews. That seems to be Nawasa St. Andrews, so SAS. So these are the persons in Heat 2 of the 100-meter hurdles. And they are part of the heptathlon event. So the time to beat so far is 19.76. In this event, the closer you get to your personal best times, the better you score.
In this event, we have Cassie Walcott of St. Andrew Anglican Secondary, Sophia Cox, Finish Line Sports Line, Malia Lambert, Finish Line Sports Club, Destiny Langain, South City Rising Stars, and Talia Desan, St. David's Trailblazers.
So they're off at the descent, looking pretty decent. Rising Stars is behind her. Decent clear-cut winner there. Interesting would be the time that she completed this event, because the time will determine the points. there you see Talia Descent completing the 100 hurdles in the heptathlon event. Had not too much of a bad technique. She still could work on the technique quite a bit. But so far, a decent run by her. Certainly got some speed through the hurdles. We could work on her getting a little lower, getting the leg up a bit more, and maybe driving the hands a bit more so that she can get a bit more power to go over the hurdles. But again, that's just one part of her event. She still has to come back and throw. She still has to do the high jump. So quite a few events for them to do. So now we're going to see the octathlon as the boys' events, 8 events. And they begin with the 100 meter. Again, these events are more or less what we consider to be the Ironman events of the track and field calendar. Whenever you have these, you have to make sure that you're able to complete all 8 events. And so athletes would focus their attention on where they're strong and try to work astutely on the areas where they're weak to make sure that they can gain some points. You want to make sure that your best counts as much as possible. So the lineup for this, the first of the 2 100 meters in the boys octathlon. You have lane 1, Lennon Williams. He's from Altitude Track Club. Rondell John, finish line. Aviel Williams, Altitude Track Club. Jordani Lewis, that's St. Andrews Anglican. Jade Phillip, finish line. Jared Stafford, Grenada Boys Secondary. And Shamar Fleming, unattached. That's the first group for the boys 100 meter dash octathlon. So I just wanted to let you know that these boys, they would be competing in some 8 events. And definitely you need to be strong. You need to make sure that You have endurance, not just for the event, but for the 2 days that you're going to be competing. You want to make your best throws, you want to make your best jumps, you want to run at your optimal speed whenever you're on the track. So these events they combine run, jump, and throwing events, and they will be done over the 2-day period. So they're about to get on the way.
For Delon McKenzie, 1.89 meters, successful clearance attempt. The 3 athletes now advance to a new height, which will be set. So the new height, 1.92 meters in the high jump. Just to run through the start list for the 100 meters in the octathlon. Lennon Williams Altitude Track Club, Rondell John Finish Line Sports Club, Aviel Williams Altitude Track Academy, Jadoni Lewis in Andrew Anglican Secondary, Jade Phillip Finish Line Sports Club, Jared Stafford said Grenada Boys Secondary, and Shamar Fleming unattached.
And they're off.
And it's a start of the 100 meters.
The 100 meters. So it seems to be Williams there. We are with the official result, but Williams seemed to have taken that position there, looking quite comfortable. Yeah, look at him go. He's relaxed. He's just pumping the arms, ensuring that he gets across the finish line. So it's Lennon Williams of the Altitude Track Club, 11.3. Aviel Williams also have altitude in their second, 11.5. John, so these are events that would lead up to other events. So this is not the only event that they would take part in, as I said before. And so I want you to keep your eyes on them, see how they go throughout the 2 days of competition. It's the octathlon 100 meters. So this is the second part of the octathlon 100 meter dash. And in this event, we can look forward to Joshua Campbell of Finish Line, Zachary Sylvester, South City Rising Stars, Jonathan Newton, Grenada Boys Secondary, Jermaine McDonald, Fusion Athletics Club, Cale Lewis, St. David's Trailblazers, Akidon James, St. David's Trailblazers, and Ronel Bernard of the Grenada Boys Secondary. So that's the start list. So the time to beat here for these boys, that would set them and give them some really decent points, would be 11.3. You want to get as close to that or even faster, because this is what determines the amount of points that you gain. For many of the boys, they would come in with a season best time and they begin to work from there. Their personal best will matter. And so a lot of thought needs to go into, preparing the athletes for events like this. The octathlon event is a grueling event, very taxing on the body.
Nerves playing a serious part there. Everybody's a little bit nervous. Nerves coming into play. And you can understand why, because even though they have not posted a lot of their qualifying times to come into this event, Randall, these guys have been doing some good sub-12s, right, consistently. So it's almost like everybody's afraid of each other.
Yeah, well, you have to be afraid of each other because you want to make sure that, whatever your timing is, no one really gets close to your timing. And then if you understand that, okay, all of us are sub-12, then it's who's the best sub-12 runner here. That's going to matter a lot. We see the field is charged, so the green card coming out to let them know that anyone else falls start from here on in, the possibility of them being disqualified from that event is possible.
It's not even a possibility anymore. Possibilities went out the door. Once that card is waved, then everybody's on notice. Have you been familiar with any of these athletes in this particular event? Any of I know there are a couple from St. David's Trailblazers. You, of course, being a native of St. David.
Well, I can tell you, Lewis is an athlete who has over the years been pretty decent in terms of his running ability, his throwing ability, his jumping ability. So we can look forward to him putting in some good efforts. Kedon James again is someone who, from the primary school, we've known of him, and he's been able to come up through the ranks. And so seeing him today one would look to see what he does, where he begins his day, and then that would probably propel him maybe into a good position coming into the end of the event on day 2.
Well, we've had no information. We're awaiting the information, I should say, for so we can mirror the last couple of years to see what are some of the possibilities that we're playing with, but that information has not gotten to our desk as yet, so we're waiting on that so we can do some comparative analysis. So the entire field is on notice, and everybody's on the starters orders again. The Octathlon, event number 7. The boys' javelin went, of course. And this is event number 8, the boys' Octathlon.
So again, Jason, that's the end of the 100-meter dash for the Octathlon. And as I was saying to you, Kyle Lewis is someone that needs to be looked at, and there you see him. There you see him in that 100 meters. So he is right a good sub 12 runner, 11 flat. Good run there by Saint Bernard. Again, Jason, all of the boys under 12. Newton is the only one to go past 12, but again, as you were saying, you know, they're pretty decent sub 12 runners.
Yeah, and it was marked coming into the event. It's just that we didn't have the times down to the millisecond, but we knew that they were all basically running just about under 12. So Cale Lewis separating himself there with some level of urgency. He 11.03, and Ronald Bernard of the Grenada Boys Secondary School 11.34. So some daylight between those two, and got a little bit closer with the Kadon James of the St. David's Trackblazers finishing in third in 11.36. The rest of the field 11.46 and 11.60, and then the 12 started to come in from Jonathan Newton.
So that was the completion of the event number 1 in the Octathlon for the male, and we saw the heptathlon for the female. They began with the 100 hurdles. So what I can tell you is from here, the boys, they would journey to the long jump area. Their second event would be the long jump. And then event 3, which is the third event that they're going to participate in, is the shot put open.
Well, they're setting up for the high jump as your monitor shows you. Setting up for the high jump.
was a unsuccessful attempt by Mackenzie at the height of 1.9 meters with his second attempt.
So what you're viewing there is the last two remaining competitors in the boys high jump. The bar set at 1.9. So far no one able to clear it as yet.
Second unsuccessful attempt for the Peters at the height of 1.95 meters. Both athletes, they have one final attempt at this height.
Last two remaining competitors. Pretty decent attempt there. Seem to have had everything else clear, just unable to get the legs over.
He exits the competition of this height. We have one final jumper at this height for Neil Peters. The question is, can he clears it? And will it?
Yeah, the shoulders went over nicely, but unable to really get the remainder of the body over. That's the final competitor. Last attempt for him. Can he go?
Oh, it's a good turn. Nick, he also exits the competition. And
So there you had it. He just fouled his attempt.
for the high jump open, both athletes failing to clear the height of 1.95 meters.
Alright, so they both were, as you heard, attempting 1.95, and so they're going to look at the best clearance, and that would determine who are the persons in first and second. So they clearly separated themselves as the top two jumpers to look out for, and they have both closed in on 1.95, unable to get over 1.95. So we do have a number of 400-meter hurdle events coming your way. So on screen now would be the 400 on the 17, 400 meter on the 17 hurdles. That's event 85.
Second position, Neil Peters, Sun City Rising Stars, 1.92 meters. And our champion, Dylan McKenzie, Future Athletics, 1.92 meters.
So only two competitors. So the only two competitors in that event.
Which has completed on the 17 girls a long jump. In third position, Kate Fletcher, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, 4.49 meters.
And we can see the athlete there from South MVP Track Club. She's has a pretty commanding lead.
And your winner for the event, Christiana Charles, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary, 5.
Coming around the final bend, and she's going to head into the straightaway.
In the girls' long jump under 17.
She approaches the final hurdle and she's over. And pretty decent run from her. Pretty decent run. So that was the completion of the girls 400 on the 17 hurdles.
Championships for 2024. Next event up on the track, event number 87, getting set for the 400-meter hurdle on the 72 boys. We've got the 400 and the 100 hurdles. In addition, this season, in this one, we've got 3 athletes. Lane number 3, Kirby Thomas, representing altitude track club. We've got lane number 5, Becky Hines, representing top flight track club. And lane number 7, Therese Lewis, who represents
Right, so we are about to witness the boys 400-meter hurdles on the 17. And it seemed to be 3 competitors there in that event. Have number 102, that's Kirby Thomas. He's of Altitude Track Club. You have Vericho Hines of Top Flight Track Club. He's in lane 5. And Tevez Lewis of SAS, number 543. So these are your 3 competitors in the 400 under 17 hurdles. Again, most of these gentlemen would be pretty new to the event. And so we don't really have seat times for them here. But we will look to see how they go. I can tell you the Carifta standard for this event is 56 seconds. So once they can complete this in under 56 seconds, it means that they would have attained the Carifta standard. And just to remind you, it's the Ariza National Championships taking place right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful St. George. So you look at that beautiful shot of the facility. Again, I remind you that it's a newly laid surface that these athletes are running on. And so we're keeping a close eye on the times that they complete the event in. So we await the start of the 400 under 17 male 400 meter hurdle. And just to remind you, the 3 competitors, Kobe Thomas, Federico Hines, and Tevez Lewis. They get on to their marks. And they're off. This 400-meter hurdles under 17 boys.
Each of these
So it seems to be Tevez Lewis out front. As we look as a move from Kirby Thomas on the inside, lean 3. Just gets ahead about now. Look at the technique of the boys. They're actually really jumping the hurdle and not really hurdling the hurdle. But again, a good run, good spirited run there. As these boys get older, they get more exposed to the event. I think we can see, you know, a refining of the technique and them being able to really, you know, get around the track a bit faster. What I can tell you about the hurdle is that you don't really want to jump over. You want to get a nice hurdling action so that by the time you land, you're up again to continue your strides. And for many of the boys, the fact that they go over the hurdle, they jump the hurdle, it means that the braking force is quite a lot for them to really be able to get up and continue, you know. So they have to land, the landing has to be executed and so on. So a lot of time would be taken in terms of getting around the track as they progress in terms of their hurdling ability. You will see the times decrease, because once they begin to hurdle the hurdle, then the time that they land and have to restart again, all of that would cut down, you know. And so efficiency will be improved, and definitely the time will improve. So a good start for the boys. We're backing them all the way, hoping that they can continue to be a part of this event and, you know, just look to strengthen themselves and strengthen the execution of their skill. It is a skill. It's a pretty technical skill, the 400-meter hurdle. So we look at the second group of competitors in that event. And in lane 2, you're going to have Deshaun Ledlow of the Finish Line Track Club, Kejon Charles, Altitude, Kazim Dubiset, also of Altitude Track Club, Ashton Hamilton of the Grenada Boys Secondary School, and Kason Roberts of South City Rising Stars. That's your start list. That's your 5 competitors in that event. Will be quite interesting to see how these boys go. think many of them would be keeping their eye on the time of 56 seconds. So they're about to get started. They're on their mark. And again, we don't really have seed times for these athletes, so we just have to look to see who would come out on top. So far, it seems to be Roberts. That's Kason Roberts out front. But I can tell Kajon Charles is challenging. The boys are nicely bunched together there still. A really good run there from Roberts. He seems to be ahead. Hamilton seemed to be challenging there, but it's gonna be Roberts. South City Rising Stars Roberts completing the event there. So again, stuttering a bit, but coming through nonetheless is Kason. And so that was Kason Roberts winning that event, closely followed by Hamilton of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. Dubisset coming in there third. Again, the times not really anywhere close to the Carifta standard, but as I said earlier, with better and greater execution, these boys, they just need to continue in the event, and as they begin to understand the execution, you can see these times will definitely be lowered. So we get ready for another 400-meter hurdle event, but this time it's the boys under 20 400-meter hurdles. That's event number 88. Lane 3, you have Kiel Batiste, the number 588. He's representing St. David's Track Blazers. Lane 4, Rishon Williams, Ace Track Club.
Well, the name Rishon Williams has come up a number of times even last year because he was force to be reckoned with at the intercall game. So this Williams chap, he is no stranger to the big stage. Ryshawn Williams. He represents Ace Track Club, 57.20. That was his time coming into this event. I think he's the favorite in this one.
Yes, I think he is the favorite, has been quite exposed to the event. And so we will be looking, keeping a close eye on the clock. Can he get to at least 54 seconds or under
Today?
today? It's a
Okay.
new track. It's, as you said, the potential is there. And we're just hoping that, you know, he can really execute and bring his time down to that 54 seconds, under 54 seconds that is needed to qualify him for the character.
Well, if he's going to do that, he's not going to do it here. There's the prelims. He's not going to do it. Well, it's a final, actually. So if he has to do it, yeah, well, he has to do it now. But that's a tall order you're asking from Ryshawn Williams. Who's in this? Kale Batiste of St. David's. And from the Altitude Track Club, Devontae Hilaire. So some pretty decent names. Jared Stafford of South City Rising Star. So there's some pretty decent names in this one. But
Yeah.
my pick is still Williams for this one. Let's see how it goes.
Again, I'm expecting, because I think from seeing him at the hurdles, I think I've seen some better technical work in terms of his clearing the hurdle. And I think this is where most of our athletes, you know, falter, the technical ability to clear the hurdles. So once he's able to, from what I've seen from him, I think we could look forward to a pretty decent time. He looks really good going over these hurdles, and so I'm expecting something great.
Oh, well, if he's going to produce something great, this would be the perfect time to do it. He's already made up some ground. Stuttering a bit to get to the hurdle, but he is clearing it with confidence. He's gone fast making up ground now. He's cleared his competitor. That looks like Ruben.
And that to me is what I like to see. The fact that he's getting there. As soon as that leg lands, it's ready to go again. That tells you.
Oh, he's been challenged here. This looks like Kale Batiste. Kale Batiste powering through. And Batiste is going to win this one. Williams will have to settle for second. Let's see what the time says, because Kale Batiste caught him almost to the end. He looked pretty confident coming around, even with 150 meters to go, Batiste. Ryshawn Williams started to fade, and he made up the stagger, made up the ground. And there you have it. That was the story.
Yeah, good run there by Batiste. But again, having the ability to, you know, really execute the clearing of the hurdle.
Well, you asked for 3 seconds less, and you got just about 3 seconds more. So maybe the next time you should flip the script. Ryshawn Williams in second. He was the favorite coming into this one in our minds, but he clocked an even 1 minute, 0.64 seconds. But at the top was Kale Batiste, who came from behind and did the do in 58.98 seconds. All right, it's Jared Stafford, South City Rising Stars, 1:07, and thereabout.
So a really good run there by Batiste. Having a really good second half of his race.
I think he paced himself nicely. He didn't do too much. He wasn't intimidated by the good start that Ryshawn Williams had. Ryshawn Williams came out with purpose, but he stood his ground, maintained his composure, and Kale Batiste, did what he had to do.
Yeah, very much so. So we're going to have another heat of the 400-meter hurdles on the 20. So here we're going to see Cale Lewis of the St. David's Trailblazers, Tyrone Nayak, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, and Omari Pope of Grenada Boys Secondary.
No qualifying times listed for this one, but let's see.
Yeah, again, that's Cale Lewis looking pretty good there from the St. David's Trailblazers. Seem to have some sort of efficiency in terms of clearing the hurdle. But he's out front.
His stride's starting to shorten just a little bit. Do you think it would be? I think he's going to go straight to the end, even though his strides are shortening a little bit. He's going to power his way through to the end.
Yeah, still clearing the hurdles pretty well. Does have that little bit to go coming across now, but surely a decent run from him. Ensure that he got over the hurdles in a pretty decent manner. Not really jumping as we saw from a lot of the others, but the technique could be refined quite a bit, yeah, right? But not too bad, not too bad. We can look at the arms just moving a little faster to get him over the hurdles, but quite good job, Jason.
Yeah, pretty good, pretty decent run. And there's something to be encouraged about. I think you liked him from the start. You always thought that he would have been the favorite going into this one, 59.99. So a little bit slower than the first of the two finals, 59.99. And then, of course, Omari Pope from the Grenada Boys Secondary School, a minute 7.42.
Yeah, so again, we have some decent youngsters that we can, work with to make sure that we refine the technique, especially in terms of clearing the hurdle, and we will see these times drop. I'm really hopeful, that we can continue to work with these boys and see them improve.
A quick shot there shows us that the crowd building up a little bit. National champs at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. I think more people were enthused and was wondering what kind of reaction they would get from the athletes on this track.
I just want to say hello to my good friend there, Junior Pops. Yeah, Junior taking it in from the GBSS.
He's going to be looking back at the games at some point, and he's going to hear you shouting him out, maybe rekindling some old rivalry from back in the day.
Well, Junior is a key member of the GBSS team for Intercall. I know he works along with the cricketers of the GBSS, but again, athletics, he's always there, ready to share his bit, help to coordinate the boys and ensure that they're ready and prepared.
So we're getting ready for the girls 400 meter under 15, heat number 1. The girls 400 meter under 15. Let's see what are some of the names in this one. And running out of lane 1, Sanaya Lewis of the McDonald College. Jemiah Felix is also there. St. Joseph's Convent, St. Andrew. Mackenzie. Annalisa Brown from the Finish Line Sports Club is also in this one. Kaylee Williams, South City Rising Stars. And Larissa Nelson from the Grenville Secondary School, Heat 1 of the girls 400 meter under 15.
Well, what I can tell you, Jason, is that Brown of Finish Line, she's coming in with a time of 59.52 seconds. Williams of South City Rising Stars, 1 minute 14.06 seconds. So definitely the favorite here seems to be Brown.
That's some lengthy times you're referring to there. 400 meters, a minute plus, a minute high up. 59.52 for front line. That's Annalisa Brown. And a minute 14 from Kaylee Williams. A minute 14, Kaylee Williams of South City Rising Star. So the one to look for in this heat, of course, Annalisa Brown. She's running out of lane 4, wearing the number tag 199. There she is on your screen. So in lane number 4, Annalisa Brown, the Finish Line Sports Club. Just about 59 seconds in the first heat. So we have 4 heats in this event. Heat number 1, 7 participants in this one. So the first of 4 heats. Lewis, Carousel, Brown, Tavina, Felix, Williams, Nelson.
I think, Jason, we remember the name Brown. I think she should be the defending champion in the on the 15 400 from last year.
Oh, well, she's in this one, Annalisa Brown, off with some shorter strides, but she's made up the stag already. She's made up the stag already on Tavinia. She's basically left the rest of the field. Just about 30 seconds gone in this one.
She's looking really powerful there. You can see her composed as ever.
No emotion on her face. She's just almost robotic, going down with just about 60 meters to go. She's edging to just about 55 seconds. So she is going to get there in just about 58 and 58 and some. We're going to wait to see what the final time is like, but without any competition at all, she wasn't pushed. She ran basically on her lonesome in this one, Annalisa Brown, and she did well, finished with 58.30.
Yeah, good improvement on her time coming in. 59.52 she came in the event with. And finishing in 58 means that she has improved. Maybe a bit of competition might even get her to lower the time a bit lower. Further, lower. Anyhow you look at it, Jason, she's your winner.
There you have it. Annalisa Brown of the Finish Line Sports Club. She got to the finish line in 58.30. Sanaya St. Louis of McDonald College, a minute 5 and some. And Hania Tavia of the Top Flight Track Club. Wasn't in too much of a top flight this afternoon, but she got there in a minute and 13 and some. So those are the top 3 finishers in this one, this heat. Heat number 2 of 4 coming up.
Heat number 2, we can look forward to the likes of Sydney Douglas, St. David's Trailblazers. Janelle Smith.
Let's see, let's do the lane assignments. It would be a lot easier. Heat number 1, according to the lane assignments we have here. Kenzie Mudu is in lane 1 of the St. Andrews. So what we have, and after that we have Dwayne Alexander, the Grenada Christian Academy. Sydney Douglas running out of lane 3 from St. David's. So a lot of these athletes here would have already gotten their start at their school games. The thing about it is that most of these schools did not have the luxury of having their sport event here at the National Stadium because, of course, of the new tracks being laid. So you see where this one goes.
So pretty decent start there by Hall, and that's Hall of Boca Secondary. Smith of South City Rising Stars seems to be challenging her well. And on the inside, it seemed to have a burst of energy. And that seems to be Sydney Douglas coming in there with quite a burst. She look as she's going to take this one, Jason. Well-paced race by Douglas. I think she conserved as much as she can to ensure that she gets that good kick that she got there.
Yeah, well, she ran a smart race more than anything else. She ran a very smart and technically sound race. And that's Sydney Douglas from St. David. I think what she did is that she realized that everybody went out, but she didn't change the game plan. Her game plan was to do it 100 by 100, as you can see, because only with about 100 meters to go, that's when she started to turn it on, and we started to see the gap closing in, and eventually with about 60 meters to go, it was a clear cut who was going to win, and that's Sydney Douglas from the St. David's Trailblazers, a minute 8 .19. So a lot slower than the first one, but she came from behind and she ran a pretty decent race. I'm going to ignore the times here because this is the heat. I'm going to ignore the times for now, but technically and smartly, she ran a good race.
Yeah, very very technical race there. Just wanted to ensure that she have enough energy to get past the finish line. I think that's where it counts the most. The finish line, getting to the finish line first, and so she did all that she needed to do to ensure that she got that line first. Maybe the start could have been a little bit faster, but again, the execution on point.
All right, well, let's get ready for heat number 3. The house announcer will have the lane assignments for that, but I can tell you quickly, I'm going to run through this one. 7 participants in this one. They're already on the track. And Benjamin, that's Ariza Rose Benjamin of St. David's Catholic Secondary. So St. David's Trackblazers having some good representation in this one.
Yeah, definitely having some good representation. Again, the fact that Trackblazers, they do a lot of work in St. David's, and so a lot of these youngsters are out training pretty hard. Some of them belong to the primary school still. Some of them are first year in the secondary school, and so they have a lot to look forward to in terms of, building from strength to strength as they go along in their athletics journey.
A pretty good program operating out of St. David's. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that, and we've seen a whole lot more with young ladies coming out of St. David. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that the St. David's Catholic Secondary School has been so dominant at the intercall games for a lot of years. You see a lot of these young ladies pushing each other to greatness, and then of course in recent times the boys having their bit as well. That's the start of heat number 3.
On the outside, Miami McLeod of the Boca Secondary. On the inside, representing St. David's Trackblazers, is Ariza Rose Benjamin.
It's pretty even still. We'll be looking to see how it all ends. But again, Trackblazers, Rose making up quite a bit of ground. Boca Secondary out front. And these 3 athletes bunch right there. St. David's Trackblazers, McDonald College.
The athlete is running out of lane 1. That's Rose Benjamin of St. David. She's going to win this one comfortably. There's no catching her, not now. And Bascom, also of St. David's, 1-2 in this heat. So Moraine, Benjamin Moraine, 1-2. Bascom, sorry, that's Bascom. So Benjamin and Bascom, both of St. David's Trackblazers, 1-2, 104.72. So not a very quick one by Benjamin. I think they started off really slow on this one. And 104.72. It's comfortable. They sort of guided each other in.
Yeah, good run there. Good run by the athlete from St. David's Trackblazers in Rose Benjamin. Again, the execution, she came from lane 1, so she had to, ensure that she placed herself well in terms of getting to that especially the last 100 meters. And so she didn't have a lot to do. She could have just continued with the momentum and let that bring her home. So the the showing from them looking good so far. The athlete coming out of lane that's 7, that's Boca Secondary School, a pretty decent start. Just needs maybe a little bit more strength, in terms of completing the 400 meters. But so far looking good.
We're getting 7.4 in the under 15 girls from international. Lane number 1 representing Simmons, Scotland, Grenada. DJ Charles, lane number 3 representing Finland.
So we have the 4th heat coming up. 6 participants in this one. The house announcer has the details.
Camilla Lewis, lane 6. St. Joseph, Scotland, Grenada. Kiva, Alexander. Heat number 4. 400 meter dash, under 15 girls.
So Alexander is in 6, Lewis in 5, Sandy in 4, Murray in 3, Rose Benjamin in 2, and Charles in 1, heat number 4. Oh no, Benjamin, yeah, she was in the previous heat, so she's scratched from this one. So lane 2 should be vacant, yes.
The inside, St. Louis Convent, Grenada, DJ Charles. Runners athletics is in this one, Camilla Lewis. Finish line sports club, Tiana Morris, Sarah Sandy.
Remember, these girls are under 15, so even though you might be seeing the times just about a minute, it's under 15. So they're getting themselves up there. Just about 40 seconds gone in this one, and coming around the final bend now, the final 200 meters to go.
Again, good run from the athletes there from finish line, looking really good.
Alexander from St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, but some discomfort there now. That looks like Lewis. It's not Lewis, she ran out of lane 4. That's Sandy. Sandy from the finish line. So ended with a little bit of discomfort with about 60 meters to go. No doubt the physio would see her almost immediately. But she came through. Whether or not she'll be able to go into the finals, well, that's a different story. That's Sarah Sandy. Some discomfort there as she got to the finish line. But she did win the heat. But where does she go from here? Well, a lot will depend on what assessment comes after. So she did that in 1:08, just about.
Yeah, seemed to me having maybe a little challenge with the heat, maybe just a slight cramp developing. But she did what she had to do to ensure that she got across the line. Just as she was about to accelerate down the straightaway, you saw that little grimace coming to her face. And so it tells you that she probably needs to look at her hydration, maybe get a little massage in, just to get the muscles to relax.
Something that would replace her electrolytes to get into the final round. They would need to do that. It's very hot, according to what we know coming out of the Met Office early this morning. We are anticipating sunshine all day today, and with a maximum of just about 31, 32, and the open could feel like as hot as 38. So that makes it, I've been down there, I could tell you, it's a furnace. Outside there is scorching.
Yeah, and to have to perform in this heat is not an easy feat, but the athletes, they would be conditioned for this. A lot of their training has to be out in that hot sun. They don't have the luxury that I have, Jason, of the AC, where we can just keep ourselves cool. They have to really put in that big effort, and so we must applaud them. We must say kudos to them for, the ability to really brave the conditions. Again, we cannot run athletics in the rain. It would make for all sorts of accidents and incidents. So definitely they have to be out there, and they have to condition their bodies to this type of event, this type of atmosphere. Seems to be the boys' turn. Under 15 boys.
Any surprises coming out of this one? This one is also split into 3 heats. So the best time coming in this one here at 54.76. That's Giovanni Green from Frontline. 54.76. His time coming into this one. Everybody here under a minute so far. Coming into this heat.
Yeah, so we look at Daniel. Seem to be working pretty well.
Antonio Daniel, the classic lighting.
Yeah, classic lighting Wester Hall. So
Giovanni Green running out of lane 4. And Chan Daniel in lane 5. But it's coming out of lane 4. That's Green. Giovanni Green, a front line. There's some distance between two of them.
Giovanni Green, finish line for square. Takes seat number 1, 400 meter dash after 50 boards.
55.62. Not a bad time at all. Being unchallenged at under 15, it's not a bad time. 55.62. A good 5 seconds clear.
yeah. Again, coming in with a time of 54.76 into the event and completing in 55.62. This is just the preliminary round, so I think definitely he can go a bit faster. We'll be looking forward to him, looking forward to that name. We'll keep an eye to see how he ends, you know, the finals of the 400.
Just got to let viewers know that we'll be speaking to the sports coordinator in a few minutes, Curlan Peters. He's going to join us, and we're going to be having a conversation with him. Of course, a lot happening in the world of athletics in Grenada, and we've got friends who found themselves in front of their computers and television today to follow national champs. Those who have taken time off from work to support their students, support their children.
So I can tell you Heat 2, we're going to see the likes of Michael Aberdeen, McDonald College, Xavier Alexander, 473 MVP Track Club, Tejon Antoine, Grenada Boys Secondary, Anikel Paisadi, Grenada Boys Secondary, Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars.
Number 2 before the dash under 15 boards. Lane 1, we got McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane 2, 473 MVP, Xavier Alexander. Lane 3, Grenada Boys Secondary, Tejon Antoine. Lane 5, Grenada Boys Secondary, Anikel Paisadi. Lane number 7, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. The stop is for Heat 2, 400 dash under 15 boards.
So Antoine seemed to be the athlete to keep their eyes on. He is coming into this event with a time of 58.90 seconds.
Let's see if he can do better than that here now. They're off with a clean start. They all look very dangerous in this one.
Yeah, it seems to be South City Rising Stars Nathaniel Alfred who is in front.
By some distance too. Coming out of lane 1, Aberdeen from McDonald College. But seems as there's no catching Alfred. He knows he's in the outside lane, so he's running for dear life. But here comes Aberdeen on the inside. Things could get dicey here. Things could get sticky here. Aberdeen will look to take him. Aberdeen does. So Aberdeen has the advantage of lane 1. And now he's going to back off just a little bit, knowing that he's going to qualify. And there's no catching. So Nathaniel Alfred, he had to run for his dear life outside there in lane 7. And he did just that, picking up the second position to go into the final. So he's going to qualify, I'm quite sure. And Michael Aberdeen of McDonald College coming on the inside and winning heat number 2 in 56.44.
Yeah, really good strong run there from Aberdeen. I think he paced himself really nicely. He ensured that he kept abreast of what is happening on the inside of him. He's in lane 1, and so he could see all the other lanes from where he was. And definitely just always checking to make sure that, he had a control over the race. He was able to back off, so that tells us that he can go a bit faster. Yeah, and so he was in really good control over the execution of his race.
Yeah, 56.44, and then went into compression gear, back down a little bit, and sort of just used the momentum to guide him through the finish line. It tells us that he has a whole lot more in the tank. So if he's pressured, we're going to see some acceleration. We're going to see something special from him. Good run by Michael Aberdeen of McDonald College. Let's go straight into heat number 3, Rondell.
Heat number 3, we're looking at the likes of Mario Guerra, Salt City Rising Stars. We have in lane 3, Philip Mitchell of SAS. Lane 4, we have Delron Dumont, also of SAS. Number 5, Alion James, South City Rising Stars.
We've got to, of course, make mention to our camera crew working diligently, bringing you all the angles and the experience. Here, our camera crew at TNR Communications. What's your pick in this one, Rondell?
The time we were looking at, some 56 by Dumont seemed to be the time to beat. And so far he's looking pretty decent, has some pretty decent strides, but out front it's South City Rising Stars, that's James.
Alion James is running really decent, but in the middle of the pack, lane 4, Delron Dumont. Delron Dumont is looking good. This one's going to be tight. They're on the final straightaway. There's going to be some pulling away, and folks are not going to give up easily. But that's the middle of the pack here, 4, 5, and 6. James, Bartholomew, and Mitchell. Mitchell is there as well. So Delron Dumont comes through. He had the best time coming into the event, 56.55. Did 56.49, so just a few inches on his time. Nothing to write home about. It's pretty even still. And wasn't really pressed. Yes, there was some tension coming down the final straight away with about, 60 meters to go. But then we started to see the separation, the tenacity giving way. So he did what he expected. Delron de Monte of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, 56.49 in the final heat. In this one, Philip Mitchell of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School as well, 57.14. And Allian James, South City Rising Star, 57.30. Those are the top three. And the top two will go through to the finals, and then the fastest two losers.
Yeah, definitely good run there by Dumont. I think he seemed to be struggling a bit coming around the back straight. I think he had a pretty decent run. He was looking really relaxed and composed, but as he got just past the 200-meter mark, recognizing that he had to do a little more than normal because the athlete from South City Rising Stars was really giving him some trouble there. He had to ensure that he come around the bend and be in a good position ahead of him. It seemed to have taxed him a bit.
Yeah, well, anytime you get to just about the 200-meter mark in a 400, I think that's where you start to put a more serious assessment on the race, and that's where you start to say, well, okay, this is what I need to do here now. If there's going to be a change of game plan, that's when you start to activate the change of the game plan. With about 200 meters gone, when you're halfway through, and then you're going to get yourself into a better position after that.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking at the girls under 20. Under 20 and 20 plus girls, and you have a few athletes in there. Kaishana Phillip, St. David's Trailblazers. Shafania Houston, South City Rising Stars. She is someone to look forward to.
You know, Shafania Houston, she was, I think, from the St. Joseph's Convent, and she was a talking point. She's from Boca Secondary?
Anglican
High School, yes. Shafania Houston, Anglican High School, and she was a talking point in the intercall games last year. So Houston would most possibly be the favorite in this one. Shafania Houston.
Yeah, she's 55.03 coming into the event. So far, it's Trailblazers. Houston has a bit of work to do. She's looking composed, not really looking bothered.
Well, here comes Houston. Houston is going to start stamping her authority now. And Tanaya Joseph is out there, but here comes Houston. And it's Houston is going to go all the way through. Her strength, she's got that physical strength to take her to the finish line. Yes, she does. So Shafania Houston, no surprise there. She's going to come through to win this one, win this heat, out of lane 4. And a good run from Houston.
Yeah, good run from Houston. Again, Philip did do quite a bit to put on some pressure. But what you notice from Houston is that she composed herself. She was not looking flustered, relied on her technique, and she was able to come home smoothly, ensuring that she executed a really good race in the end. But as we see the times, 57.38 seconds, not nowhere close to the fastest time that she came into the event with, but she did what was required. This is just a preliminary round. No need to go and try to, push yourself too far. And so a good execution by her means that she's the one to look forward to from here on in.
You hit the nail on the head right there. Heat number 2.
All right, so heat number 2, we're looking at Peaches Panchu, McDonald College. Kajina Joseph, finish line. Francesca Henry, McDonald College. Tisha Checkley, South City Rising Stars. And it's gonna be Kamaya Telesford of St. David's Trailblazers.
Good for you too. 400 meter dash under 20 plus girls. Lane number 3, McDonald College, Peaches Panju.
So heat number 2 of 2.
Lane number 5, McDonald College, Francesca.
The top 2 in each heat, plus the best 4 times will advance.
Lane number 8, St. David's Trailblazers, Kamaya Telesford. That's your start list for heat 2, 400 meter dash under 20 plus.
55 seconds flat, the record for this one.
So again, you can keep your eyes on Kamaya Telesford of the Trailblazers. I think she has a pretty decent time. We don't have the start times for her, but looking at her from her school sports, I think she seemed to be in a really good vein of form in terms of the 400 meter. And you can also look at Panchu. I think Panchu also had a pretty decent run at her school sports. So you definitely a few athletes we can look forward to here.
Well, that's the start of heat number 2, and immediately Telesford has gone out like a rocket. She's going to try to see if she can get some early separation from this pack because she's running out of lane 8, and that's always a difficult lane. So she is trying to get some separation early from this one.
We've also got South City Rising Stars, Tisha Checkley, also in this one. 150 meters to go. Under 20 plus girls. 400 meters dash.
Yeah, so far decent execution there by Telesford, running out of lane 8. It's a difficult lane to run from. But what she needs to do now is maybe just stick to her form, be able to. And it seems to be Henry in lane 5 coming through pretty strongly. Telesford doing enough to take second position, but a good run from Henry. Panchu again coming through.
So just over a minute 1.88. That's Francesca Henry. And Kamaya Telesford, who came out like a rocket in lane 8 of the St. David's Trailblazers, had to settle for second in the heat. She wouldn't mind that. A minute 4.22. So out of these 2 heats, the top 2 finishers in each heat, plus the 4 fastest qualifiers, will make it to the final.
Yeah, again, pretty hard lane to run from, but I think she's done well. Again, you can see Henry just doing enough. You know, she paced herself really nicely and showed that she had enough physical strength to get to the finish line. And one will want to keep an eye on her. As at this stage, we don't really want to look at timing because you're basically just looking to qualify.
We've got friends right around the globe listening. Michael Bascom, good friend Michael Bascom. He's outside there following the National Athletic Championship. Also, we've got Miss Ariza Edwards outside there in the Big Apple. Always a pleasure to know that friends from home are out and abroad and tuned into what's happening here in Grenada, National Athletic Championships. Of course, this is the athletic season, so it's a whole lot of sunshine. You might have some rain in your area, but a whole lot of sunshine here in our parts, and much needed sunshine, of course, because we can't run in the rain.
Yeah, very much good conditions for athletics. I think we have a nice little breeze that has somewhat calmed down a bit. But it's really hot out there, and the athletes, they will be feeling it. But they have a job to do, and I think they're conditioned for that job, so we can expect them to really live up to the expectation of those viewing and listening. So it's the boys on the 400 meter.
This is going to be huge here now. This is going to tell a full story. The boys on the 20.
So there we go, lane 4. It seems to be Tagon Peterkin out front there.
Peterkin is no stranger to this event. Surely Peterkin is going to come through. He's got what it takes. He's out in front. There's a challenge coming in from lane 5. That looks like Pierre. Pierre is going to put some pressure on him. But Peterkin is going to cruise past the finish line. And had to pump just a little bit. Eased up maybe a little too early. And then when he realized things was going to happen on him, he had to sort of start to accelerate again and then shut down. So a shut down twice from Peterkin, and he came through the finish line. And see, the time will tell. The time will tell what kind of work he would need to do in the final. So MVP Track Club, 49.77. He's a whole lot better than that. 49.77. What's his time coming into the event, this Peterkin chap?
48.20 is his time coming into the event. I think, again, if you're the athlete at this stage, you don't really want to focus on time. But he was pushed there by Moses. I think this is what really caused him to have to pick up the pace again, because you can see he was ready to shut down. But recognizing that there was a challenge from Moses, he had to really keep the momentum going. So he has done well. He's done pretty well to come across there in first position. Does make for an interesting final.
Surely it does.
So heat 2 of the under 20 boys 400 meters. In lane 3 we have the likes of Kinon Stanislas. In lane 5 we have Antoine Aline. Josim Sylvester is in lane 6.
Joshim Sylvester, this guy has been around for some time, and he is dangerous at this event. Don't play with him.
We also have Deshaun Andrew, McDonald College, and Joshua Greenage of Carrieku.
Heat number 2 of the under 20 boys. Antoine Aline, Joshim Sylvester.
Joshim Sylvester seemed to be the athlete to keep the eyes on. Time of 49.09 seconds. So in this heat, he seemed to be the favorite there.
out of lane 8. That's Joshua Greenwich. Steering into oblivion, trying to stay focused, not letting anything come between him and his thoughts.
Pretty decent start so far. And that's Joshim looking to really power through. And he's taken quite an early lead.
He's gone already. Whether or not he will be able to sustain it, we'll see. Because they're coming around now with just about 100 and something meters to go. And he's outside there, all by himself, at least for the moment. That's the Sylvester of Ace Track Club. Don't think they're going to catch him. I think surely he's gone under 58 in this one. Yeah, he's gone late 40s in this one. I think he's gone somewhere about 47, late 48 early. I'm quite sure that's what it looks like. Yeah, 48.80. That's the time. Joshim Sylvester, with some competition, he might even do a whole lot better than that, but he looked comfortable, looked strong physically, and wasn't bothered at all. Didn't see any shift in his movement, in his form. He maintained that all the way through. And 48.80, that's a good run.
Yeah, decent run there by Sylvester. I think he maintained good control over his race. He got out there quickly, left the pack, and just made sure that he was, well composed coming around the 200-meter mark, the 150. He was just ensuring that he remained out there. And you can see him just rely on the technique in terms of the arms, just striding nicely. Nothing to really worry him. And so definitely I think he has some more that he can go with a little bit more competition. He definitely can go a bit faster.
He was really comfortable. No issue, with all the ease in the world, really.
So we're going to be looking forward to him getting at least 48.8. It's not too bad. We can look forward to him with maybe a little competition. Maybe he can just qualify for the Carifta Games. The qualification time is 47.80. And so if he can get under that, that would be a plus for him.
Heat number 3 of 3. I've not seen Bishop in this one. Bishop is Emilio Bishop. I've not seen him in these heats, so maybe he's holding himself back, or I'm not sure if he's participating at all in this year's national championships. Heat number 3 has Deshaun Thomas, Daniel Mitchell, Ruben Laubastia, Junior Alexander, Devontae Ferguson, Tyler Abraham, Radim Lewis, and Nashon Sylvester.
Pretty decent start there by the athletes. You can see that athlete in lane 2, that is Daniel Mitchell of Finish Line, making up some good grounds. Looking to piece himself, come off the 200 bend. It's MVP ahead.
Look for Ferguson. It's Ferguson running out of lane 5. This is Ferguson in lane 5 here. Here he comes. He's going to feel a challenge coming off his left shoulder. but I'm quite sure you can hear the footsteps. And this track has a lot of energy in it for those who put out the energy. And Alexander did well. But Ferguson, running out of lane 5, was able to pick up the win in this one. Good run by Ferguson, 49.25.
Yeah, again, good run there by Ferguson. Junior Alexander and Tyler Abraham, they have some pretty decent times coming into the event, but it was all Ferguson ensuring that he paced himself really well. And that was good to see that he was in the middle of these two guys and he was able to just pace himself. He had to make sure that he kept abreast of what is happening to the left and to the right, because we had two decent time runners there, but he was just able to leave them and ensure that he remained focused, remained steady, keep true to his form, didn't look shaky. You can see the head was always in control, the arms were pumping nicely, and everything seemed to be coordinating for him, and so a decent win for him coming out of lane 5.
Oh, the shot on your monitor there suggests that the Grenada Boys Secondary School always find themselves staying together, setting the stage for bigger things to come. Of course, we know where their focus is. Bragging rights.
Well, a lot of this national championship will be the test, just to make sure that you understand where your athletes are in terms of getting them to that major competition, which is intercall games. And so this weekend will be a really good test of their ability, what their training has done for them so far, and so you can really focus them in now on where they need to be.
All right, well, coming and seating comfortably close to us, of course. As we mentioned earlier on, we will have the direct coordinator, sports coordinator, Mr. Curlin Peters, who's here with us. He's going to join us for a little chat in a while, because we've got a whole lot of things to talk about. Of course, folks are anticipating a whole lot as it relates to athletics in 2024. We've got a lot of things to happen in the world of athletics here in Grenada. We're going to get to that in just a little bit. Rondell, what are we looking at now?
The boys 420 plus. That's the event that we have on our screen.
It's a prelim, so these 4 will find themselves together again in the finals, really. This is just a test of who's going to play mind games. Of course, with very little or nothing at stake in this one, it's just a matter of a warm-up for them, and they're going to be playing mind games more than anything else in this one.
Yeah, you can imagine the mind games that are going on. I think whenever you have competition, whether it be a major, a minor, wherever the competition is, you always want to make sure that you set yourself above. And so I know Kyle will be looking. Also that Smith, who has been running pretty decently over the years, these boys will want to make a statement. And Smith looking pretty decent there, but Victor is right on his heels. Who will end up crossing the line first is what we want to see. Victor seemed to be really well composed, not really looking too bothered. He just seemed to be jogging. Looking at how he goes around this track and comes to the finish line, he seems to just be out for a little jog. There's no competition there for him. So a big statement there by Victor, letting these boys know that they have to work hard if they're going to dethrone him.
All right, well, that's going to be interesting. Go any further, of course, we're going to be chatting with Curlin Peters, Peters is going to come, Rondell. I'm going to give him the opportunity basically to go grab himself a drink of water. He's had a long day so far, Clyde Rondell John. He's had a very long day. I mean, he did a marathon this morning and into the afternoon, and local time says it's just about 3 o'clock, so he has had a good 4 hours of a whole lot of work. And, well, you're a fit guy. All right. Well, Curlin Peters, the director, the sports coordinator, is here with us. And Curlin, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon to your listening public. Happy to be here. It's Ariza National Championship. I think it's the 11th year of Ariza sponsorship to the games, and I'm just excited and happy to see the end product of the work that have been done with the resurfacing of the track for the last 8 weeks.
Don't jump the gun.
And happy to see the athletes compete.
Don't jump the gun. Don't jump the gun. We're going to get to that. You jump the gun, maybe they might put the entire field on warning. Yeah, I mean, first of all, Ariza. Ariza has been a consistent sponsor to these games. I mean, it says something when you have a sponsor making that kind of commitment and sticking to it for all these years.
Well, it's good. It shows that the partnership has been a fruitful one, and the collaboration and communication between the Athletics Association and Ariza has been wonderful over the years. It also shows Ariza contribution and support to sports and to nation building to the extent of that. Or national championship are your prime event to select your national teams for upcoming international regional events. So it's one of your major events. I know here we are using it for the opportunity to select the KRF team and any other team. When you think about the national championship for Jamaica, it's a big thing because they need all the athletes to compete, maybe for Commonwealth Games or Olympics, and they need to see everyone. But right. Here we definitely have to assess the level where we are at sports, and we appreciate what we have seen here today with the level of competition. And I'm happy to see the under-9s get the opportunity to test out the track today, because next week will be the primary school championship. Yeah. So it's a good thing, yeah.
Let's talk about the track being laid. I mean, this new surface, a lot has been expected from it because 6 weeks of a lot of work. So let's break it down. Out of the first, let's break down the 6 weeks. The first 2 weeks, what was happening within the first 2 weeks of this process?
Well, basically, it started with I must say, with the company out of Baltimore, Maryland, Balon Sports, which boasts of indoor and outdoor resurfacing and surfacing of track. They have history all over the world in lane track. The name was submitted by the Grenada Association as one of the companies suitable for that purpose, and the government accept the bid from them. The project manager was a man named Mr. Jeffrey Bailey, and he worked very hard. The first 2 weeks he smoothed out this, because it's an embedded system,
right?
Where we enhance the previous track. So what they have done is smooth the previous surface out clearly.
By doing what? By power washing it.
Power washing it and a particular machine that smooth it, make sure that it's smooth and everything. Then after doing that, they apply a sealant because they realized that it was a system where before the water was just going straight to the track and also coming back up when it's saturated and giving a discoloration to the track. So what they did a sealant to the whole track, and put 2-3 coats of it, and then apply the final coat, which is the rubber, which is on top of it. So it's they call it an embedded system to enhance the previous surface. This is what have it looking so colorful and nice, and it should be a stronger surface. The track has been promoted as a self track in itself, that for maintenance free is the right word. What you have to do now is properly power wash it. When it's necessary, make sure that any cuttings from the center field with the football field grass is properly blown away and wash out properly, and use it for the right purpose. No heavy equipment should be on it. It shouldn't be any driving of any equipment. or the pushing and rolling of any heavy equipment on it. It must be properly maintained. He have a warranty of between 5 to 10 years if it's properly used. So it's a big investment here to the development of sports to the youth, with a bill of cost of close to 1.6 million. So it's the government had showed the interest and the contribution to the sports as we prepare to host the 51 KFT games right here in Grenada.
Right, let's talk a little bit about that. Well, just before we go to that, let's just stay on the track just a little bit, because a lot of folks have been asking about, how is this going to affect the athletes? A couple of athletes spoke about the bounce in the track and the ability to maybe aid them in getting a faster time, a split second or two ahead.
Well, the evenness and levelness of the surface and the toughness in the track with the new material, it should help you to run faster. But running faster, that is not one of the factors that contribute to running fast anyway. Training technique, a lot of things have to go in place. So it'll help enhance you with a smoother running method, with less interference, with up and down. But your whole performance, overall performance, it will depend on your training.
Yeah, because you have to be technically. So one of the comments that was made earlier on in the broadcast is that the track has the ability to assist you, but it has the ability to assist you when you do the technically correct things.
Correct.
In that you've got to know how to transfer your weight when you're a sprinter, leaning forward or not leaning forward too much to get the right sort of energy down, so that you would get the explosion from the track because of that energy that's there, that potential energy.
Yeah, you put it correct. Yeah, you put it correct. So to please go to for the competition and the athletes, they should love it. The kids should, it take a little time to get adjusted if you first time you've been on a synthetic track, but very soon you will be able to do well. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Also, we've got Carifta games coming up, but just before that, we've got our own Intercall championships, and that really is the mecca of athletic events in Grenada. Intercall championship. Are we anticipating something special for Intercall from this one? What are your thoughts on it?
Well, what I could say, I know the Intercall committee. There is a new committee led by, I think, is Ms. Jeffrey from the St. Andrews Secondary School, from SAS, and Mr. Andal from the Magna College. And I have seen, we're looking at a new race now going on, and this is the under 9 girls.
Now, remember we spoke about the ability of these under 9 girls these under 9 athletes to
get the opportunity to compete on the track. So I can remember before a national champ 2-3 years ago, we didn't have that category, but it's good that the Athletics Association have seen the benefits to introduce them to the event. Yeah, so Intercall, as I mentioned, you have a new committee, and what we have seen is some new ideas from what I've seen on the chat, and some additional events also too. So it will be a good 3 days come Intercall. I'm looking forward to it.
The 80-meter dash you just saw on the 13 girls, 13.06, 13.06 by Tiana Gibbs of the Athletic Club. That's heat number 2. That's coming up on your screen now. Heat number 2. The girls 80-meter dash under 9, 2 heats in this event. We've got the boys coming up right after, 3 events in the boys division. But we've got Carifta games coming up, and much anticipation of the 51st Carifta games to be held here in Grenada. Talk to us about that. Break us down from the date, from what we can expect, and what are your anticipations?
Well, what we expect, all the countries to be here. We expect Jamaica, the big teams, to be in full support and full squad. The Bahamas, Jamaica, Trinidad, Barbados, Grenada also too. Although this will lead up to, or this is a prime lead up to the Carifta. We expect good competition. We hope that the games help us to help develop our sport. The spectatorship from the visitor, from what I said with the flight arrangement, there will be a lot of persons here to witness the Carifta games, because there will be a history making in the Carifta games. If no one locals will be back to see the Carifta games. So we're basically expecting the crowd, we're expecting the talent, and expect the athletes to perform to the best of their ability.
All right, well, the other 9 girls are having a good go at it. Now, this augurs well for the future. This is a fast one coming out of lane 4. Lane 4, it looks like, yes. And that's Amia McIntyre out South City Rising Star. So McIntyre powering her way through in lane 4. And she's got some zest to go with it. She's got some zest to go with it.
From the Tantin training camp, basically.
Head straight, focused. Good form all the way through. Not too much upper body movement. She stayed true to form. And good stride will take her over the finish line, 13.04. Yeah, I mean, as we said, a lot of anticipation. Grenada has got the opportunity now to put forward a full-fledged Carifta team. This is where you've got to pull everyone, all and sundry. Everyone has a chance to represent Grenada here at home, and the possibility of picking up some additional medals that you would not have had the opportunity to pick up at the other regional games. Talk to us about Grenada's preparation for these Carifta games.
Well, the Carifta games is well, we need to every year. If you look at the Carifta last year, you must say that Grenada had competed very well. They had performed well in the relays, and as you said, the additional members of the team, they should be expected to fill some of the positions that were unable due to cost of transportation from previous years. But we also have to look at it in the sense of to enhance the athletes' performance here, because when you look at the participation of some of the countries, you will see that there are athletes that that from all over the region, all over the university, that still will have the age that will get the opportunity to compete for the country. So it should help boost our track and field program. It's hosting Carifta, someone may say it's a good thing, but it's not. It's also sort of negative for your team, because in the sense that the team were unable to train at the national stadium for the last 2 months, 3 months. So and some of the opportunities to run a good 400 meters on a proper track was not met. So it definitely would not. Some of them, that's the first time within the 3 months they got to do a 400 meters like that. So definitely have some negative into it, but we're hoping that with the additional intercall and other thing will help them to get back up to the performance level.
All right, sounds good. Sounds very good. All right, Curlin Peters, the sports coordinator. No doubt as we go through the next couple of days and weeks, you're going to be hearing a lot from him, because everybody's got to talk about what we can expect in sports, especially in athletics. But apart from athletics, I know your hands are filled when you come here today. You're coming to talk about athletics, but sports coordinator means that you go from bow to stern.
Yeah, and as you know, we're preparing to go out to the community for and the parish for the election of members to represent the parish at the Sports Council, which is a big thing, because the sports policy, the policy on sports and physical activity will bring us more structural and developmental to the parish itself. Give the parish what it needs in basic, and assist the grassroots program with some of the development, which will help sports to get the fair opportunity.
Decentralize a lot of the things.
Decentralize the things. So it's a big thing, and we have been speaking about it for a long time, and it's time, we want to prepare and go to help the parish to get the persons together to represent them on the National Sports Council. So I'm looking forward to that.
We're all looking forward to that, because so if you're outside there, where no matter what part of Grenada you're at right now, know that the National Sports Council is going to be coming in your area to get together to make sure that the parish reps get involved, and then the national executive will come from the parish reps.
From the parish reps.
So from Petty Martinique up in the north to Grandance, Point Celine in the south, and north, south, east, west. That's where we're heading. So Sports Council, and that's going to be the talk for the next couple of weeks as well.
That's going to be the talk, and make sure you implement it. So thank you.
All right, thank you a lot, Curlin, and we're going to be hearing from you again, Clyde Rondell John. We gave him enough time to refresh himself, and we're coming back now, because this is the boys on the 980 meters dash. South St. George, South City Rising Star running out of lane 4. This is Church. Did well.
Yeah, Church looking pretty decent there.
Delivered a sermon there.
Really looking like somebody who's well trained. You can see him pumping the arms, keeping the head forward, just trying to ensure that he remained focused and executing a decent race. I'm looking at the youngsters as they come through, Jason, and you can see that the surface seem to be something that they like. They're looking really composed, especially when it comes to the finish line and getting to that finish. So it tells us that they're not expending too much energy, but they're doing what they have to do to make sure that they win the events.
Sounds good. Heat number 3 now. Heat number 3 of 3 in this one. J.C. Mitchell is in lane 4. Isaiah Douglas. Abraham Clark. So these are the 9 boys, very spirited group. Just running for speed now, and that's a good opportunity for them. Keep your eyes on lane 2 and lane 5. Lane 2 and lane 5. Sprinters, lane 3, sorry. Yeah, lane 3, lane 5. Sprinters, that's Holden Batiste. Looked dangerous from the very beginning. He came out of the blocks like a rocket. Spared no one all the way through to the end.
Yeah, again, I just really want to compliment the form that I'm seeing from these youngsters. They're looking really good. You look at the arms and the legs, the coordination in terms of it, how they run these races. At this age, you may expect the hands to be going, across the body and so on, but you can see that they've been training. They've been really putting in some good yards. And it tells you that these boys have a bright future. They're only on the 9s, and so they can only get better from here.
Well, crowd building up. Everyone coming in anticipation of what they want to see from this track. So athletics always draws a decent crowd in Grenada, especially when it involves this magnitude, the National Athletic Championship. Heard Cullen Peters speaking about the track. We're going to discuss that in just a little bit. We're getting ready for the girls 100 meter under 15. So we're starting to put some fire into the thing this afternoon.
Definitely, as the heat is on, and the fire of the racetrack is what persons are looking forward to. Definitely a keen competition. Some youngsters who are looking to really showcase themselves, they will want to, put that sort of respect to their names.
Yes.
Whenever we call these names, you have to make sure that there is some level of respect that goes to it when they perform. And so we're looking forward really to some keen rivalry in these 100 meters under 15s. I can tell you some primary schools are there, some secondary schools are there, and so the event brings its own rivalry in that the secondary school would not want the primary school to beat them, so it brings its own set of drama, as we would put it, something that the viewers can look forward to.
Yeah. We've got the girls 100 meter under 15 coming up. Packed field in that one. All 8 lanes filled for 5 preliminaries. And then we've got the boys.
That's 33.04 meters, representing Rock's Athletics Club, with Andre Nelson.
Had a late start today. Started just about an hour later, so we've got a whole lot of ground to make up.
Oswald Charles, the boys discus throw, open.
Let's run through the field quickly in this heat number 1. The girls 100 meter on the 15.
So we're looking at the lanes that are out there. It's Kea Swan, Fusion Athletics. Lane 4, Tishana Bascom. Kayla Patrick. We have Michaela Phillips, St. David's Trailblazers, and Sydney Douglas, St. David's Trailblazers. So far on our screen, we only seen 4 competitors. Even if we had a list full of athletes, we have only 4.
So Swan, Bascom, Charles,
Philip and Douglas. So heat 1 of 5. It's Trailblazers in the likes of Tishana Bascom.
Tishana Bascom coming out of St. David's, and tell you something, she has exploded, and without any competition at all. So it means that she's got something special to give to us once she's pushed at 12.96. Shut down just a little bit, losing her form to the end, but 12.96, not a bad run.
Yeah, pretty decent run there. You can see that there was a grimace or something. I think I saw her earlier in an event, and she did look as if she's carrying something. I'm not certain what it is, but she seemed to have been in some discomfort there as she came across the line. One hopes that she will, go back and maybe have this addressed, and she can really push, herself to really give a good account of herself come the finals.
We should be having the finals later on today. The girls on the 15. So what does heat number 2 look like for you? We've got 5 participants in this one. Coming out of lane 1. Lane 2 is vacant.
Well, she should be in lane 2. So it's Kiva Alexander, St. Joseph Convent, lane 2.
The athlete in lane 1 is wearing 618, sorry. And that's not even listed on the starters list that we have here. So all sorts of confusion on this list.
But I can tell you can look forward to Breonna Charles. She's coming out of SAS. She's coming in with a time of 13.01 seconds. And so she's the athlete to keep an eye on.
So now lane 2 is occupied, but lane 1 is vacant on our list, so
and they're off. And so we said the athlete to look forward to is
shuffling down
McIntyre.
lane 4.
So Brianna Charles coming in there as your winner. She's from St. Andrew's Anglican at SAS. She came in with the fastest time, and she seemed to have the power and the strength crossing that finish line pretty easily, shutting down pretty early. 13.36 her time, and definitely she has some more in the tank.
This is an announcement. The police wants to inform that they found an iPhone, one blue colored iPhone with silver edges. It was found within level 2 VIP lounge area. The owner can collect same from the police command post, which is at the bottom level of the main stand. Again, one blue colored iPhone was found. If you're missing your phone, you can contact the officers within the police command post to retrieve same.
We will have the boys coming up, the boys under 15 coming up as well.
So again, the athlete to keep your eyes on here in this heat is Sarah Sandy of Finish Line. She comes in with a time of 13.05. You also have Aaliyah Campbell. She has a time of 14.20 seconds. So these are the two times that we have at our disposal. Definitely the 13.05 is the time that we can look forward to. This will be your favorite. And so far, Jason, we have to commend the under 15 girls and boys. I haven't really seen them false start or anything like that. So it tells us that they're pretty composed. They're keeping their nerves. They understand what competition is, and nobody's trying to get ahead of themselves.
I don't expect to see much of it at this age, but as they get older and the competition gets a little bit more keen, and they realize there's a whole lot more at stake, then you would realize that they become a little bit more agitated, a little bit more anxious, a little bit more nervous. And then you'll start to see that which you just spoke about. Then you start to understand the value of a split second and getting out. That's what the tension does to you. That's what the pressure does. At this stage, yeah, you probably wouldn't see them jumping the gun too much. Let's have this conversation 4 years down the road and tell me. Or maybe it's now.
Well,
or maybe it's now.
again, I was just commending them. I think she recognizes the need for the split second. Just couldn't hold that position for long enough.
Well, they're not going to throw her out, but that will put the entire field on notice.
And the things about false start is that when the field is charged, no one wants to leave too early. And so it significantly reduces the time, but they're off. Seems to be
Finishing in lane number 4?
Yep, lane number 4, Sarah Sandy.
Finish line.
Yeah, came in with 13.05 and stayed true to form. And look at her technique there. A bit of work can be done to sort of refine her a bit. But so far she's looking good.
She was leaning forward a little too much, but that would have kind of disrupted her energy. But a win is a win at this stage. She came in clocking 13.05. She did 13.55 here, so not too bad.
Yeah, a bit of overstriding in my view. Just not really being able to get the waist up high enough to really get that sort of extension and that sort of lift from the track. But as I said, they're only under 15. They have time, to refine this skill and really look to make it theirs. But you have to start somewhere, and this is what I appreciate about them participating in the National Athletics Championship. The fact that they're beginning their journey. And we've seen over the years a lot of athletes being unearthed from events like these.
Well, it's a good place to start. The National Championships. Couldn't ask for a bigger stage at this level.
So we're going to keep our eyes on Ariella Henry. She seemed to have a decent time coming into the event. But it's so it seems to be Sanaya St. Louis of McDonald College who seemed to be the winner there. Pretty strong run from her. Pretty decent run also from the athlete Rolanda Charles of SAS.
Well, they've basically had the same form coming in, so it was just a matter in this one as who's quicker. 13.36, 13.62, and 13.70. So St. Louis, Rolanda Charles, and Ciara Augustine, 1, 2, 3 in this heat.
with one more to go in the girls 100 meter under 15 dash, we're gonna see the likes of Janaya Welch, Kayla Aline, Jadisha Romain, Sophia Stephen, Rihanna Thomas, Angelique Street, Eliza Rose Benjamin, and Makisha Paul. Seem to be a full slate of athletes there.
Sophia Stephen. Lead number 5, South Rising Stars, Rihanna Thomas.
So we need to keep our eyes on lanes 4 and 5. That's Sophia Stephen of Carriacou and Rihanna Thomas of Salt City Rising Stars. Both coming in with sub 14 times. So they seem to be the two favorites, although we don't have start time for a few of them, so we can't tell who's going to emerge, but so far you can keep your eyes on these two.
Who are the two you're looking at in this one?
So it's Stephen and Thomas, 4 and 5.
Here comes Stephen and Thomas, 4 and 5. Stephen and Thomas, 4 and 5. Thomas and Stephen, 4 and 5. So you call it right. Stevens in lane 4 coming out, and Thomas right behind her. South City Rising Stars, 13.12 for Sophia Stephen and 13.23 for Rihanna Thomas.
Yeah, so again, Stephen staying true to form. Came in with a good time and so far has qualified with a decent time. There's no letting up. We're going straight into the boys 100 meter dash prelims.
So the boys under 15. A couple of sub 11 and sub 12s make up this one. 12.60, 12.50. Pay attention to Ankel Paisili, Grenada Boys Secondary School, and also pay attention to Nathan Alfred, South City Rising Star. Alfred is running out of lane 4.
Lane 2, St. David's, Jack Blazers, Christian Leslie. Lane 3, Grenada Boys Secondary, Cachet Stephen. Lane 4, South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane 5, Lane 6, St. David's, Jack Blazers, Giovanni Daniel. Lane 7, 473.
So you're not missing any field events, only track events now being run off to make up time. We had a late start this morning, so we're behind by a good hour and something. So it means that our intermission is going to be cut very short. And here they come. South City Rising Star, just as we predicted. So Nathaniel Alfred pulling away with some zest and some conviction. Decent form, head straight. Good stride and all the way through to the end. Nathaniel Alfred, South City Rising Stars, 11.59.
Yeah, again, without any competition, he just got out ahead and remain ahead. Pulling in with a decent time, 11.59 seconds. So he has certainly shaved a couple of seconds off the mark that he came in with.
I think this one is going to be a quick one as well. Heat number 2. What have we got in heat number 2? Giovanni Green from finish line. He's running out of lane 4. Keep your eyes on him. He came in at 11.80. And then Dante Oliver of St. Andrew came in with 12.30. And Caden Worm of the GBSS, 12.76. So 3, 4, and 5 make up a pretty decent attack on this field, but don't leave out Nathaniel Brathwaite and Devontae Henry Purcell. And also Antonel Daniel. Don't count them out either. This one's going to be, we can anticipate a little bit of heat to this one. Looking for an 11 early. Giovanni Green is out. Giovanni Green is out, he's gone. And a good run by Giovanni Green from finish line. He came in at 11.80. Thought he was leaning a little bit to his left. His head was always leaning to his left, but he came in at 11.80 and just winning this heat in 11.53. So he's been improving on his times and still believe he has a little bit more in the tank to give.
Yeah, you look at him run and he definitely has a bit to give. You look at his the way he hits the track, it's almost flat-footed. If you can get him to be on the ball of the feet and really look to push the legs through, you know, definitely I think there's some improvement there. Bit of refining in that technique, we can get him down to maybe a 10-something quickly.
We better do it quickly because when you're running flat-footed on a surface like this and sprinting all the way through, it doesn't do any justice to your lower back. So if you want him to fix it, he's got to fix it very early. So this field of four, five, look out for lane 4 and 5 in this one. Keon George and Javid Noel.
Giussani Bartholomew is one to also look forward to.
I think a lot of it is going to come from Noel in lane 5 and George in 4. Still got some events to come after this. Still got the boys under 20 and the boys 20 and over. All these are preliminary races. The sprint versions, the finals coming up later on this evening. Clean start second time around coming out of lane 5. Yeah, just as we predicted, this looks like Noel. George, Keon George, you're running out of lane. He's listed as lane 5, but
no, it seems to be Noel.
Noel.
Yeah. So it's Noel coming through. And that's Noel of lane 5, and so definitely staying true to form.
Well, he did a good run, 11.87. It wasn't really challenged too much on it. And Keon George was always there from altitude, but not really troubling him a whole lot. A clear second behind. So the fastest 2 will qualify, and then, of course, the 2 fastest losers, they will make up the final 8. And so these 2 are in for sure. That's Noel and George. Yeah?
Yeah. So we have one more to go. And the boys under 15.
Keep your eyes on lane 5 and lane 1.
So we're going to see the likes of Michael Aberdeen, McDonald College. But you have there Philip Mitchell, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary. He comes in with a time of 12.06. You also have Delron Dumont, who we saw earlier. He also has a time of 12.06. So somebody to look forward to. John Telmark, Grenada Christian Academy. Ketonia Smart, St. David's Trailblazers. Okay, so he seems to be out. And 3, St. Bernard.
So Dumont and Aberdeen and Mitchell. You did mention John L. Mark of the
Grenada Christian Academy.
So far, we've completed the top three. And this is the final heat in the boys 100 under 15. Because we're moving really fast and furious. Coming up right after this, we'll have the girls 120 and over.
So we're looking forward to 4 and 5.
They tell you to look out for the athlete in lane 3 from McDonald College, even with spikes unlaced. Michael Aberdeen came through.
Yeah, pretty decent run there by Aberdeen.
Stretched the field. Even with spikes loosened and all of that, and his form was all over the place. He was fighting hard, but came through. You notice his feet not coming flat down on the ball, coming more to the side. That's not going to do him any good. He's cutting away from his time, because if his feet comes flat on the ball of his feet, he's able to transfer that energy and that power to help him go forward. Didn't do that, but still was able to get ahead of this field. 12.12. And then Delron Dumont coming in a second behind him, 12.23.
Yeah, definitely a lot of braking forces happening there. So the ability to really get, upright and get that form, get the knees pushing through the track, that is not happening for him. So his coaches may want to start looking at that and trying to get him to be landing on the ball of the foot and getting the knees pushing through the track. Definitely he will shave some time off of his best so far, which is 12.12.
Without a doubt. So the field has been set. We're going to get the final list for you in just a little bit. And the finals, of course, we'll have that coming up a little bit later on this afternoon. It's just bordering on 6 minutes before 4 o'clock local time. We were supposed to be on a break now and then would have restarted about 4:30. That's not going to happen. We may very well go straight, or if we do get a break, it's going to be a very minuscule one.
Okay, so the ladies are on the track. So we can look forward to Sampson coming in there. Sampson, Velocity Track Club. She has a time of 12.02 seconds coming into this event. And so if she stays true to form, she is the favorite. You still have to keep your eyes on Brunel Thomas of East Track Club. So far it's staying true to form, but it's 4.73. It's Rhea Flanders seem to be coming through there. It seems to be Flanders. Sampson seemed to be right there in the mix. And Brunel Thomas. So we definitely a good showing by these three athletes. Seems on the line, it seems to be Flanders taking it there from Sampson. And it's 12.50 for Flanders. Samson coming in there, 12.52. And Ace Track Club, Brunel Thomas. That's your top three. Pretty good run from these three athletes there. Certainly makes for an interesting final. Semi-final rather. So just to remind you, all of these are prelims. Just looking to qualify to get to the next round. So it's going to be heat 2 of 3. And we can look forward to the likes of Denisha Scott, St. David's Trailblazers, and she should be coming out of lane 2. Lane 4, Shantae Augustine. Lane 5, Rihanna Frederick, St. David's Trailblazers. Selena Felix. She's coming from St. David's Trailblazers. Kadeen Phillip, also St. David Trailblazers in 7. So Augustine coming in with a time of 12.03. She's the favorite in this event. But you need to keep your eyes on Rihanna Frederick. Looking good, but Augustine pulling up there, and it seems to be Kadeen Phillip taking it there. Lane 7, it's Kadeen Phillip taking it there from Selena Felix. So there you had it, Rihanna Frederick 12.57, Denisha Scott 13.22. And so it's an all St. David affair for the first 3. So again, a good run. Augustine pulling up there. One would hope that everything is okay with her. As we get ready for heat 3 of 3 in the girls under 20 over 20 dash. Lane 2, Kelsey Frank, Boca Secondary, Sophia Ross, MVP, 473 MVP. So Xenia Belfon of Ace Track Club is in that event. Alina Dikoto of 473. You also have Keontae Williams Top Flight Track Club. And Keontae coming in lane 6. Can keep our eyes on Xenia Belfon. She comes in with a time of 12.08 seconds. The Go2 is going to challenge her. She also has a time of 12.46. So definitely a bit of competition right there in the middle of the track. They're on the status orders. Seem to have a false start there.
Athletes, the winners of event number 1, boys high jump over. The winners of event number 1, boys high jump over. Please report to ceremony's room. Winners of event number 80, girls shot put on the 20. Girls shot put on the 20. We also request the winners of event number 2, girls long jump on the 17. Girls long jump on the 17. The winners of event 3, boys javelin throw on the 17.
Will be interesting to see what the card will look like.
Also requesting the athletes, the winners of event 42, girls 3,000 meter run open. The winners of the 3,000 meter run open, please report to the ceremony's room. The winners of event 86, girls 400 meters on the 20. Girls 400 meters on the 20. Also the winners of boys 400 meter hurdles, 400 meter hurdles on the 17. Boys 400 meter hurdles on the 17. Also the athletes for event 88, the boys 400 meter hurdles on the 20. Boys 400 meter hurdles on the 20. Also requested the winners of the girls 400 meter dash on the 15. Girls 400 meter dash on the 15. Requesting the winners of the boys 400 meter dash on the 15. 400 meters on the 15. Athletes for these events, they have to report to the ceremony's room. So we're back on the track for the start of each 3 of 3. They know all the starters orders. He has been recorded and set to go again.
They're off, and look at it. Seem to be lane 6. So it's Keontae Williams taking this one. Top Flight Track Club. The Go2.
12.74 seconds. She looks so small automatically, and you see her in these English finals. And later the coach of 4.74.
It looked like the Go2 that won.
Yeah, it seems like the
Aliana
Go2.
the Go2 of a 4.73, 12.74.
12.74, and so yeah, I said that earlier. Keep an eye on her. She came in with 12.46 and doing a decent job to finish in first place in this heat, and so automatically she's in.
Zaina Belfon is in as well with 12.85. She's going to find herself somewhere out in lane 7 or lane 8. Not that it would really matter much in a 100 meter. The only thing is that you want to be close to the middle of the pack where the faster ones would get based on their qualifying times.
Yeah, and so definitely some good times showing up. They would need to just wait a few, and they would get to know where they stand in terms of the finals a little bit later on.
We're going to see some pace in this one here. This one is going to have some fire attached to it. Under 20 boys. No automatic qualifiers in this one. We've got 4 heats. So the top 2 from each will go on to the finals. So there's no qualifying fastest loser here. Everybody's got to run for dear life in this one.
So again, some big names here. Ethan Sam.
Ethan Sam, his name is a huge name in this one. This field is a strong field. Kyle Ned inside here. Ethan Sam, a 473, is inside here. Rashid Joseph, Mikel Redhead of St. David's. So this one is predestined to be a scorcher. Let's see how it goes. There's a good clean start. Ethan Sam is up and out. Ethan Sam is in the middle of the pack. Surely he needs to find some separation here now. He's been challenged. Looks over his shoulder and shuts down now at the very last second, realizing that he's got this one under control. And he came through.
Yeah, pretty well executed race there. You can see him looking across, just looking at the screen, ensuring that he's in a good position. Looking at the time, making sure that, he doesn't expend too much energy.
10.84, not bad at all for a start, for a warm-up. Ethan Sam. So Sam and Shaquan Toussaint, those will be the top 2 to qualify. Nothing else matters. 1 and 2, we've got full 4 heats, and only the top 2 from each will qualify. There are no automatic qualifiers in this one.
Yeah, so a lot on the line here for these boys. Definitely, you're not allowed to slip up at any given part of your race. You want to make sure that you stay true to your form. So, top 2. Can tell you we will see the likes of Green in lane 4. Comes in with a time of 10.72, and he's from the Fusion Athletics Club. Joshua Richards is there, MVP, 11.29.
This one is going to be sticky as well. And the finals for this one is going to come with some serious anticipation. This one is going to be good.
Yeah, definitely it's going to be good. That's Shem Julian, lane 6. Someone to look forward to. Ran pretty decently. Lane number 8, Fusion Athletics, Rickson, I've seen him. He looks pretty accomplished, and Shem Julian. but it's Samuel Green. Everyone is keeping their eye on Samuel Green.
See, the field here looks like Samuel Green, 4, 10.72 coming into this one. Joshua Richards, he's no slouch at all. He's in lane 3. Shem Julian in 6. Kareem St. Bernard is in 5. The upset could come from either end, 1 or 7. So good start. Oh, there's a slip up there, and surely that's going to cost him. And he's going to go all the way through. This looks like Julian. And Green, sorry. Yeah, it's Green. So Green from Fusion came through. Look at that on the ball of his feet and going forward. Good transference of energy. And 10.52.
Yeah, pretty quick there by Green. I think Green is here making a statement.
Good for Joshua Richards because he stumbled at the start and it did cost him, but he was able to recover. He was able to recover. And that's all that's going to matter. From third to all the way down. And no spot because only the first 2 will qualify.
Yeah, first to qualify. And so far, the first 2 heats have really been scorchers. Looking forward to, so far, Green and Sam. I would like to see them go head to head.
Oh, it's coming. One thing you know for sure. It's coming. Tyreek McSween is in this one. Nathan Hilaire is in this one. Joshua Greenidge. So another packed one here. Heat number 3 in the boys 100 meter under 20. Joshua Greenidge is from Carriacou, who came in with a best of 10.90. And Nathan Hilaire, 10.99.
We're getting set for heat number 3. Heat 3 and 4.
Again, track. Track and field athletics at its best here at the National Stadium.
Lane number 3, Wolves, Track Club, Joshua Greenwich.
Newly
Lane number 4, Ace Track Club,
lead track.
Lane number 5, 473 MVP, Nathan Hilaire. Lane number 6, Southern Rising Stars, Julian Clare. Lane number 8, St. David's Trailblazers, Jonathan Regis. Heat 3 and 4. Chasing anything better than 11.5 for seconds for a spot in the finals. Under 20 balls.
So Tyreek McSween is in 4. Tyreek McSween, he's from Ace. And Nathan Hilaire of 473 MVP, he's in 5. I'm thinking that maybe somewhere between 4 and 5, or maybe these 2 could qualify, but anything is possible because Jonathan Regis of St. David's, he can cause the upset. So McSween is out and up, and McSween is challenged. He's challenged by Hilaire, so it's Hilaire and McSween, and they're going to go all the way through, and it looks like McSween who's going to take this one, followed by Hilaire. So they're holding true to form. Nathan McSween, Tyreek McSween that is, and Nathan Hilaire. Good form from Maxwell. He's running out of lane 4, stretching forward. And Hilaire losing his form just a little bit, trying to catch up, maybe too hard. And that has brought Tyreek Maxwell to 11.08. Not his fastest time. Not his fastest time at all. Nathan Hilaire coming in second. Remember, we spoke about Jonathan Regis, who ran out of lane 8. Didn't do too bad at all. He was right there, 11.51, but that wouldn't matter now. Only the top 2 will see to the finals.
Yeah, good run there by Maxwell. Certainly not his fastest time, as you said, but you look at his form, and it does says that, you know, with a better start, maybe he can really put some pressure on the likes of Simon Green, who we've seen sub 10 so far. So it's heat 4 of 4.
We're getting set for the 4th and final heat of the under 20 boys and meter dash. Lane number 4 is the velocity track of Kevin Martin.
So we have the likes of Kevin Martin, Velocity Track Club. We have Emilio Bishop, Grenada Boys Secondary. Ian George, Top Flight Track Club.
No. Clear one, and this one for me is Bishop. Bishop 10.98. Look out for him. 10.98. That's Emilio Bishop. He is running out of lane 5. Bishop has been on a tear this year. He's been brutal, even coming out of GBSS Sports. I mean, he was brutal, winning all the sprint events in GBSS Sports in his category this year. So he is nursing the memory of losing to Telemac in the Intercall 100 meters last year, just been edged out. And he has used that and propelled himself. And here he is now propelling out of the blocks, and immediately he's gone. And he's going to go all the way through. Bishop. Looked a little bit heavy, not smooth on the ball of his feet as we would have known him to. He looked a little bit heavy. Maybe he did put on a pound or 2.
Yeah, it does look a bit stronger.
10.96. He came into this with a 10.98. So Emilio Bishop and Ian George of Top Flight Track Club, 1 and 2. And that will make up the finals.
Yeah, very interesting finals later on. So far, the names that we've looked at seem to have, you know, stayed true to form. And so it tells you that definitely the makeup of the 100 meters is going to bring some excitement to the persons viewing and to those who are in attendance here at the National Stadium.
So Green is going to be there. Richards is going to be there. Maxwell and Hilaire. Bishop is going to be there. Ethan Sam is inside there. So it's going to be a sticky one. It's going to be a sticky one going into the finals. So we've finally gotten to the point where we would take 5. Gotten to the point now where we can take a 5, take a breather, refresh ourselves, and come right back. This intermission is going to be very short because of the late start that we've had. But we've gone through some events, actually. We've gone through the majority of the events scheduled for today. Just the finals of the what's to come once you resume is the boys and girls finals in the the discus and the 200 meters in the under 11, under 13, and under 17. That's to come. And we've got the prelims, of course, of the relays to wrap up the day. Well, to wrap up what should be the first part of the morning. And then, of course, we've got a whole list of finals coming your way during the course of the afternoon session that is on the way. It's just bordering on 21 after 4 o'clock. So we'll catch you in another 10 minutes. Stay with us here at the National Stadium. It's National Champs 2024.
Well,
Winners of the girls 80-meter dash under 9 and the boys 80-meter dash under 9. You're asked to report immediately to the ceremonies room ahead of the medal presentation. The names again: Amaya McIntyre, Tanaya Gibbs, Jasmine Gleed, Khalid Tyson, Kalani Peters, and Jaheen Bay. Please report to the ceremonies room in preparation for medal presentation.
on this march.
Introducing your field, section 1 of 2 for the girls 200-meter dash under 11. Running out of lane number 1, representing the Classic Lighting South St. George Government School, Natalia McKnight. Lane number 2, representing both, Dana Noel. Lane number 3, Runners Athletic Club, Michaela Cyrus. Lane number 4, Sprinters Athletics, Chaya Play. Lane number 5, South City Rising Stars, Aliyah Samuel. Lane number 6, 473 MVP, Tavia Modest. Lane number 7, representing both, Tyja Hamilton. And running out of lane number 8, from Velocity Track Club, Zaria Abraham. Your field for section 1 of 2 in the girls 200-meter dash under 11. Games record for this one stands at 29.57 seconds. That record set in 2023 by Leah Rose Charles of South St. George Government School.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for a medal presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Governor General, Dame Cecile Grenada, presenting medals to our first set of winners. Dame Cecile Grenada, everybody. Let's welcome her to National Champs, presented by Ariza Credit Union. Presenting the winners in the girls 80-meter dash under 9. The bronze medal goes to Jasmine Glean out of Finish Line Sports Club. A time of 13.31 seconds. The silver medal goes to Tanaya Gibbs, Sprinters. Ladies and gentlemen, the gold medal goes to Amia McIntyre out of South City Rising Stars. A time of 13.04 seconds. The girls' 80-meter dash under 9. Event number 13, the boys 80-meter dash, under 9. In third position, Jaheem Bain, out of Classic Lighting, a time of 12.58 seconds. The silver medal goes to Kelani Peters, 473 MVP, a time of 12.43 seconds. And the gold medal goes to Khalid Tyson, Altitude Track Club, a time of 12.38 seconds. The next event, the girls long jump under 17. The bronze medal goes to Kate Fletcher, St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School. Now, Wassasas. The silver medal goes to Natalia Strawn out of South City Rising Stars. And the gold medal goes to Christiana Charles, Nawassa. Event number 80, the girls shot put under 20. The bronze medal goes to Zanaya Collins out of the Grenville Secondary School. 9.02 meters. The silver medal goes to Akeda McSween, St. David's Track Blazers. 10.01 meters. And the gold medal goes to Serena Alexander, again from the St. David's Track Blazers. 11.45 meters. Ladies and gentlemen, we congratulate all the winners. And we want to say special thanks to our Governor General, Dame Cecile Lagrenade, for presenting medals so far. Take you back to the 200 meters.
Rounding the bend, ladies and gentlemen, boat track club is there. 473 MVP is there. South St. George government is there. Here they come round the bend, heading down the straight, powering all the way home. Sprinters Athletics Club, South City Rising Stars, 473 MVP. A strong run from our under 11 athletes. Section number 1 of 2. These are timed finals. And so official results are coming in. The time to beat for the gold, 31.51 seconds. Let's put our hands together. Sprinters Athletics Club, Chaya Pair. So Tavia Modeste, 473 MVP, 32.07 seconds. And Aaliyah Samuel, 31.95. South City Rising Stars. Your top three as we head back to the track for section number 2 of the girls' 200-meter dash under 11. So your field for this one, Chloe Gilbert, Classic Lighting, South St. George, lane 2. Jaden John, 473 MVP, lane 4. Zaria Barrett, 473 MVP, lane 5. Sanjay Simon, St. David Trackblazers in lane 6. Carissa St. Clair, South City Rising Stars in 7. And here they come round in the bend, ladies and gentlemen, chasing 32.07 to get onto the podium. 31.51 for the gold. Here she comes down the bend. Lane number 7. South City Rising Stars, Carissa St. Clair. We'll await the official times. It's 32.07 to make it onto the podium. Section number 2 of the girls' 200-meter dash under 11. So if you turn attention to our main screen, official times are rolling in. The time to beat was 31.51. So official times are in. Sanjay Simon, 32.68. The best time, 30.38 seconds. South City Rising Stars, Carissa St. Clair. We head straight back to the track for the boys' 200-meter dash under 11, event number 23. 3 sections in this one. Games record for this event stands at 30.40 seconds, set in 2022 by Job Samuel. So this is section number 1 of 3 in the timed finals. Here they go, ladies and gentlemen. The boys are up. Event number 23. The boys 200-meter dash under 11. Ronan Lessie, St. David Trackblazers. He's in lane number 1. Trevor Landon, Classic Lighting, South St. George in lane number 2. Here they come, rounding the bend, ladies and gentlemen. Ronan Lessie on the outside. Jehu Roberts is in the mix, but it's Ronan Lessie. Ronan Lessie of St. David Trackblazers. He's going to establish the time to beat for the boys' 200-meter dash under 11. So this is section number 1 of 3. 200-meter dash under 11 boys. The wind plus 0.1 meters per second. Ladies and gentlemen, the time to beat, 29.85 seconds. Ronan Lessie, St. David Trailblazers. Currently sitting in third, 31.14. Cameron Hosford, Runners Athletics Club. Yeah, but I want to call it yet because somebody else. Mark that time, ladies and gentlemen, 29.85 seconds. As we head to section number 2 of 3 for these timed finals in the boys 200-meter dash under 11. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Event number 23, the boys, 200-meter dash on the 11. We have a clean start in section number 2. And already they're making their way around the bend, ladies and gentlemen. Here they come, South St. George Government School. Daquan Desant on the outside. Streaming down the middle, ladies and gentlemen. South City Rising Stars, Jaden Cuffey. That's Fusion Athletics, sorry. Wayne Clovey. Lane number 4 will await the official time to see whether or not he has unseated Mr. Lessie. They're chasing 29.85 for the goal, 31.14 to make it onto the podium. And official times are coming in, ladies and gentlemen, taking this one in a time of 30.75 seconds. Fusion Athletics, Wayne Clovey.
Yeah. So Wayne Clovey doing his due, and he did run a good race. I thought he was a little bit faster, but still 30.75. So he is onto the podium, but let's wait and see what this next event will do, what this heat will do.
Yeah, definitely. We wait to see. Leslie has laid down the gauntlet, and we think everyone is chasing after him.
So it's the boys 200-meter sub-junior?
On the 11?
On the 11. So far, 29.85 by Ronan Lessie is the time to beat to get to the goal. 29.85.
So it's heat 3, off 3. You have a few athletes to look forward to here.
This looks like some action coming out from lane 4. This looks like Elisha Antwine. Had a really good start in lane 4, but then started to struggle. But coming around the bend now in lane 1, look at this. In lane 1, this looks like Nathaniel Martin from Classic Lighting. Nathaniel is out there. He's seeing a challenge, but is he going to make it? Nathaniel Martin, lane 1, no, he's going to be eclipsed. Coming out of the barefooted athlete, running out of lane number 5 and winning. That's Walcott, Kareen Walcott of Runners Athletic Club. What's his time going to be like? You believe it's faster than 30?
No. Looking at him come around, I think
30.48. 30.48. So at 30.48, he probably just worked himself into a silver medal.
Yeah.
Yeah, 30.48 gets him a silver medal. 30.30, that's Clovey, Wayne Clovey. 30.75 gets him the silver medal. And the gold medal, the bronze, sorry, 30.74 gets Clovey the bronze medal. 30.48 gets Walcott the silver medal. And the gold medal belongs to Ronan Leslie of the St. David's Track Blazers. And get this, 29.85. That means 29.85, Rondell?
Yeah, it's definitely a record.
New record. You
Yeah.
got that right. He eclipsed the old record by some distance. I mean, they came into this event with the record being 30.40. 29.85. That's a new games record.
Yeah, let's see. Will feature in the National Primary School Games come next week. And so I think he started really well on this track. So he can boast, hey guys, I have experience here. And guess what? I have a record here too.
and the 200 is not his best event. He runs a good 100 from what I heard about him. So he did give a good account of himself. That's Leslie. Ronan Leslie, 29.85, beating out the record by some distance, shaving off a full second and some.
Yeah, really decent running by him. I think he's in good form. Saw him at the UT St. David's branch sports, which was last Tuesday, and really ran well.
It's time for the girls now. This is the girls under 13. Leah Campbell is out and gone. Leah Campbell of Velocity. Yeah.
Yeah. So she came in with a time of 27.35 seconds. Let's see what her time would look like.
Surely it has to be faster than this. I'm thinking that it might just be 26 early. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking it's early 26. I mean, she did look comfortable. Wow, 27.11. So she did shave off some time off of what she came in with, 27.11. And she's going to be sitting on the edge for just a little bit. The time to beat on this one, the games record on this one is 26.44. So Leah Campbell, 27.11. Now these events are split into 4 heats, and of the fastest times, 1, 2, and 3 picks up the bronze medal, just for the benefit of our viewers. So let me bring you up to speed now. Here's what's going to happen. Heat number 2, or the 2 of 4 finals, I should say. It's not a heat anymore, it's a final. So the second of 4 finals, and then once we run off these finals, the top 3 will make it to the podium.
Yeah, that's how it's set up. And so you're running not for qualification now, but you're running actually for your medal.
Oh, so you, the field, and the clock. Just to look for in this one. Looking in this one, I think we're going to pay attention to lane 4. Lane 4, that's Ariel Alexander. And lane 5 is Rihanna Hosford. Hosford of Sprinters. Let's see where we go now. Yeah, this looks like Hosford. She's getting a challenge, but she's going to come through. Of Hosford of Sprinters. And what time do we have from her? Ran out of lane 5. She came in with 28.50 from 28.85. Now that's a stretch. 28.85. She's got to do a whole lot better than that to give herself a chance. 28.92, so she's slower. It's a cause for concern here for her. Don't know if they underscore the importance of what they're running against these young ones. I'm not quite sure if they understood seriously what they're up against. It's not just the field. You're running against the field and the clock.
Yeah, and that's important. I think she looked comfortable winning, but you need to also remember that the clock is the more important thing in terms of the time that you get to get the gold medal. So far, she's in medal position. She's has the silver medal in her hands. Let's see if anyone in the other heat to come can take that away from her. But so far, she is in the silver medal position.
Oh, heat number 3 will feature in the middle of the pack. That's it looks like a Nicola Noel from MVP. Look at that. Also look out for Malika George of Runners Athletic. She's running out of lane 6. And Leah Francis of the St. David's Trailblazers running out of lane 5. So 4, 5, and 6 in the middle there is the deal. Here we go. Lane 3. Who's in lane 3? This looks like a... This looks like Monroe. And Monroe will come all the way to the finish line unopposed.
Yeah, it's
Corona Marie Monroe.
Monroe. Importantly is the time, Jason.
29.06. Does that trouble anyone? No, it doesn't. $29.06 doesn't interfere with 1 or 2 just yet. It doesn't.
It puts her in the bronze medal position.
I'm not even sure of that.
Well, yes, again, we're not too sure about that because that 27.
Somebody ran 27 somewhere. 27.11, 27.11. That was Leah Campbell of Velocity. She ran 27.11. So, and the athletes that ran in this heat, the first heat, they did a couple of 28s as well. So I think 29 is out of the picture. Let's see what we've got here now. Heat number 4, well, finals number 4. This looks like Joseph, but coming out in lane 6 it is.
Leah Rose Charles.
Yeah, that's Leah Rose Charles. Leah Rose Charles is all the way classic lighting, South, yeah, classic lighting, and she came through the finish line. She's got to be hoping for anything above 28, or under 28, I should say. Anything under 28. 27.98. So just like that, she's moved into...
Yeah, I think silver medal, possibly.
Possibly. Let's calculate the times and see, because 29 is out of it. Anything over 28 is out of it.
Yeah, anything above 28, I think they could be out of it.
So Leah Rose Charles coming in with 27.98. Dean Bristol, St. Paul's Government, 30. So that's a non-issue there. But just before we get to the boys category, they're going to give us the run-through on the board now. They're doing the calculations. It should have been up already. And we're going to know bronze, gold, bronze, and silver. Bronze, silver, and gold. We've got the start list. They were quickly showing you the start list for the boys 200 meter under 13. The boys 200 meter under 13 is 4 finals. So the fastest, the first 3 fastest in these 4 heats. Coming out of lane 4, this looks like Thompson, Kristen Thompson of 473 MVP. Thompson is powering way up. He's being challenged, but he's going to start to drift away from the pack. This is Thompson. Thompson will go all the way. He doesn't need to slow down. He's got to push all the way through. He does that all the way through. So Kristen Thompson of MVP, he came in at 29.46. What has he clocked here? So Kristen Thompson.
Yeah, Thompson executing a pretty decent race. Led from the start.
27.79. So he has shaved off 2 seconds thereabout what he came in with. 27.79. That's good.
Yeah, really excellent running there by Thompson. 27.79. He came in at 29.46. So really doing a good job here.
Did a young lady run 27.11 a short while ago?
Yes, she did.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, it's interesting, yeah?
Okay.
It's very interesting.
Okay.
We look forward to see what the other finals can bring.
You don't ever want to say you won the gold medal with 27.79, and a young lady, your age group, ran 27.11.
Yeah, you definitely do not want to have to say that. So we're looking forward to see if anyone can challenge this time. So far the time to beat 27.79.
Second of 4 finals.
It's important to look.
This looks like the action coming out of lane 3, 4, and 5. This looks like lane 3. Who we've got in lane 3? This looks like Brave Boy. Tyrese Brave Boy. Brave Boy is being challenged by Laborie. Brave Boy and Laborie. Brave Boy and Laborie going neck to neck. Brave Boy and Laborie, it's too close to call from here. So, Brave Boy and Laborie. Brave Boy edges him out, and the Brave Boy takes it.
Yeah, again, a good run by Brave Boy. He was able to keep himself upright. I think if you look at Laborie, Laborie was almost falling down that stretch. Look at him, but Brave Boy is there. He's pumping the arms, looking to keep the legs in motion. A little more composure from Laborie might have given him a better effort at the end, but good job by these two guys.
Wow, just ran 28.41. Or walk. 28.41. Remember, this is the boys under 13.
So the girls are still a bit faster, Jason.
Oh, well, the record is there to show. The clocks wouldn't lie. We're not saying any untruth. The clock is there to show it. 28.41. 28.41, and we're getting ready for the third of 4 finals. What are we looking at in this one, Clyde Rondell John?
So we're looking at Dylan Noel, Akel Briggs, and DeAndre Wint. I think these are the 3 that we can look forward to.
Akel Briggs, that's a name that we've heard on more than one occasion.
DeAndre Wint coming out of South City Rising Stars is a name that we also should remember.
It's in 3 or 4. Let's see what's happening in lane 1. Lane 1 looks like Ramsey. Ramsey's in trouble. He can't make it. Let's see what we've got coming out of lane 4. 4 and 5. You called it correctly. That's Briggs. Briggs is lane 4. Akel Briggs, St. Paul's Government. What have we got from Akel Briggs? What's the time to beat? 27.79. 27.79. The official time is 26.76. So that was a good run. Now we're talking business. 26.76. So he's got one hand on the gold medal. 26.76. And Darren Wint of South City Rising Star coming in second. 27.79. Somebody from this four finals needs to pull something out of the hat. If ever it's going to be something special, it has to happen now. What are some of the ones to look forward to in this one? Sean Park of Velocity and Cameron Bonaparte of South City Rising Star.
I think you also need to keep your eyes on Christian Niles out of St. David's Trailblazers.
You've got a bias for St. David. I would understand why you're saying that.
No, I'm just saying that looking at his form coming through at the primary school games in St. David's.
He's running out of lane
2.
Lane 2. The athlete wearing number 607.
Interestingly, Jason, he's an all-round student. I think he has captured the Junior Calypso Monarch. He's done quite a bit of singing in his days. Yeah, his father, Sean Niles, our serpent.
Oh, okay. Now we could understand his talent. So Christian Niles is in lane 2. Sour Serpent, good afternoon. If you're listening, or maybe you're on the ground. Might very well be on the grounds.
Yeah, so my two here is Park and Niles. It's gonna be a cracker between these two. I think we've seen Park look pretty decent.
Park is running out of lane
3.
So Niles in 2, Park in 3, Bonaparte in 4. So Niles is out. Niles is out quickly. He's gone. Niles has made up the stagger immediately. And he's going to have a whole lot of work to do. He's losing his form. He's pumping. But here comes the athlete running out of lane number 1, coming in on the inside. This looks like Niles, Gunpot, Niles will go all the way through. The time is what's going to be important now. So Niles wins it. No doubt about that. But the timing is what's going to make the difference here now. Has he gone under 26? He's got, no, as a matter of fact, he's gone to 28.79. So 28.79 doesn't get him to the podium at all. 28.79 doesn't get him to the total. There are 2 sub-28s. There's 2 27s and a 26. The 26.76 belonging to Akel Briggs of St. Paul's Government. And 27.79, 2 athletes clocking 27.79 in Wint, DeAndre Wint, and
Christian Thompson.
Christian Thompson, 27.79. Both of them, and 26.76 belongs to Niles, Christian Niles. The game's record still intact. The game's record was 25.20. Shamar Mills.
So the game's record for this event, which we've seen on track, which is the girls 200 meter on the 17, the game's record is 24.09. That was in 2015 by Melanie Rodney. The national record is 22.67, and that was set by Sherry Fletcher back in 2007. Carifta standard 24.50 seconds. So a lot to look forward to. Can these girls really get down? We have so far Sade John coming in with a time of 24.80. So can she go?
Sade John is running out of lane, what, lane 4?
Lane 4.
Lane 4. Sade John is in lane 4. Can we anticipate a challenge coming out of lane 3? This looks like Philip.
Keena Philip.
Keena Philip. No challenge here at all. Sade is gone. Sade John is out like a rocket. And this is going to be a fast one. Sade John and the girls. St. David's Trailblazers. Sade John is out the gate and she has bolted to the finish line. Sade John is gone. So this is a heat in itself. Yes, this is a heat. So we've got 4 heats in this event, and the top 2 will go into the finals. So Sade John, obviously, is one of them. And Kiana Phillip being the other. So Sade John and Kiana Phillip doing 25 plus and 27 plus respectively. And that will take them both into the finals.
Yeah, strong run by John. 25.31, not a bad run.
And Kiana Phillip. So John and Phillip will make it into the finals.
So again, we can look forward to a pretty decent time here. The one to look forward to is Kayla Christopher, again of St. David Trailblazers. She comes in with a time of 25.70 seconds. You also have Jadine Charles of the St. Joseph Convent, St. George. She comes in with a time of 29.83. We also have in that race Nevea Richards. She's in lane 3 of MVP.
So the top 2 qualifiers will make it into the final 8, which is the finals. The girls on the 17 200-meter dash prelims. Let's look at what's going to happen here. Coming out of lane 7. Let's keep our eyes on lane 7 and lane 4. Lane 7 and lane 4.
Yeah, lane 4, it's Kayla Christopher. Lane 7, Brandy Taylor of the finish line.
Kayla Christopher is going to win this one comfortably. She's going to start shutting down now with just over 40, 50 meters. She did shut down, and she got to the finish line. And then, of course, running out of lane 7, Brandy Taylor coming in second. 26.93 and 27.94. Those are the two top times.
Yeah, so far
Kayla Christopher has been around. She's no stranger to this big stage. I'm quite sure she must be liking the bunks coming out of the track, especially from the get-go.
So very important. You look at the athlete in lane 4, you look at her bound, and that's Egypt Benjamin Regis. And this is the athlete for me that we need to keep an eye on. I've seen her in training. I've seen her at her sports. I think she's really evolved as an athlete, and so we need to keep our eyes on her. She seems to be hungry for success.
No, she's no slouch by any means. She has been here before. 26.01, came into the competition with a best of 26, a season's best of 26.01. That's Egypt Regis Benjamin. And immediately she's off. She's up and running and came around the bend and made up the stack almost immediately. She's going to be ahead of the pack by the time she comes off the curve. And yes, she has done that. Well, she's all out on her lonesome. She is all out on her lonesome. Egypt, she's all the way out in Egypt. Everyone else is in the Caribbean. She's gone. And she is clocking somewhere in the mid-20s. I'm guessing 26 early, 25 late in this one.
Yeah, I will put it at maybe late 25, even the high 24.
Egypt Regis Benjamin. She spared no one, ran a really comfortable race. Came off the bend, 25.17. Yep, early 25, 25.17. And by the time she came off the curb, she was ahead of the pack and just stretched her lead all the way to the finish line. So she ran a good heat and uncontested 25.17. I shudder to think what the finals would look like if she's challenged.
Well, 25.17 and 25.31. So it definitely means that John and Benjamin Regis, or Regis Benjamin, are the two to look at in the finals. We have yet another heat in the girls 200 on the 17. And here we can look forward to the likes of Amaya Chandler. She comes in with a time of 26.50. You also have Shadeja Walcott. She comes in at 26.70. Naya Maureen.
I remember that name.
Naya Maureen of St. David's Trailblazers is also there in that event.
Well, so far the field going into the finals speaks about Shade John. It has in it as well Kayla Christopher and Brandy Taylor. It also has Regis Benjamin, tongue twist on her name. So it's going to be top flight. And you're anticipating Clyde Rondell John coming in with a time of 26.50. Anaya Chandler and 26.70. Shadeja Walcott both of Frontline. And look at them together there now. Both are Frontline in the middle of the pack. And who comes off the bend first? This looks like Chandler. Chandler all the way out by herself. Strides a little bit short, but she's on the ball of her feet. A longer stride would have helped her. But she's won it, so she is going to be in the finals. And Amaya Chandler, 24.99. It didn't look that fast. 24.99. And then with the 26.35, Samara Noel. So Samara Noel at 26.35 and Amaya Chandler 24.99, and they will make up the final 8 as we go into the finals, the girls on the 17 200-meter finals.
Definitely sets up an interesting finals. The girls have done really well. 24.99, 25.17, 25.31, 26.35, 26.93, 27.94. So basically, Jason, it comes down to execution. Once the pressure is on, it's who can hold the nerve, who can stay true to their form. I think that would determine the winner of that final.
This is the boys on the 17. Yeah, this is the boys on the 17. Who have we got in this one here?
Kimron Matlin seems to be the athlete to be there. I'm not sure that yes, he is there. Kimron Matlin, South City Rising Stars, 22.20.
No. Let's see, what else have we got?
Kristen Singh Cry, also of the Grenada Secondary, has a pretty decent time also in this event. It's not here, but I've seen him, and I know that he has a pretty decent 200 meters.
That's Sincere, Christian Sincere.
Right.
Yeah, he's pretty decent as well. But this is the boys on the 17. Boys on the 17. This is national champs in the Spice Country, Grenada. Still some more athletic events coming up. This is the athletic season, and the months of January to about April is always loaded with athletics. And here we go. This is lane 4. This is lane 4. Yeah, Kimron Matlin. Kimron Matlin, lane 4. And he's gone. Clearly, this one's going to be somewhere 21 somebody, I believe. This is going to be good. This is a good run from him. Sincere, he came in running 22.20, and he came around the bend and started to separate himself from the pack. From the minute time he came off the curb, he started the separation, activated separation mode, and got to the finish line first. And the boys 200 meter on the 17. Kimron Matlin, 21.96. 21.96. Well, that's not bad for a warm-up at all. That's not bad for a warm-up at all.
Yeah, that's an awesome run there by... Really awesome run there. 21.96.
So he has made the Carifta standard.
Right there, has qualified for the Carifta Games.
That's what the big hullabaloo was about. He has made it to the Carifta Games with that time. Carifta standard qualifying time in this event was 22 seconds.
I think he did just what needed to be done to ensure that he qualifies. So even if he doesn't have a good final, he already registered a qualifying mark.
I'm quite sure he still wants to go a whole lot more. He's not going to settle for this, not now.
Well, he definitely has laid down the gauntlet and is awaiting the other finalists.
See who we've got in this heat now. This is heat number 2 of the boys under 17.
Jaron Phillips in David Trailblazers.
Deron Sincere, St. Andrew. Christophe Caliste, he's St. Andrew as well.
So it seems to be Caliste.
Oh, Caliste is gone. He did shut down with about 15 meters to go. And he's got some stuff in the tank still. Let's wait and see how that goes.
Yeah, Caliste running a pretty decent race. Seem to be laboring there a little bit, but doing what needs to be done. So you see his time coming in 22.9. 22.85.
So Christophe Caliste and Darren Sincere, 1 and 2. Heat number 3 or 4.
So we're looking at Ethan August.
Ethan
August of Finish Line, or Auguste as some may pronounce it. You also have
this looks like
Joshua Lewis out of Carriacou has had some pretty decent times over the 200 meters. And you also have Andre Fletcher Jr. coming in from St. David Trailblazers.
So Randall, has called it. Keep your eyes on Ethan David. He's out in lane 2. Notice he has kept his pose. He hasn't left the block in a flash. He's conserving his energy. As Ethan David of the Valencia Track Club. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong heat. This is heat number 3. Yes, I'm looking at the right one. Heat number 3. So not a packed field on this one, which means it's going to be even more difficult. And only the top 2 will move into the final round because it's both the field is filled, and once that happens, there's no room for fastest qualifiers. So the top 2 finishers in every heat will go through to the finals. It's a good start. And immediately look at lane 4. Look at lane 4 immediately.
Yeah, that's
Ethan Auguste. Ethan Auguste. He has pulled something, and he pulled up just as he made it to the finish line, but he's gonna have a problem. Ethan Auguste. He's a PBC student. I'm not quite sure if he's still at Presentation Brothers College. Ethan Auguste ran pretty good at the Intercall Games last year, representing Presentation Brothers College. So he has been around for some time. He knows how to deal with these injuries. If anybody knows it, he knows how to do it. And let's see what's going to happen, because the Finish Line Sports Club will need him.
Yeah, definitely shows that he has something there. Whatever the injury is, we hope that he can recover, because he limped more or less to the finish line and was able to still bring a time of 23.54. So had he been fully fit, I definitely think that he could have gone quite a bit faster.
Yeah, I believe so too.
So we hope that he can recover in time. That whatever it is, maybe just a little cramp or so, we would not want to see him out of the games at all.
Heat number 4 coming up. Lane 5. Pay attention to lane 5 as well. In this one, this is Raishon Daniel. In lane 4 is Josh Thomas of South City. And lane 5 is Raishon Daniel of MVP. I feel the top 2 is going to come from right in the middle here between 4 and 5. Thomas and Daniel. But I've seen upsets in this lifetime. So lane 4 is Thomas, lane 5 is Daniel, and immediately they're gone. And here comes Thomas.
To be Thomas.
Thomas is gone. He came off the curb ahead of everyone, and there's no catching him. He's gone. Well, Josh Thomas gave everything. Gave everything in that one. That was a quick heat.
Yeah, definitely a quick heat. He came in with a time of 23.14. Let's see if he can go faster.
Not sure. 22.91 he got. So yes, he has improved a little bit. It means that the finals of the 200 meters is not to be missed. The finals not to be missed.
Yeah, Thomas doing a good job there.
In the distance, to the top of your screen, what you're seeing there is the top of a massive cruise ship. We are in the tourist season. We are in the tourist season, the height of the tourist season. And a ship this size normally comes with about 3,000 plus passengers, and has a crew of maybe just about 100, 150, close to 200. So this is a Norwegian cruise line. In the distance there, one of the bigger cruise lines around, Norwegian cruise lines, in the midst of the tourist season here in Grenada. I'm quite sure you look around the ground, we may see one or two of them. They find themselves in the position to enjoy whatever we have on show in Grenada. So that's the story. The track is clear for a brief moment. Down at the high jump, we've got some high jump taking place down there as well. We're going to get you the details on that in just a little bit. Not sure if it's a continuation from this morning, but the afternoon schedule has not. Yes, we've got that. The boys high jump on the 17. Well,
This is the Ariza Credit Union National Championship.
So we just saw CM Philip doing his, getting over the bar.
Shame Philip. We've got some medal presentations coming up. We're going to take in that, bring you
Ladies
up
and
to speed,
gentlemen,
give
we
the
wanna
winners
thank
their
the
time,
center
their time at their 5 minutes of fame. They need that. They've worked for it.
A little later on in the medal presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, I know I'm taking you on a ride. Please welcome Lyndon Bob of Ariza Credit Union. We want to say special thanks to Ariza Credit Union. Make some noise for Ariza Credit Union for sponsoring the National Championship Games for 2024. Medal presentation for the girls 400-meter dash under 15. The bronze medal goes to Sanaya St. Louis of McDonald College. Picking up the silver medal, Eliza Rose Benjamin, St. David Track Blazers. And the gold medal goes to Annalisa Brown of Finish Line Sports Club. Medal presentation for event number 7, the boys 400-meter dash under 15. The bronze medal goes to Delron Dumont, Nawasa Sass. The silver medal goes to Michael Aberdeen of McDonald College. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the gold medalist, Giovanni Green of Finish Line Sports Club. Event number 42, the girls 3,000-meter open. The bronze medal goes to Brendiana James, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. The silver medal goes to Brianna Coutain, one of our youngsters in 300-meter from the South City Rising Stars. And picking up the gold medal again from South City Rising Stars, Shania Nelson. Event number 86, the girls 400-meter hurdles, under 20. Two competitors in this one. Picking up the silver medal, Anaya Redhead from the South City Rising Stars. And the gold medal goes to Rhea Flanders from 473 MVP. Event number 87, the boys 400-meter hurdles, under 17. The bronze medal goes to Vicio Hines, Top Flight Track Club. Picking up the silver medal, Tevez Lewis, Nawasa Sass. And the gold medal goes to Kirby Thomas, Altitude Track Club. Medal presentation for event number 88, the boys 400-meter hurdles, under 20. In third place, picking up the bronze medal, Rishawn Williams, Ace Track Club. Picking up the silver medal, Kay Lewis from the St. David's Track Blazers. And the gold medal goes to Kyle Batiste from the St. David's Track Club. Ladies and gentlemen, medal presentation for the boys high jump open. In third place, Aidan Daniel, Finish Line Sports Club. Picking up the silver medal, Neil Peters from the South City Rising Stars. And the gold medal goes to Delon McKenzie, Fusion Athletics. Medal presentation for the boys javelin throw, under 17. In third place, Kirby Thomas, Altitude Track Club. Representing Carriacou, Josh Thomas. And the winner picking up the gold medal today in the boys javelin throw under 17, Delron John, Altitude Track Club. And the final medal presentation, the boys discus throw open. In third place, Kadeem Telesford, St. David's Track Blazers. Picking up the silver medal, Oswald Charles from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. And the winner picking up the gold medal, Tyron Antoine, St. David's Track Blazers. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and congratulations to all the winners. This is the Ariza Credit Union National Athletics Championship Games 2024.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's FlexiCredit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a FlexiCredit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. FlexiCredit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your FlexiCredit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Love we sing, happy birthday, sweet Grenada.
Secure your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's FlexiCredit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a FlexiCredit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card, and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. FlexiCredit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your FlexiCredit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future.
and welcome Ms. Denise Williams and representatives from Ariza Credit Union, our sponsors for these national championships. We want to welcome God's presence. We're going to take a pause from the field events to recognize the presence of God. So let's welcome Ms. Denise Williams to open us in a word of prayer.
So good afternoon all. I invite you wherever you are, just stand quietly so that we can give praise and glory and honor to God for his goodness, his love, and his compassion. Just please stand quietly. Thank you very much. We bow our heads. We acknowledge God as the Lord and Master of our lives. We are grateful for the wonders the Lord has worked for us. And so, Father God, we continue to praise and thank you, glorify your name. We thank you for bringing us here for yet another Ariza National Championship. We thank the sponsors once again, Lord, who saw the need to come forward and assist the Grenada Athletic Association and invest in our young people. We thank you for the government, the organizers, the athletes, the officials, and all those who have made it possible. We pray, Lord, that it will be an incident and an injury-free meet. And at the end of the day, dear Lord, your name will be glorified. In your holy and mighty name we pray, with thanksgiving. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Williams. Please remain standing with us as we pay homage to our country with the national anthem. Thank you, everybody. And of course, we are still celebrating our 50th anniversary of independence. But before we move along, we want to invite to make some remarks the president of the Grenada Athletics Association, Mr. Conrad Francis.
Pleasant good afternoon to everyone. We want to recognize our sponsors, Ariza Credit Union, and all other sponsors and dignitaries present. It is a pleasure for me to welcome you to the first games to be held on the newly resurfaced track. And as you can see, that this track is very fast. You have seen the times that have been done by our athletes thus far. And this is just the smoke. The fire is yet to come. So we wish that you will remain and enjoy the rest of the afternoon with us and return tomorrow, because tomorrow will be even better. So once again, we thank you and enjoy the performances of our athletes. And remember also that coming off of the heels of national championships will be Carifta Games. So we want you to come out, support the athletes here because they are striving to achieve the standards for the Carifta Games. So, and we hope that we will see you again for Carifta the 30th of March to the 1st of April. Thank you.
Thank you. President of the Grenada Athletics Association, Mr. Conrad Francis. And indeed, this is the first games to be held on these tracks, newly resurfaced tracks. We want to thank the government of Grenada, the Ministry of Youth and Sports for making this a priority ahead of the Carifta Games 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your indulgence one last time as we welcome the marketing manager of our title sponsor, Ms. Raylene Lazarus of the Ariza Credit Union.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Ariza's Board of Directors, management and staff, and all our members, welcome to the Ariza National Athletics Championship. Thank you for joining us this evening to witness this amazing display of skill and talent by our very own up-and-coming sporting heroes. In this 11th year of sponsorship, Ariza is more committed than ever to providing support to our people and communities that in a way that encourages growth and expansion of horizons beyond what we see. As the premier provider of financial products and services, we aim to provide a platform of equal standing for athletes of all backgrounds and to contribute to the holistic development of individuals while simultaneously investing in our communities. Thank you again for your tremendous show of support for these athletes by your presence here, and we wish you a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Ms. Raylene Lazarus. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Ariza Credit Union, sponsors of the National Athletics Championship Games for 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard it, and we want to thank all our athletes, our parents, our track clubs for making this a successful games. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you back to the long jump.
Mr. Ryan James. Ryan James, coach, Velocity Track Club. You're asked to report to the medal ceremony room immediately. Mr. Ryan James, coach, Velocity Track Club. Please report to the medal ceremony room immediately.
Please. One final athlete left in. Shaim Philip, the lone athlete left in the boys high jump under 17. He just cleared 1.85 meters. Quickly cut the coach. And it seems he's going to call it a day. Having captured gold in this event, 1.85 meters cleared for Shaim Philip, class lighting, Westerhall.
Yeah, man. That
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's FlexiCredit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a FlexiCredit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. FlexiCredit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your FlexiCredit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
Event number 22, medal presentation for the girls 200-meter dash under 11. In third position, picking up the bronze medal, Aliyah Samuel, South City Rising Stars. A time of 31.95 seconds. Picking up the silver medal, Shea Pear from Sprinters Athletics Club. And the gold medal goes to Carissa St. Clair from the South City Rising Stars. Medal presentation for event number 23, the boys 200-meter dash under 11. In third position, picking up the bronze medal, Wayne Clovey from Fusion Athletics. In second position, picking up the silver medal, Kareem Walcott from Runners Athletics Club. And picking up the gold medal, Ronan Lessie, St. David's Track Blazers. Event number 24, the girls 200-meter dash under 13. In third place, picking up the bronze medal, Raina Hosford, Sprinters Athletics Club. A time of 28.92 seconds. In second place, picking up the silver medal, Leah Rose Charles, Classic Lighting, South St. George, Primary School. And in first place, picking up the gold medal, Leah Campbell, Velocity Track Club. Event number 25, the boys 200-meter dash under 13. Picking up the bronze medal, Kristen Thompson, 473 MVP. A time of 27.79 seconds. The silver medal goes to DeAndre Wint, South City Rising Stars. A time of 27.79 seconds. And picking up the gold medal, ladies and gentlemen, Akel Briggs, St. Paul's Government School. a time of 26.76 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of the 200 meter under 11 and under 13, boys and girls. Thank you once again, Mr. Mervyn Law, General Manager of Ariza Credit Union. And this is the Ariza Credit Union National Athletics Championship Games for 2024. Congratulations to all our 200-meter winners. And we move right along with the 1,500 meters.
So on track, we have the start of the 1,500 on the 17 boys. Have some 24 athletes in this field. It's 1,500 meters, it's 3.5 laps.
Altitude Track Academy in this one.
So they now start the 3 laps more or less. They've completed the 3/4 lap. That's the 300 meters, and they're going along pretty smoothly. It's Keith Charles, followed by Tashon Purcell, St. David's Trailblazers. And you have in there you have Jadel Etienne, Classic Wester Hall, Classic Light in Wester Hall. So these are the 3 that are leading the pack. And so far, the athletes looking pretty comfortable. The Carafta standard here would be 4 minutes, 16 seconds. So these boys are separated. The first 2, then you have a minor gap, which could be opening right about now. 2 runners up front in Charles and Purcell looking pretty relaxed. No one looking to really outdo each other as yet, but Purcell looking to stay really close to Charles. The top 3 have now opened up a wider gap between themselves and the chasing pack. And the bell lap, this is the final lap. When will these boys make a move. Who would it move first? So we look at them go along. Ski Charles, Sean Purcell, and Jadel Etienne. Your top three as the top two begin to move away. When will they make the move? Who will make the move first? As they come up the back straight, heading into the 200-meter mark. Purcell seems to be edging closer. Charles looking just to maintain his stride. And there goes Charles. Charles seems to be turning it on now. He's turning it on, but Purcell is not giving up. He's there. It's Charles. It's Purcell. Purcell challenging on the outside. Charles looking to run away with it. And it is Charles. Charles really turning up the heat now. Really pushing home. Really good run there from Keith Charles of the Grenada Christian Academy. Well done to Tashon Purcell, but it's Keith Charles. And we have a change in the third position. As that athlete from I Make It McDonald College seemed to have come in there and stolen the third position. So, really impressive run there by Charles. He led from the start and he was able to control the race and ensure that he had enough strength that he can push through and come home. There you have it. Keith Charles looking strong as ever. Really awesome, good run from him. Must feel impressed by what he has done here today. Must be proud of himself. I think he can say that yes, the training that he has gone through has worked. What's important here for me is the time that he did his feet in. So we had the completion of the 1500 on the 17 boys final. Keith Charles taking the gold medal there. Tashon Purcell of St. David's Trailblazers, silver. And Michael Thomas of McDonald College coming in third.
National championships. Here we see the top caliber of athletes across the nation vying for spots to make it onto the Carifta team for 2024. We've already seen some impressive runs today, and there's still more to come. We're going to see the finals, most of the finals across today's events. We've still got the 100-meter finals in the under 15 and under 20, boys and girls still to come. We've still got the 400-meter finals. And we've got some relay action for you. So there's still a lot more to go on day number 1 of the Ariza National Championships 2024. A reminder to the games officials that transmission will be provided for you to get back to your homes at the end of the
So there we had the completion of the 1500 meters. Keith Charles in a time of 4 minutes 34. So definitely a good run by him. I can tell you that it's quite a distance away from the Carifta standard. Last year's winner of this event was E.J. George, and he did it in a time of 4 minutes 27.72 seconds. Keith was also involved in that event, and so it's good to see that he had the experience and now he's back. Picking up where he got third at last year's national championship. This year he has the gold medal, so good job to him. Good run by him. So we are going to witness another track event. That should be the 1500 Open Boys. Alright, so it's the Boys Open 1500. Again, you have some 30 competitors in this event. You have Miguel Cape coming in with a time of 4 minutes 11.33 seconds. You also have Nicholas Frederick coming in with a time of 4 minutes 23.64 seconds. In there also is Livron Thorne. He has a time of 4 minutes 09 seconds. It's gonna be a
Nicholas Frederick of Finish Line Sports Club 1 to 1.
blistering pace. You can see the pace that they've started at. In there is Tyrone Jacob. He won that event last year.
Some 23 athletes.
Time of 4.10, 4 minutes 10.11 seconds. That's Jacob. And so far he's ahead, setting the pace. It's still tightly bunched. No one really making a big move as yet. As we see Fusion, Fusion seem to be the one looking to get ahead. It's a really interesting race here. You have Jacob finishing first last year. Williams finishing third at the 2023 games. So definitely these two will look to stamp their authority on the on this event. So they're beginning to take shape. They're thinning out the field. So you see a little jostling for position there. The front runners in Jacob. Jacob is still there leading the pack. Jacob seemed to have set the pace and has allowed the other runners to go ahead, and it seems to be Williams. And that's the bell lap as they go towards the last lap. Really interesting race here. Who will move? When will they move? That's the question that is being asked. Do they have enough to increase the pace? So Nickel John is there. Still have Shaquem Williams in there. And it's Blackett leaving the pack. Blackett is going all the way. So really interesting race there by Antoine Blackett. Your winner, Antoine Blackett of Fusion Athletics Club.
Hey, bye.
And I seem to have Jason somewhere down on the field here. Jason, are you with us?
Yeah, well, I'm hearing you. I'm not quite sure if you're going to hear me. If you're hearing me, let me know. Yes, I'm down on the field. Are you hearing me, Rondell?
I'm hearing you loud and clear, Jason.
All right. Well, we just had the completion of the girls' long jump, and the details on that very straightforward. I'm going to share it with you now. The details on the girls' long jump, coming in first with a distance of 5.51 meters. It was Brunel Thomas of the Ace Track Club. So Brunel Thomas of the Ace Track Club had a good jump of 5:01 on her second attempt, and after that, basically, she cruised into her last attempt, which got her 5.51. That's the best attempt. So she picked up the gold medal. And in second place, obviously, let's move to second place with a distance of 4.78 meters. 4.78 meters was Zena Bain, of the Finish Line Sports Club, Ziana Bain of the Finish Line Sports Club. She came in second place. And the bronze medal, of course, let's go to the bronze medal. The bronze medal with a distance of 4.75 meters went to Denisha Scott of St. David's. So that's the story for the girls' long jump. What we're going to do now, we're going to take you over to the short put. There's some short put taking place. We're going to zero in on that for you in just a little bit. And of course, we're going to talk javelin as well. So there's still a couple of field events happening down here at the National Stadium. We're going to zero in on it, and I'm going to check you back in just about 2 or 3 minutes. So Rondell, stay with us.
All right, Jason, good to hear from you down there. So we're going to keep our viewers updated as we go along. But congratulations to Brynell Thomas, a distance of 5.51. A few centimeters down from her best that she came in with, which is 5.60. But again, putting in the work and getting the results. She is your winner. So congratulations to her. So the boys, we've just seen the completion of the 1500 Open. And we say again, congratulations to Antoine Blackett of the Fusion Athletics Club. Time of 4 minutes. So good outstanding running there by the boys. Now we go to the girls. And that seemed to be the girls 800 open. So right here you have a final event being contested. So a pretty decent start. So the athlete in Tiana Joseph, she is setting the pace right here. Grenada Christian Academy. They go through the bell lap, meaning that it's a final lap. She seems to be extending her lead. So Joseph with a slight lead, seem to be closing ever so slightly by Panchu. Panchu just coming through there. Panchu looking pretty strong. Does Joseph have anything in the tank that can bring her to the gold medal? But so far it's Panchu running away from them. Bit of a competition there for second and third, but it's Panchu. It's Panchu. We have Ace, we have Boca Secondary. Sorry, Grenada Christian Academy, that is. But it's Panchu. Panchu opening up quite a gap. And Joseph has just enough to get herself into the second position. So good run there by Panchu from McDonald College. She's taken this event. It will be interesting to see the time that these ladies got or captured. But Panchu looking really strong, looking really well, coming in there. Really strong run from her. And that was the completion of the 800 open girls 800 meter open run. And congratulations to Peaches Panchu of the McDonald College. She's your winner. So we're getting closer and closer to the final events. We have a number of 100 meter events coming your way. Also have some 200 meter action for you. I know Jason is somewhere down on the field. As soon as he has something for us, we will go to him.
All right, yeah. Well, Randall, here's what I can tell you. We're into the second half of the boys open short put. Now, that is a grueling event, and I'll explain to you why. Because 15 participants started this one, and it has been narrowed down to 10. Now, they're into their fourth attempt. That's those going forward, because 5 would have dropped out, obviously, and now we're going into the fourth attempt. Now, we just had a throw from Kazim Telesford of St. David's, and he had some decent throws, some pretty decent throws, a best of 10.38 meters. Now, his fourth throw has brought him down to just under 10, 9.92. So nothing for him to worry too much about, because he has the capability to go above that. Whether or not lethargy is going to step in and prevent him, well, then that's a whole different story. But what I can tell you, obviously, moving up, is Devron Augustine of South City Rising Stars. He had a throw of a fourth attempt of a 12.01. He moved on to the next round. He had a best so far of 12.93. He did that
12.93 on his third attempt, and he's been consistent around the 12-meter mark, 12.01. Not bad at all. Noah Cummins, I think it is. Yes, that's Noah Cummins from the finish line. He just did 11.15. Now that's a good stretch for him because he's been hovering around 10 late, early 11. So he just did 11.15. So I'm saying all this to paint you the picture to tell you that going into the final round of this open shot put, it's going to be sticky. There's no clear-cut winner really when you check it. Yeah, we've had some late 11s, some early 11s, and some late 10s, but there's not much separation between the top to the bottom, so it can go anyway. Yes, we just had someone throwing 12. That looks like Deshaun Mason of St. David's. So St. David's giving a good account of themselves in this field event. 12.07. That's his best so far because he has been a consistent 11.5. 12.07. That's his best so far. So we're going to keep on monitoring that for you because this shot put has the potential to be very exciting, especially when it comes down to the final two throws. So stick around, we're going to monitor that for you. All right?
Okay, so there you had it. The boys' shot put getting close to the end. Boys throwing just over 12 meters seem to be the mark that would separate anybody into the 13s. Will definitely be a clear-cut winner. So far, the boys are throwing in the region of 12. So that's the field events taking place there for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting ready for another medal presentation.
So you see competitor 313, that's Hazard, he's up. Seem to be using the spin. Okay. So that's Hazard of the Grenada Boys Secondary School.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome P.S. Carly McCulkin in the Ministry of Home Affairs.
So keeping an eye on the shot put as we look at a decent throw there. Pretty decent throw there.
Medal presentation for event number 35, the boys high jump under 17. In third place, picking up the bronze medal, Nathan Braveboy. Nawasasas. 1.70 meters. Picking up the silver medal, Joshua Telesford from Fusion Athletics, 1.78 meters. And picking up the gold medal, Cheyenne Phillip, Classic Lighting, Westerhall Secondary School, 1.81 meters. Medal presentation for event number 35, the boys 1500 meter under 17. The bronze medal goes to Michael Thomas, McDonald College. The silver medal goes to Tayshawn Purcell, St. David's Track Blazers. And the gold medal goes to Keith Charles, Grenada Christian Academy. Ladies and gentlemen, medal presentation for event number 38, the boys 1500 meters open. In third place, picking up the bronze medal, Nickel John, MacDonald College. The silver medal goes to Nicholas Frederick of Finish Line. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Antoine Blackett, picking up the gold medal from Fusion Athletics. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say special thanks to the Permanent Secretary, Miss Colleen McQuilkin in the Prime Minister's Ministry. And congratulations to all the 1500-meter winners and the boys' high jump winners under 17. Congratulations, and we take you back to the 100-meter tracks.
Second position.
All right. Well, yeah, we've got the results of the girls' javelin throw, and the girls' javelin throw. Well, some very interesting stuff here. The girls' javelin throw open, and I'm saying interesting because you might find it strange, you may not. We've got the folks from St. David's picking up the gold medal, and I'll show you why that's important, because St. David's has been known as the home of javelin in this country, obviously because of Paul Phillip. But anyhow, we're going to get to that. Here's what. Candisha Scott of St. David's, she won the gold medal. She had a best throw of 43.26 meters. Now, she's been very consistent with around the 40s because she threw 42.28 on her third attempt, and then she's been hovering around the early 40s. But her best throw was 43.26, and that was the very first throw for her, 43.26. So she's maintained that, and that has picked up the gold medal. In second position this evening with a good throw of 42.91, not very far off at all. Guess what? Sabrina Alexander. Guess from where? St. David's. Yep, you guessed it correctly. All right, so she picked up the silver medal. Now, these two athletes have been at the top of a female javelin for quite some time. They've been going neck and neck. You remember them from Intercall, you remember them from Carifta Games last year and the year before that, and you remember them from national champs even before that. So they're no strangers to the podium. This is Alexander, she had a best throw of 42.91. She's been hovering around late 30s, early 40s, and this throw of 42.91 was her final throw. She dug deep and she pulled out and got the silver medal. The bronze medal went to Shania Thomas of Ace Track Club with a distance of 31.15. Now, there's some daylight between second and third, just maybe over 10 meters between second and third. A lot of daylight there, 31.15. And after that, moving down the table, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th. They've been in the 20s, the late 20s, but nothing really to compete between the silver medal and, of course, the gold medal. The gold medal and the silver medal, just under a meter separating that. So congratulations to Candisha Scott of St. David, throwing a distance of 43.26, picking up the gold medal. In second, 42.91 meters by Sabrina Alexander, also of St. David. And the third, 10 meters off, 31.15 from Shania Thomas of the Ace Track Club. That's the details from the women's open, the girls' open javelin. Thank you very much, Rondell, and I'm going to get some details on the shot put for you. The boys' shot put is taking place, and then I'm going to come right back once I get it. Thanks a lot.
All right, so there you had it. Jason giving us that comprehensive report there on the javelin throw. Candisha Scott, your gold medalist. I think once you hear the name Candisha Scott, you'd know her exploits. right here at this national stadium. Karifta, gold medalist. She's been our national champion for quite a while. And so it's good to see though Sabrina Alexander following in her steps. Sabrina, way back in primary school, would have been doing this event and over the years has done really well at it. And so congratulations to her. Again, a throw of 42.91 meters. So it says that she's moving up, and she's moving up pretty quickly, and that's good to see. So the javelin throw for females being completed. I know St. David's will be happy. Still continue to look at the boys' shot put, and we are eagerly awaiting the final round. It seems like the final round, so it boils down to the better throwers. You're looking at Kadim Telesford. Seems to be the athlete next in.
So I will stand up on this side. I'll stand up on this side. Right. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. That is your friend here for. See that with the friend.
And there he is, setting himself. And really pushing that one. A decent throw in there. It will be interesting to see the mark. .26. No, Jason will be impressed by what he's seeing down there. So tell us what seemed to be the leader in that event. .621, Kazim Telesford. Good throw there by Kadim. So Kazim not throwing as far as Kadim, but still getting a pretty good throw in.
Which one is Kadim?
So Kadim would be the leader there. And that seemed to be Devon Augustine, if I'm not mistaken. And that would be a foul throw, just throwing out the arc. And this, the shot put, you have to make sure that the ball stays within the arc.
Record stands at 12.2 seconds. Set back in 2001 by Nisha Sankam. We have a record in this field. We'll find out. Lane number 1, representing
Again, a pretty decent throw there.
Sarah Sandy. Lane
We go to the track.
Lane number 4, representing Go2 Track Club, Sophia Stevens. Lane number 5, representing St. David's Track Blazers, Tishwana Bascom. Lane number 6, representing McDonald College, Sinaya St. Louis. Lane number 7, representing St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Brianna Charles. And lane number 8, representing Carriacou, Caleb Allen. This is your field for the finals of the under 15 girls 100-meter dash.
So it's the 100-meter dash, girls under 15. Pretty competitive field. We saw these athletes go through the prelims, and now they're at the all-important final. Boils down to execution, composure, and the ability to execute a flawless race.
We've got last year's bronze medalist in this field, lane number 3, Rihanna Thomas, representing South India Rising Stars. And the fastest time coming to these finals is Tishwana Bascom of St. David's Track Blazers. To be more than once to watch, it means under 15 girls, 100-meter dash, finals.
It's going to be an interesting one. We're going to keep our eyes on the center of the track. 4, 5, and 6. And they're off. And who is it? Who is it? Really interested. It's St. David's Track Blazer. It seemed to be South City in second. Clear-cut winner there in St. David Track Blazers. Pascal just running away from everyone.
Is the 100-meter dash under 15 girls.
I think she went in with the fastest time and has certainly executed a pretty decent race.
The anticipation builds. Eyes are fixed on the big screen. And we await the official timeout.
So we're going to look for the results.
Let's see what the times look like.
So Tishwana Bascom, St. David Track Blazers, 12.77. Your gold medalist. The girls 100 meter under 15. Rian Thomas coming in there second. A really good run there by the top 3 athletes. Shauna was all the way out there. Leaving the pack, but we had a pretty tight squeeze there for second and third. So it's finals, finals, finals. Right here on the first day of track and field here at the Kiryani James Athletic Stadium in the 2024 edition of the Ariza National Championship. Number of events, final events happening at this time. And we've just witnessed one of them. And that of the under 15 girls 100 meters. Coming up next will be the boys under 15 100 meters. Again, a very interesting event. Have the likes of Deron Dumont, Michael Aberdeen, Giovanni Green, Nathaniel Alfred, Kenton Worm, Dante Oliver. I think we still would have the... So we see a bit of long jump happening there. Just gonna try to get Jason, wherever he is, to see if he can give us a little update as to what is going on down there. As we await the under 15 boys. So a legal jump there. So it's the boys long jump open on your screen. And again, this is a final event. So the winners here with top three will be your winners.
As they make their way around the track, we're getting set for the start of the under 15 boys 100 meter dash. See you have a horse in this race. We're going to race on representing St. Andrews and Wicked Secondary. Let's hear it for Delron Dumont. Lane number 2 representing the McDonald College, Michael Aberdeen. Lane number 3 representing Finish Line Sports Club, Giovanni Green. Lane number 4 representing Classic Lighting West Hall Secondary, Anthony O'Daniel. Lane number 5 representing South City Rising Stars, Nathaniel Alfred. Lane number 6 representing 473 MVP, Javin Noel. Lane number 7 representing Grenada Boys Secondary, Kenton Worm. And lane number 8 representing the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Dante Oliver. That's your stop list in the 100 meter dash under 15 boys. The record, 10.70 seconds. Set back in 2003 by Mikhail Joseph. Can you imagine the standard for the career for under 17 boys, the 10.8 seconds.
So we're looking here at the 100 meter under 15 boys final. It's a keenly contested final, I can tell you. The boys are eager. They've all had a decent run in the prelims. And now it's down to the best of the best. Keep your nerve, keep your composure. Make sure that you relax and get yourself across that line. We just have a false start there. So it's tense, I can tell you. They are eager. They've all had some really impressive runs in the prelims, and so I know that, as we always say, every second will count.
We haven't had these athletes qualifying. We haven't had the times for them. These athletes qualifying for the boys 100 meter under 15. But what I can tell you is that the field looks very interesting. Delaron Dumont, as you said, from the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School, Michael Aberdeen, Giovanni Green, Anton Daniel, Nathaniel Alfred, Jared Noel, Kendon Worm, Dante Oliver. This is the athlete in lane number 7. That looks like Worm.
Yeah, so it seems to be Worm and
Aberdeen. Oh, wow. Yeah, Michael Aberdeen of MacDonald College and Kendon Worm of the Grenada Boys Secondary School. They're no longer in this. This is what tension does to you. All right, so here we are. Coming out of the middle of the pack, lane 6, Javid Noel and Nathaniel Alfred of South City Stars. They might just very well be the two to look at. Alfred and Noel. Nathaniel Alfred and Javid Noel. It's a good start this time. They're off. Alfred is making a run for it now. This looks like Alfred. No, he's going to be upset here. This is going to be huge. Running out of lane 3. Lane 3, that looks like a Giovanni Green. Giovanni Green of Frontline Sports got to the front line first. Now that was an upset because in as much as we knew what Giovanni Green was capable of, everyone, our eyes here in the commentary booth, our eyes was on Nathaniel Alfred and Jared Noel. But that's an upset in the making. The boys on the 15. 1, 2, 3. That looks like a Giovanni Green of Frontline or Finish Line Sports picking up the gold medal.
Yeah, good run by him. The athletes in lane 5 seem to have stuttered somewhat, just looking to regain his balance. Yeah, I think he had a misstep. And so definitely...
Well, that is what the track does to you. You're going to have a misstep if you're not focused, if the transference of your weight is not in tune, because this track, in as much as it can help you, it's very unforgiving. Any little thing, you're going to be penalized for it. There we have the final scores for you. 11.53 Finish Line Sports. Giovanni Green picking up the gold medal. Nathaniel Alfred of South City Rising Stars coming in second, 11.59. And Javid Noel, 473 MVP, coming in third, 11.74.
Yeah, really good run there by Green. I think we saw him in the prelims. He looked really good, and he was able to, just keep his composure. We remember we spoke about him and the flat-footed running, but it seemed to be able to get him across the line.
Well, he's running flat-footed, and then just as he did in the preliminaries, he was leaning, the head was leaning to the left. Now, he may not see it at this stage, but that slows you down just a little bit. And then, of course, as you said, running flat-footed. When you start to run from your heel, it holds you back, especially in a track like this. Because of the cushion, it holds you back. But if you go on the ball of your feet, that transference of energy and weight assists you in pushing forward. He's going to learn that as time goes on. At this stage, he's got to learn it, but he's got to learn it quickly. But a good run nonetheless by him, and once he gets the technique and everything right, he's going to be something to contend with.
Yeah, definitely he will go faster, and so we look forward to him. We will try to make sure that you keep a little eye out for them as they continue to grow. These are the under 15 boys, so they have a long way to go still in terms of their athletics career, and so they can only build from here.
Well, good run there by Giovanni Green. Nathaniel Alfred picking up silver, and Javid Noel 473 MVP coming in third. All right, well, let's go to the start list now, because this is where the big boys are coming out to play, like we call them, the big boys, in the 100-meter dash under 20. This is a packed field here now. The girls under 20. The girls under 20. Yeah, this is a packed field. I tell you why. Kamali Phillip, Finish Line Sports Club. She's in lane 1. The house announcer has the lane assignments. Well, those are the lane assignments there. Kamali Phillip, Brianelle Thomas, Aliana Dikoto, Talia Sampson, Kurdine Phillip, Rhea Flanders, Zena Belfon, and Rihanna Frederick. What's your pick coming into this one?
Well, the field has been tight. Looking at the prelims, I think these girls had some really nice time going in, so it could go anywhere. My viewpoint here, lanes 3, 4, 5, and 7. I think these girls were pretty impressive going into the prelims, and so we may look at them, but really and truly, anyone in that field, I think once they have a pretty good execution, can come up trumps.
Keep your eyes on lane 2. I'm thinking Brunel Thomas of Ace Track Club. Now, I looked at her in the prelims, and what she did in the prelims was shut down a lot earlier than she should have. It did affect her time, of course, so she found herself in an outer lane, so to speak. Now, in the 100, you want to find yourself in the middle of the pack where you can gauge what's happening on your left and on your right. But Brunel Thomas from Ace Track Club, she was, she penalized herself more than anything else, really. And now she's in lane 2, but take not for granted, because she has the ability to really explode. There she is. All right, she's calm, collective, but a dangerous athlete. Right next to her is Kamali Phillip from Finish Line Sports. Phillip looks a little bit, am I going to make it? Am I not going to make it? She needs to get her beast mood on, that kind of thing. At this stage of the game, you don't want to show any signs of tentativeness, or, you don't want to show any signs of fear. Yeah, they're going to eat you up on this one. Let's go to lane 3. Aliana Dikoto. She has been running really well, not just this year, but even last year and the year before that. She's done pretty well there. She's focused. Eyes zeroing in on the finish line, and it tells you that she doesn't care what's happening on her left and on her right. She's ready to go. Celia Sampson, in lane 4. Karine Phillip, Rihanna Flanders, Belfon, and Frederick. That makes up the field. The girls 100 meters under 20.
They're really focused.
That's a good clean start. Everybody's up, maybe up a little up too early. Now some separation is going to come. Let's see where the separation has come from. Guess who? It's coming from lane 2. The separation comes from lane 2. She's moving ahead. That's Brynell Thomas. But here comes the athlete running out of lane number 6. That's Rhea Flanders. Rhea Flanders from 473. Just nipping Thomas right there with just about 15 meters to go. She surged ahead and just got to the finish line. That was a really impressive run by Zena Belfon.
And that's what I'm saying, Jason. You have to keep your eyes across this park, because we said 4, 5, 6, you said 2, but look at lane 7 in Flanders, just being able to really just get that bit of momentum coming to the end. The last, let's put it to 20 meters there, she just generated enough speed to get her past that finish line. A really good run from her.
I think what costed Brynell Thomas on that one was her form. She didn't keep her form at all. She had a really good form coming into this race, but just about there she started to lose her form and her body started to go all over the place. And once you start to do that, the athlete that keeps form is going to come all the way through. And here we see it. Nice stride, moving forward, and just well, swinging the arms all over like if she's going swimming at the last 5 meters. But by that time, it was already written on the wall.
Yeah, very much so. But again, what is interesting is that the separation. I think the rest of the field, it's really tight. The rest of the field, I'm looking at second through to maybe about 5th or 6th. It's really, really close. And so while Flanders separated herself, I think the rest of the pack, this is where, the anticipation is to see who it is. There you see Flanders. She's gone. She's way ahead. Seems to be Thomas in second, but we're not the officials. We're going to see the official results shortly. But looking at the monitors, Jason, it seems really tight.
Yeah, well, it was Thomas, of course. It was a very close second and third. But Brynell Thomas just being edged out because Rhea Flanders of a 4.73 in a time of 12.40, and Brynell Thomas of Ace Track Club second, 12.56, and right on her heels, Kerdine Phillip of St. David's Trackblazers picking up the bronze medal, 12.59.
Yeah, as you look at the times there, it's really, really tightly packed there. Can't separate them. A really good run by these athletes. They lived up to the expectation. I knew it was going to be a tight one. Flanders, congratulations to her. She was just able to edge herself away from the rest of the field and ensure that there is no contention in terms of who is number 1 in the under 20 girls 100 meters.
All right, well, that one is in the history books, and Rhea Flanders has written her name in the history books for 2024. And now let's head back over to the track, because guess what? It's time for the boys under 20. Now, this one is going to be devastatingly quick. Here's why I'm telling you this. We've got some big ones in this one. The boys under 20. Let's go to the lane assignments. Let's go downstairs for the lane assignments.
Boys 100-meter dash under 20s. Boys 100-meter dash under 20 finals. Games record in this event, 10.40 seconds. Set back in 2004 by Marlon Martin. Crafter standard, 10.60 seconds. Lane number 2, representing 473 MVP, Joshua Richard. Lane number 3, representing Ace Track Club, Kyle Ned. Lane number 4, representing Ace Track Club, Shaquille Toussaint. Lane number 5, representing Fusion Athletics, Samuel Green. Lane number 6, representing 473 MVP, Intercall bronze medal, Carifta bronze medalist, Ethan Sam. Lane number 7, representing Ace Track Club. Intercall medalist, character athlete, Tyreek McSween. Lane number 8, representing Grenada Boys Secondary. Intercall silver medalist, Emilio Bishop. That's your start list. That's your start list for the under-20 boys, 100-meter dash.
Well, Mikel Redhead is out of this one for St. David's Track Blazers. But this field here is by no means a joke. All right, Richards in lane 2, Ned in 3, Toussaint in 4, Green in 5, Sam in 6, McSween in 7, Bishop in 8. Now, I'm not going to pick one because Bishop, he won his heat, but he looked a little bit heavy coming to the finish line. Ethan Sam, I've seen him do better. No, they're off. That's a good, clean start. Everybody's up and out. And here we go. This looks like the athlete. This looks like Fusion. This looks like Green. This looks like Green. Green has won. Green has won. Samuel Green of Fusion Athletics has won the boys under 20, and he did so with a lot of daylight.
Yeah, really outstanding run. I think we all saw it. He was composed. Why Sam? You could see Sam running his race in the prelims. He shut down early, but Green made a statement, and he's repeated the statement that he's made earlier.
Yeah, this guy ran an awesome race, and he kept his composure. If you notice, when he started his race, he didn't surge ahead too quickly. He kept his transference really good. The transference of weight, he stayed low for a long time, and then by the time he got up, it was powering all the way through, and that is just sheer muscular strength in the legs and upper body pumping, pushing him through the finish line, and then the separation came. Ethan Sam knew it was over by the time there was 20 meters to go. He knew it was over. He knew he was in for the silver medal.
Yeah, definitely. Really well executed. Really well executed.
10.51.
So he has just qualified himself for the Carifta Games. Samuel Green, outstanding run. We must congratulate him. I think the execution of his race was really on point, and this is what it comes down to. You know, when you have really quick finalists, this is what it comes down to. It's about the execution. He did just what he had to do. You can see the knees as they went up, the turnover in the legs, everything was just on point. And so congratulations to him.
All right, I tell you what, we're going to take a look at that race again, because that race says a lot. This race that we just witnessed there, the boys 100 meters, we're going to take a look at it again now, but we're going to go back to the start. It might be best if we go back to the start, because remember we said earlier on that this track is going to be good to you as long as you're good to it, as long as you're good to yourself. And if we go back to the start of the race, you'd realize that even when he started the race, he kept low. His body weight was properly transferred, putting a lot of pressure at the very start on his legs and gripping, but moving forward and pulling himself forward from his toes, from the ball of his feet. He was pulling himself forward, and then by the time he got up with about 60 meters to go, it was all over and done. But he really won this race, and he was able to build on what he did because of the way he started.
Yeah, the explosive start, Jason, it's something that you have to train for. You know, you have to train yourself to be explosive at the start, to get that really quick movement out of the blocks, and then as you begin to settle, you get the knees up, and that momentum that you've built at the start is able to push you forward.
Yeah, so Green, Samuel Green, upsetting everybody and pulling through because of his good form. Now, let's go to the boys 100 meter dash 20 and over. Delron Richardson, Christian Gabriel, Neil Peters, Siobhan Charles, Akel Francis, Melvin Charles, and Josiah Cooper. The lane assignments. Let's go downstairs for that.
Lane number 4, representing St. David's Track Blazers. Christian Gabriel. Lane number 6, South City Rising Stars, your current record holder, Neil Peters. Lane number 7, representing St. David's Trailblazers, Shavin Charles. That's your start list for the 100-meter dash, 20 plus males.
So just 4 of them in this. The rest of the field is off. And just the 4. Lanes 2, 4, 6.
I'm looking forward to the contest between lane 6 and 7. That's Hector and Peters.
They're off. That's a good clean start. The current record holder is in trouble almost immediately. Here we come out of the middle of the pack, but here comes the upset. This is good running out of lane 7, you'd call it. That's Charles, Siobhan Charles of St. David's Trailblazers. He came from out of nowhere and took everybody out of it.
I really love the contest between the two. I think the record holder and the Hector, they've had their, they really had their battles over the years. And so it's important that, whoever gets the ascendancy, and Hector, Charles just showed that he has the edge on Peters. And so a good execution, good run.
10.55. Guess what that means? So Shavin Charles is en route.
Yep.
Is en route to Carifta. 10.55. St. David's Trailblazers. He came from out of nowhere just when you thought that Christian Gabriel had it all covered. Just when we thought Christian Gabriel had it all covered, because Gabriel came out like a rocket. Gabriel used his long legs and his stride, and he came out like a rocket, and we all thought that it was all over. But guess what? Shavin Charles had other ideas.
Yeah, got a really good start there, but Charles was able to just, he came out a bit slowly off the block, right? But he was able to really accelerate through the race, and that's where you can see the strength that he possesses in the stride, in terms of his, you look at how he strides and he really pushes himself forward, and having that top end speed, as we would call it, just to get past the athlete that was in front of him, and executing a brilliant race.
Yeah, a lot of these athletes, how you start this race is going to determine a lot, because you've got to stay down and use your energy, that transference of that potential energy. You're going to have to use that for as long as you can, staying low. And that's one of the main reasons why that 80-meter mark has been placed, because once that 80-meter mark is placed, now what it does is that it gives the athlete an opportunity to know where they're at and how soon they can come up. So that in itself, that 80-meter mark, it's, while it can be used as a marker for an 80-meter dash, it's more so important for the athletes running the 100 meters, because now they're able to gauge where they're at and what they want to do based on where they're at.
Yeah, and that's really important, being able to gauge your race and know exactly when, you need to really do what. That's pretty important. And the more experienced you are at events like these, the 100, the 200, the more you can really showcase that. And it all boils down to, as we said, execution, because you already have the skill, you have the knowledge of what to do, when to do. So it's just execution, holding your form, ensuring that you can accelerate when you need to, and you have a perfect race.
All right. Oh, we're getting ready to pull the curtains down on day one. It has been a long day. We had a scheduled 11 o'clock start, but that didn't happen. We started just about an hour later, and as a result, it has brought us to a late finish. But we still have a few more events which need to run off tonight. Lighting wouldn't be a problem. We have the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful St. George's, Grenada. A well-lit facility, so that's not going to be an issue. It's whether or not the organizers believe that we can go through the night, if they're going to make any adjustments on the fly. We've got a couple of medal presentations to come before the evening is over, before we call it a day. We've got that to do as well.
Yeah, so far we've done pretty well. I think the athletes will be proud of what they've accomplished. Those that have completed their final events, I know they will feel accomplished. The fact that you've put in all the hard work, you can see it pay off. This is motivation for them to go back and to continue their training.
A pretty decent crowd has gathered here for the national champs, and today being Saturday, it's not a bad turnout for a Saturday at all. We anticipate a much larger audience tomorrow, and this of course being the first major track event here on the new tracks being laid down at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And we've got the primary school games coming up, the private primary school games, the intercore games, and then of course Carifta 51 is going to be held right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in Grenada. So this track has a lot of work in store for it, and I'm quite sure that it will live up to it. You ever had the opportunity of going down and feeling the track yet, Randall?
Yeah, I had an opportunity to walk on it a bit earlier today before we got started, and it does feel really good. Close assessment of it, it does give you, the feel like you want to just be lifting and bounding, and it brings that really springy feeling to it. And so I know a lot of the athletes, once, as we recognize, once they use the proper form, they will get some really decent timing coming into this season, more or less.
Well, as Curlin Peters, the director, the sports coordinator, was saying, in as much as we've been blessed with this new track being laid, it has hindered the progress of the training ability of some of the athletes, because they've been training at other facilities that does not have this synthetic track. But nonetheless, they're going to use the opportunity to get in as much as they can. So know that it is going to be utilized a lot in the next coming days.
Yeah, and you want to make sure that your athletes who achieve the Carifta standard, you want to ensure that they get a feel of this track as much as they can. Let as much of their training as possible should really, be surrounded with the track in mind. The number of competitions to come, you also have the intercall games.
All right, let's go trackside for the lane assignments for the girls 200-meter dash under 17.
Benjamin. Lane number 7, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Chadeja Walcott. And lane number 8, representing St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville, Kenaya Phillip. That's your start list for the under 17 girls 200-meter dash finals. Carifta standard 24.50 seconds, and the games record 24.09, set back in 2015 by Melanie Rodney. What's in store for us in these finals?
So as we get set to witness the 200-meter dash final, really interesting one here. So we see Egypt. Benjamin, I think she's one of the favorites there. But you cannot put anything past any of these girls because it's all about execution, and they're off. Who will execute? Who would be the better at executing their race? Chandler, it's St. David's Trailblazers. Who's going to get it? Who is going to get it as they come to the line?
Well, John wins. Sade John, and Chandler comes in second. Sade John just on the tape, showing some strength, and it was in fact an awesome run by both athletes, John and Chandler.
Yeah, definitely. John coming in, she was impressive in her qualifying. So was Chandler. So was Egypt. And I think John just having the strength, having that execution just on point, knowing just as we were talking, Jason, when to do what. I think this is what she executed well and coming up trumps.
Yeah, well, it was more of a brilliant technical race more than anything else. It was about gauging when to kick, when to hold, and that kind of stuff. It was more of that kind of race than anything else, because she does have the ability to blaze out from the top, but she didn't do that, John, and she held her own, Sade John, and got to the finish line at 24.81. Amaya Chandler, Finish Line Sports, 24.99, and Egypt Regis Benjamin of 473 MVP, 25.08.
Yeah, good run, really good run. I think the girls, they really lived up to the expectation. We looked at them during the qualification rounds and they all looked impressive. Top three in each heat. You can see that was the top three coming across the line. And John just edging them out, having a better technical race. Again, the fact that you can really, get out of the blocks with a good momentum, your ability to hit the curve is something that you can't take for granted in the 200 meters. We have to know how to hit that curve and really get ourselves, in place to straighten up and really give it a good kick going up that stretch. So a really good executed race by John, and so deservedly she is the 200-meter champion.
All right, well, that's in the history books. Let's go to the boys 200 meter under 17, and the final list. We're going to go downstairs to get that once the house announcer is ready. But the boys under 17 200 meter dash, getting ready for this one. This one is proposed to be a scorcher as well.
Yeah, really, we need to keep our eyes on lane 4.
Who's in lane 4? That's Caliste, Christophe Caliste of the St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary School, SAS. Had the opportunity to take in parts of SAS sports this year, and SAS in their sports meet, it was highly competitive, got to say that. There was no sort of daylight between first and second in the sprint events in particular, and SAS represented well at their sports. The four houses represented well. And then there's a notion going around. I heard my good friend Leslie Smith, who is a former SAS student, making the comment that anytime Yellow House wins SAS sports, SAS wins Intercall. And if that's holding true to form, well then maybe the boys from the GBSS or the PBC or the St. David's Catholic Secondary will have something different to say about it. Let's go to the lane assignments.
Lane number 4, representing St. Andrew's Anglican Lincoln Secondary, Christophe Caliste. Lane number 5, representing South City Rising Stars. You saw his exploits in the preliminaries. What have you got in these finals? Cameron Matlin. Lane number 6, representing South City Rising Stars, Josh Thomas. Lane number 7, representing St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Deron Sincere. And lane number 8, 473 MVP, Rishon Daniel. Under 17 boys 200 meter dash finals. Career standard 22 seconds. Games record 21.0 seconds. Set back in 2008 by our national hero Kirani James.
Is that record under threat? 21.07. Is that under threat, you believe, here?
I don't think it's under threat. We can't expect any of the three within lane 4, 5, 6 to come close to it. We've seen some decent runs from the boys in the prelims, and so we were expecting that, you know, it's going to be competitive. I think we had a time of, if I'm not mistaken, we had a 22, somewhere around there. So we're expecting a bit of competition. Maybe if the boys are pushed well enough, maybe we can see a 21, but I'm looking at around 22.
All right. Well, let's see. So Jaden in 2, Nixon in 3, Caliste in 4, Mathlin in 5, Thomas in 6, Sincere in 7, and they are off. And let's see what's going to happen here. Caliste is stretching long, but look at Nixon coming out of lane 3. Nixon out of lane 3, but here we go. Oh, this looks like the person in lane 5. That looks like Mathlin or Thomas. So here we come down to the end now. There's a whole lot of separation here. And yeah, guess what? No surprise. Coming out of lane 5, Cameron Mathlin, the current champion, repeating and doing the damage. He was sitting on his starter, just relaxing, knowing that he's got something as a surprise for everybody. And Cameron Mathlin came through with a whole lot of space between 1 and 2. And there was no chance of catching him, not even a little bit.
Yeah, really good executed race, really wonderfully executed. You can see from the onset he was just relaxed. He was not worried. He knew what he can do, and he backed himself, and you can see the confidence, you know, he had just as he left the blocks. Yeah, he just sped away from the competitors, and no one could really get to catch him.
Oh, it was a good run. For sure.
So it's 21.97.
So Cameron Mathlin of South City Rising Stars, 21.97. Canik Nixon of Fusion Athletics, 22.59. And Josh Thomas of South City Rising Stars, 22.88. So South City Stars picking up gold and bronze, and separated by Fusion Athletics in the person of Canik Nixon.
So the excitement is really here. It's the finals of the day's events. All the prelims that we had during the morning, we're seeing now the finals of these events.
This young Canik Nixon guy, you've got to pay attention to him. He's a brilliant athlete. Let's go down to the starters list. The starters now for the girls 200 meters open. The girls 200 meter under 17. Sorry. Kamaya Alexander is running out of lane 2. Rachel Etienne in 3. Sophia Cox in 4, Azuri Isaac in 5, and Thalia Desant in 6.
Lane number 3, Subsidy Rising Stars, Rachel Etienne. Lane 4, Finish Line Sports Club, Sophia Cox. Lane 5, Citizens Convent St. George's, Azuri Isaac. Lane number 6, St. David's Trailblazers, Thalia Desant. First batch, the Heptathlon Girls 200-meter dash.
So this is the Heptathlon Girls 200-meter. So they're basically running for points here. And we'd love to have the scores from the heptathlon, but we've not received that yet. So we'd love to have the scores to end the day's activities. The crowd has filtered out for the most part. That's over on the cricket stadium side. That view you're seeing there, that's at the top of the 200 meters. And the main stand is still loaded. And 200 meters of the girls heptathlon, and immediately coming out of lane 3, immediately Rachel Etienne has stepped up, and she's covered some ground. It's going to be a close one. Running out of lane 6, this looks like Tatiela Desant. So Desant will power all the way through to the end. Desant will win the 200-meter girls heptathlon, and Etienne will come in second. So Kamaya Alexander will come in third, but that's your winner for the girls 200-meter heptathlon. That's Thalia Desant.
Yeah, good run from Desant. Again, I think she understood that the closer you run to your personal best, it's the more points that you get. So she didn't waste time. She got across and showed that she executed a race from start to finish, that she can get across that line as fast as she can to make as many points as possible. Again, it will be interesting to see what the position of these athletes at the end of the day. 27.50. So definitely Desant putting loads of daylight. Even if it's night, she has put loads of daylight between herself and Etienne, who is in second position.
Yeah, well, we're going to have some relays coming up, of course, as you're hearing from the house announcer. So this is a field of Walters in 2, Fletcher 3, Langine 4, Ramsey 5, and Lambert 6.
So these girls have had a long day, Jason. They had quite a few events. You see the field being charged there by the official. So anyone else infringing just maybe may find themselves out of the event.
So the entire field is on notice here.
Yeah.
They're not express fast, so no need for a false start. They're not express quick. The girls have heptathlon, and the action appears to be coming from lane 4. That's Langine. She came around the curb just ahead of everybody. She's starting to lock up now. She's starting to lock up now. Is it going to be enough? It's just about enough. It's just about enough. Started to show signs of struggling as she came off the curve, but momentum and upper body strength got her through to the finish line in this one. Destiny Langine.
Yeah, I think she had the physical strength. That is what carried her across. You can see the legs seem to be tired, the body just swaying a little bit, but she tried her best to just keep that composure, you know, keep herself and the momentum that she has going forward and executing a decent enough race to give her the first position. Again, what is important would be the time that she's completed this event in.
Oh, well, points is important. 29.40. That almost felt like an eternity. 29.40.
So these girls, at the end of the day, they will want to go in and get some rest. Look forward to completing the next set of events that they have come tomorrow. The heptathlon is a pretty grueling event. Especially for these ladies. They have to run, they have to jump, they have to throw. And so, again, I often say once you may not be strong in one event, but you can always utilize your strength or your strong areas to help you to gain points.
All right, we've got some prizes to hand out, medal presentation. That's always important to give the athletes their time on the podium. Let's go downstairs for it.
Medal presentation for event number 35, the boys high jump, under 17. Correction, that's the girls 800-meter run open, event number 36. Picking up the bronze medal, Joshani Fortune, Ace Track Club. The silver medal goes to Tiana Joseph, Grenada Christian Academy. And the gold medal goes to Peaches Panchu, McDonald College. The winning time, 2 minutes, 37.9 seconds. Event number 39, the boys shot put. In third place, Bavondre Nelson, Runners Athletic Club, 12.51 meters. The silver medal goes to Devon Augustine, South City Rising Stars. And the gold medal goes to Kadeem Telesford of the St. David's Track Blazers. A distance of 14.23 meters. Medal presentation for event number 41. The girls' javelin throw open. Picking up the bronze medal, Shania Thomas of Ace Track Club, 31.15 meters. The silver medal goes to Serena Alexander from the St. David's Track Blazers, 42.91 meters. And the gold medal goes to Candisha Scott, again from the St. David's Track Blazers, a distance of 43.26 meters. Medal presentation for event number 15, the boys 100-meter dash, under 15. In third place, Javid Noel, 473 MVP, a time of 11.74 seconds. The silver medal goes to Nathaniel Alfred from the South City Rising Stars, 11.59 seconds. And the gold medal goes to Giovanni Green out of Finish Line Track Club, a time of 11.53 seconds. Event number 16, the girls 100-meter dash under 20 and 20 plus. In third place, picking up the bronze medal, Kadeen Phillip from the St. David's Track Club, 12.59 seconds. In second position, picking up the silver medal, Brunel Thomas from the Ace Track Club. And the gold medal goes to Rhea Flanders from 473 MVP, a time of 12.40 seconds. Medal presentation for the boys 100-meter dash under 20. The bronze medal goes to Emilio Bishop from the Grenada Boys Secondary School. The silver medal goes to Ethan Sam, 473 MVP, one of our Carifta stars from 2023, a time of 10.69 seconds. And the winner, Samuel Green, out of the Fusion Athletics, 10.51 seconds. Event number 20, the boys 100-meter dash, 20 plus. Third place, picking up the bronze medal, Neil Peters, South City Rising Stars. The silver medal goes to Christian Gabriel from the St. David's Track Blazers, a time of 10.64 seconds. And the gold medal goes to Shavid Charles from the St. David's Track Blazers, a time of 10.55 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, make some noise. And we want to say special thanks to the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Mental Health, former Carifta and Intercall champion, Miss Kim Frederick. Congratulations, everyone. And we take you back to the track for more action.
Congratulations to all of the medalists from this medal presentation. Next up on the track, we've got the finals. Finals of the 400-meter dash. 400-meter dash under 20 plus boys.
All right,
this is the final call for all
the finals of the girls 400-meter dash under 20. Kamali Phillip, Francesca Henry, Kishwana Phillip. You're all there. So we're going to run through the starters list for you once the house announcer is ready. But the girls' 400-meter dash that's coming up. And right after that, of course, the boys on the 20. And then we've got the girls over 20 and the boys over 20. And that will bring us possibly to the relays before we call the curtains on day one.
So again, we're looking forward to a pretty competitive 400 meters. Shafania Houston is in that race, and she represented Grenada at the Carifta Games last year in that event.
Shafania, she's from the Anglican High School, I think it is. She did pretty well last year in Intercall. So she's no stranger to the big stage.
I think we saw Tiana Joseph also having a pretty decent event also, so definitely there will be some competition. And she's coming in with possibly a really good time.
Shafania Houston.
Shafania Houston. She's a big name in this one. Also Kishana Phillip, Francisca Henry, Kamali Phillip. And that's going to make up the list basically for this 400-meter finals, girls under 20. So 4 in the finals. Maybe the other thought it was a little too gruesome to attempt. It's been a long day for us, Clyde Rondell, John.
Yeah, pretty long day for everyone here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. But
well, there's some separation early up now. This looks like Henry, Francesca Henry, is making a run for it. She's eclipsed Phillip, but Shafania Houston is out there in front. You might look as if she has a lead, but that's until they come around the final bend. Shafania Houston is coming off the bend ahead of everybody, and you know, she's got some daylight between first and second. Now she's going to depend on a whole lot of upper body strength, but she's well challenged there, properly challenged by Phillip, Kishana Phillip, but nothing to worry about too much. She stretches the lead, and Houston wins, and Phillip comes in second, and the third, just on the edge of it, is Francesca Henry. So that's the story. 1, 2, 3. Houston winning comfortably, Phillip second, and Henry third.
yeah, really good execution there. You can see Houston looking really composed, looking, efficient, not really expending too much, just making sure that she executes a pretty decent, flawless race, trying to keep the strides, just intact and make sure that everything is in place. So really a good run by her. Not much challenge. Phillip from Trackblazers, she really tried her best to put some competition to Houston, but Houston was just in a league of her own. You can see it there. not really being challenged much. It says a lot. It says that, you know, the other athletes need to really come up trumps and really put some pressure on her. She wins pretty easy. I guess she trains hard, and as the saying goes, you train hard and you win easy.
56.75 running out of the outermost lane is not bad at all. I'm quite sure if she found herself in a position with a inner lane, it would have did her better in terms of her time, but she's picked up the gold medal, and that's sufficient for her today. Shifonia Houston, she's got a whole lot of other things ahead to look forward to.
Yeah, definitely. She has a few events that she's going to be a part of. And maybe she just wants to make sure that she gets through, you know, these rounds as easy as possible.
We're going to get the start list now for the under 20 boys. Let's go down to the house announcer for the starters list.
Track blazers, Keelan Moses. Lane number 3, 473 MVP, Carifter athlete, take on Peterkin. Lane number 4, 473 MVP, Devonnie Ferguson. Lane number 5, representing Ace Track Club, Joshim Sylvester. Lane number 6, representing Grenville Secondary School, Junior Alexander. Lane number 7, representing Fusion Athletics, Kenyon Stanislaus. And running out of lane number 8, unattached, Tyler Abraham.
So there you had it, the start list. Again, an event that quite a number of these athletes look forward to. Peterkin over the Intercall Games has had a really dominant run. And so many will be looking to him.
Oh, well, he has come off an injury. He's not been his full 100% since coming off injury, but he's no slouch. He's not to be taken lightly at all. This Peterkin, he's representing 473 MVP, just like Devonnie Ferguson. So Peterkin and Ferguson in 3 and 4 representing MVP. Keelan Matthews representing Track Blazers is in 2. And Quaynell Pierre, 473 again in lane 1. This is going to be a tight one. Alexander, Stanislaus, and Abraham make up the final 8. Now let's see where it is going to end. Immediately Peterkin has caught on to Ferguson. Some still pretty even. Things are still pretty even. We're not seeing any signs of exertion just yet. Things are pretty even. Now they come around the final bend. This is where we're going to start seeing some separation as they approach this juncture here. Now we're going to see who's made of what. And now folks are going to start to kick. Now this looks like Ferguson. Ferguson out in front. Peterkin is right there holding on to 3rd. But this looks like Ferguson. But here comes Peterkin. Peterkin right on his shoulder. Peterkin is right on his shoulder. Ferguson, Peterkin, Peterkin, Ferguson. Ferguson, Sylvester. Sylvester will take the lead. It looks like Sylvester. Josh and Sylvester will win. Now that was a race for the ages.
Yeah, really, really powerful run there by Sylvester. You can see they came off the curve, and the 3 boys were really neck and neck. You couldn't really decide. But late surge by Sylvester got him home. You look at Ferguson and Peterkin giving it their all, and Sylvester just able to really accelerate through that last 20, 30 meters. Coming home. Really well executed race there by Sylvester.
Sylvester ran an excellent race. Give him credit for that. He kicked just at the right time. I think Peterkin kicked just a little bit too early because he realized he was a little bit further back than he wanted to. And by the time he caught on to Ferguson, he had used too much gas in the tank. But in the meantime, this Sylvester was flawless in his approach, getting to 47.85. He kicked just at the right time, and he had just the right amount of energy and momentum to take him over the finish line. Kept his form, kept his composure, and found himself at 47.85 for the gold medal.
Yeah, really good execution. I think they again, we keep saying that, you know, the execution of the races really have to be on point, and I think Peterkin, recognizing where he was not really the place that he wanted to, and so he had to exert that energy. But what is important is the fact that he came from injury, as you said, Jason. This is more or less his first major competition, you know, so it gives him a good gauge as to going forward as the season prolongs, where he just may end up.
Yeah, well, he was there for Intercall last year. Wasn't 100%. In my mind, I don't think he has gotten back to it. And so maybe that's one of the reasons why he has been struggling. But to give all credit to Joshua Sylvester, Sylvester was absolutely amazing in this one. He didn't even show much signs of tiring and forcing and pumping. It means that he still has something in the tank, even if he's challenged even further.
Yeah, definitely. I quite agree. He looks pretty strong, and again, he knew his race. He knew the lane that he got and what is needed, and so he was able to, you know, execute one after the next, basically position himself so that he could put a challenge in to the two boys from MVP Track Club. So again, execution, being able to follow these things, this makes a big difference in terms of the one lap race.
Yep.
It's no longer an endurance, but it's a speed endurance. You have to be able to, you know, accelerate. You have to be able to maintain. You have to be able to, you know, really dig deep and put that little extra acceleration. So it takes a lot out of these athletes, I can tell you.
Good credit there to Joshua Sylvester. He ran an awesome race. Now let's go down to the starters list for the boys. 20 plus 400-meter dash. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4 athletes in this one. Ezron Smith of Speed Zone, Jelani Franklin of 473 MVP, Kyle Victor of South City, and Altitude Track Academy, Trayvon Andrew.
It's a clean start to the boys. 400-meter dash, 20 plus 473 MVP, Jelani Franklin.
Well, here goes Franklin. Franklin is out like a rocket. Franklin is out. Maybe he's looking for record time here because we're under 20 seconds, and already he's halfway down the back straight looking to come around. This guy looks to mean business here. 473 MVP, that's Jelani Franklin. Absolutely nothing in his hindrance now. He's coming around on the final straightaway. We are 39 seconds, and this could be a serious challenge between him and the record. Let's see where he's going to go. He's locking up, and that's not good for him. He's locking up South City Rising Stars, and the person of Kyle Victor is right on his heels, but he just made it to the finish line, Franklin, and Kyle Victor, a close second, a good comeback, but running out of track space.
Yeah, again, just a few more meters needed by Victor. I think, again, it goes down to his execution. He accelerated, but his acceleration just a little too late. I think Franklin has done just what is needed in order to win that event. Victor maybe leaving it a little too late to try and make that surge forward, and so he ends up in the second position.
51.24 for Jelani Franklin, and Franklin beating out Kyle Victor. South City Rising Stars made a late push for it, 51-51, running out of track space. It's a 400, it's not 405, and maybe another 5-10 meters would have sung a different song, but that's not the story. It's a 400 meter, and that's exactly what happened right there. The boys octathlon 400 meter, That's what you're seeing on the track now. So yes, the boys octathlon 400 meters.
Yeah, again, 400 meters for these boys that are coming at the end of the day. And that would be their fourth event for the day. And they would come back tomorrow for another 4 events. After having a long day to run that 400 meters, it does take quite a lot from you. And
well, they're running it on the lights and not under the sun, so that in itself might be a slight advantage.
well, you're quite right. But I'm telling you, to have to run, jump, and throw, and then run a 400 meter, it could be quite difficult. The legs are going to be tired, and the muscles, I can imagine the entire body now will be, just in a little bit of shock, having to go through these grueling events at a competitive atmosphere. So let's see how they would go.
Oh, my grandmother always says, you know what you're getting into. When you get it, take it, it's yours.
And tomorrow you would know who it belongs to when the final event is run.
I think we've got some, according to the event list for today, we had the event list says that we should be having some relays as well, or the medal ceremony. All right, so we're going to have the medal ceremony, and then of course we've got some relays to run off. The girls are 4x1 on this 15 and on the 17. The boys 4x1 on the 15 and on the 17, and the boys 4x1 20 plus. All right, up and away, and a good start there in lane 2 from Williams. Keep your eyes on Williams. Williams has made a good run. Whether or not he can sustain it, well, that's a different story. Aviel Williams. Keep your eyes on him. He's coming around in the blue and black. And on the inside of him, of course, is Zachary Sylvester of the South City Rising Stars running out of lane 1. Keep your eyes right there now as they come around the final bend. It looks like Sylvester. Sylvester has the lead coming off the curve. Sylvester will continue. Will he be caught? There's a challenge mountain here by Aviel Williams. Williams will just nip him right there with just about 15 meters to go. And Williams picking up the win there. And Zachary Sylvester from South City Rising Stars coming in second. So a good run from Aviel Williams. He started off blazing with at about 100 meters. And by the time he got to the back straight, he was in front, but lost his way just a little bit. Rested maybe even. And then found the energy to make the final push here now with just about 15, 20 meters to go. It was over, and he knew it.
Yeah, again, good surge. What he did well was ensure that he got himself into a pretty decent position coming off the 200-meter bend. And from there, he was able to just maybe relax a little bit as he conserved that energy to make that final kick towards the finish line. And eventually the momentum that he gathered as he entered the straightaway was able to help him to really propel himself past Sylvester. And he has won himself a 400-meter to come to the end of day 1 activities. And so he must feel proud of his day's accomplishment. To finish the 400 meters in that fashion says that he's a pretty strong athlete.
All right, well, what you're seeing on the track here now is the start of the boys under 17, 800 meters, I think it is. The 800 meters, the boys under 17, 800. That's what you're seeing on your monitor now, the start for the start of the 800 meters boys under 17.
I think that's the second batch of the octathlon boys.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. They have 2 batches, so I think that's the second batch.
Oh, and then the 800 under 17 will come.
Yeah.
All right, well, 4 eyes are better than 2. 2 heads are better than 1.
So again, just a reminder, it's the batch 2 of the octathlon boys. They're completing their 4th event for the day. And then they will go in and have some rest. Come back tomorrow to complete another 4 events before a champion is named.
Still pretty much even at this stage. It's too close to call. Nobody making a surge just yet. It's going to come. Just at the top of the 200. They're just crossing the top of the 200. This is where it's going to start to get interesting. Keep your eyes on lane 3, Kyle Lewis. Keep your eyes on lane 1. That's Aker and James. That's James in lane 1. Keep your eyes on him. James is in lane 1. He's going to power all the way through. He had a good lane. He has kept his form, kept his composure. James wins, and Lewis coming in second from lane 3.
Yeah, good execution again from James. You look at him in lane 1 and just doing just what he needs to do. Ensure that he gets himself, in that position where he has not expended too much energy coming around the first 300 meters, but he's able to, really from the time he broke the curve on the final straightaway, he had enough energy to propel him up that track. So really good pacing, good placement, of his ability, in terms of his ability to just place himself right there and then have that energy to kick towards the finish, coming in at a time of 51.58 at the end of 4 events for one day. It's a decent time.
Yeah, pretty decent time, of course. And he's done well. As you say, composure playing a significant role. Composure and form will get you to the podium, or gives you a better chance of getting to the podium on a track like this. 51.58 at the end of day 1 and at the end of 4 events in the octathlon. It's not a bad time at all. We're going to see the start of the girls 800 meter under 17. The girls 800 meter under 17. It's coming up. Then we get into the all-exciting relays. A long day we've had. We should have had an 11 o'clock start this morning. That didn't happen. We started closer to midday. And, of course, there was some slight interruptions in and between, ironing out a couple of kinks, of course. Nothing too devastating, but it has brought us to a late evening. It's just bordering on 22 minutes before 9 o'clock local time. To our friends around the world who's been tuned into our broadcast here, the TNR Communications broadcast of the National Athletic Championship in Grenada. Good evening to our friends in Jamaica who are tuned in, viewing us on our social media platforms. St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, Anguilla. We've got some folks out of Trinidad and Tobago, of course, who is following the live Facebook stream, the live feed from the Grenada Athletic Association and TNR Communications YouTube page. Good evening to you, and welcome to the land of spices, pure spices, and oil down.
So we're getting closer and closer to the end of the day. And these girls have a nice cool condition to run 800 meters, 2 laps. I think they will be relishing this time to be running the 800 meter.
Oh, well, you're going to take them through it. You've been expert at taking us through the 1500 and the 3000. So he's going to take us through the 800. Any noticeable names here? Regis, Arisha Regis, Ariana James, Kayla Olive. Some noticeable names in this one. Gidhari.
Yeah, we can look forward to a spirited run from Gidhari. I think she has been pretty decent at 800 form so far.
Aliane Gidhari. Let's go, the girls 800 meters.
So they really have a pretty decent pace to start. The top two, they're looking pretty well composed. A pretty quick race. You can see them moving. No one really looking to remain at the back, but they're trying to jostle themselves for the positioning. No one has really ran out front and tried to run the race from in front, but they've all bunched together. There's not a separation between the top 5. I think they're trying to keep the pace as hot as possible. The bell signal for the final lap. Gidhari trying to just make a move and ensure that she gets herself into a good position to run that final lap. And so they're looking to get themselves away from the pack, but it's still tightly bunched. Still tightly bunched. No one really letting up, no one letting loose as yet. They approach the back straight. Just about 250 meters, 230 meters to go. And there they are coming around. Coming around the final 200 meters in play. It's McDonald College. And there they go. There. Let's look for the kick. And it's Brung. It's Brung leading the pack. Brung has left all the others in her dust, and she's going. Has that energy to just power herself home. Really, really, we saw her do really well in the 1500. So really good execution there from Brung. Had enough composure to carry her through. Again, she executed a pretty decent race and showed that she didn't go out too hard. She seemed to have energy at the end, which means that maybe she could have gone out a little harder, but she did what she needed to do to ensure that she has enough energy to power home, and that's what she did. Oftentimes you tell your youngsters you want them to run a race that gives them that bit of energy to really power home. And that is what she has done, and she's done a really good job. So we're getting closer to the last few events of today, the first day in the Ariza National Championships 2024. And as we see Annalisa Brown finish line coming in there in a time of 2 minutes 56.3. So good run by her. She can go now and she can rest and look to come back tomorrow.
Presenting event number 26, the girls 200-meter dash under 17. In third position, picking up the bronze medal, Egypt Regis Benjamin, 473 MVP. Picking up the silver medal, Amaya Chadler, Finish Line Track Club. And the gold medal goes to Sade John from the St. David Track Blazers. Medal presentation for event number 27, the boys 200-meter dash under 17. Picking up the bronze medal, Josh Thomas, South City Rising Stars. The silver medal goes to Kanik Nixon from Fusion Athletics. And the gold medal goes to Cameron Matlin from South City Rising Stars. We want to take you back to event number 8, the girls 400-meter dash, under 20 and 20 plus. Picking up the bronze medal, Francesca Henry, McDonald College. The silver medal goes to Kishana Phillip out of the St. David's Track Blazers. And the gold medal goes to Shafania Hostin, South City Rising Stars. Event number 9, medal presentation, the boys 400-meter dash under 20. Picking up the bronze medal, Devani Ferguson, 473 MVP. The silver medal goes to Tagon Pitakin, 473 MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting your gold medalist, Joshin Sylvester, Ace Track Club. And finally, event number 11, the boys 400 meters, 20 plus. In third place, Ezron Smith, Speed Zone. Picking up the silver medal, Kyle Victor out of South City Rising Stars. And the gold medal goes to Jelani Franklin out of 473 MVP. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners for the 200-meter and 400-meter boys and girls events. I want to say special thanks to Mrs. Michelle Sayers Griffith from the Board of Directors of Ariza Credit Union. Ariza Credit Union, sponsors of 2024 National Championship Games. And I take you back to the track for some relay action.
All right, well, we've come down to this. Without a doubt, you know what this means. It's time for relay action. So, the start of the 4x100 meter relay. We've got a whole lot of relays coming up. The girls 4x100 meter under 15 and under 17. That will come. And then the boys under 15 and under 17, and then the boys 20 plus. We will see some under 20s in this one for sure. So you get the lane assignments for you.
Lane 4, South Sydney Rising Stars. Lane 5, Boca Secondary. Lane 6, St. Joseph's Convent, Grenville. Lane 7, Finish Line Sports Club. And lane number 8, Velocity Track Club.
Well, we don't have the start list for the relays. Quite a shame we don't have the start list for them.
So they're off, and it's really evenly paced so far. As we see the MVP track club, we see velocities there. Look at the middle of the track, it's MVP with the first handover, still quite pressurizing there. Can't tell from this angle, but it seems to be MVP. It seems to be MVP making up the grounds as they come to the final handover. It's MVP, it is Trailblazers closing in pretty quickly. So really good run there by the athletes from MVP. So that quartet, they're doing really well for the MVP track club, executing a pretty decent relay event. Had a really good start, and since the start, they've just really made up some good grounds on all the other teams. And at the final handover, they were able to come away in front and just remain ahead of the pack. So we're counting down 2 more events. Very interesting relays. So we see the boys. We're going to see the boys come onto the track shortly. The boys are on the 15, on the 17, 4x100 meter relay.
We're getting set to bring the curtains down on day number 1.
So we hope that you have enjoyed the broadcast. So we look to bring the curtains down on day 1. I think you will want to agree with me that we've seen some really good, outstanding performances so far. That we can look forward to another day tomorrow of maybe even better performances. Number of athletes making the Carifta standard. As we look at the boys, we're gonna have the Grenada Boys Secondary School. They would be a part of this event. St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, South City Rising Stars, St. David Trailblazers, 473 MVP, Grenville Secondary. So the results coming in for the, so it's MVP in a time of 51.14, St. David's Trailblazers 51.83, and the third position goes to the Finish Line Sports Club 52.49. So that's your top 3 places for the girls 4x100 on the 15, on the 17 relay. So we see the boys setting up now. The boys, they are setting up for their 4x100 on the 15, on the 17 relay. So we can look forward to a pretty decent time. So lane 1, it's GBSS.
So this is the 4x100 meter relay, under 15, under 17, lane number 1. Your lane assignments for this event: Grenada Boys Secondary, running out of lane number 1. Out of lane number 3, South City Rising Stars. Lane number 4, St. David Trailblazers. Lane number 5, 473 MVP. And in lane number 7, Finish Line Sports Club.
So it's going to be interesting to see who will come out trumps in this, the penultimate event of the day, of day one. It's the boys under 15, under 17 relay. So the official just holding up his yellow flag, meaning that all the legs are not as ready. And so as soon as he gets the go-ahead, he will raise his white flag, as he just done, indicating that all legs are ready, and the starters can go ahead and start. Boys, 4x1. So they're off, and let's see who would be, which team would be in the ascendancy, who would make the first handover. And it seems to be South City Rising Stars. They look as they've made the first change, and they're closely followed by Trailblazers and Rising Stars. They're gone. It's Rising Stars. It's St. David's Trailblazers. It's Rising Stars all the way with a really commanding lead as he powers home. And so definitely a really well executed their race there by the South City Rising Stars, just ensuring that they come across that line as quick as they can. From the onset, the first leg was really outstanding, and the others, they just took off. A really strong backstretch seemed to have sealed the deal for South City Rising Stars in this, the 4x100 meter relay, under 15, under 17. So there you have the results. South City Rising Stars coming in a time of 45.26. Finish Line Sports Club second in 48 seconds flat. St. David's Trailblazers 48.05. That's your top three. So this brings us to the final event of the day. And that will be the 20 plus 4x100 meter relay. So far, only 2 teams registered in this event. We may have more, but I can tell you from us up here, MVP and St. David's Trailblazers, they would go head to head. And so with day one coming to a close, I know many of the athletes will be looking forward to getting some rest, maybe getting a little massage in. The coaches will try to ensure that they do all that they can to have these athletes get a good night's rest, have them as relaxed as possible. Maybe just do a little bit of motivation, in terms of preparing them mentally for the dates ahead. So a lot of these track and field events require the right mindset in order to execute. It's not just about going onto the track and running, but mentally you have to be prepared for the competition. You have to be prepared for the eventuality that you may not be where you really should be placed, your positioning in terms of an event, and it means that you have to do what you need to do to really get yourself back in. So it could be pretty taxing mentally on these athletes.
Well, are they going to run off the final event? Because it seems as though they're not putting back the starting blocks on the track, and we're getting the impression that that's not going to happen. We can't tell you anything from here because what you're seeing is what we are seeing, and no one has passed any information to us just yet. So from the look of things, it seems as though they're going to hold off on that event you just spoke about, the 4x100 meter boys.
On the 20, yeah.
On the 20.
20 plus, right?
20 plus, yeah. It seems as though they're going to hold off on that, and we're going to probably do that tomorrow, God's willing. With that being the case, it would bring us to the end. A very eventful day it has been. A late start, but nonetheless we got through it and made it to this spot. It's just after 9 o'clock, 6 after 9 o'clock, and by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning we will be back here again, bringing you all the action from the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. So as we recharge our batteries and make sure that we are ready for tomorrow, when we come back tomorrow morning, we're going to give you a full rundown as to the details. We're going to recap the day's play, of course, and give you all the details as to what would have transpired and what to look forward to. We should also have a list of the point standings by tomorrow morning, because that needs to come to us as well. And once we do that, once we have that, then we're going to share it with you. But from our broadcast booth here at the National Stadium,
it's Clyde John,
it's Jason Skeet, and that's the day. We see you tomorrow morning.
Request, repay, repeat with Ariza's FlexiCredit Evergreen Loan Facility. Qualify for a FlexiCredit with limits up to $25,000 or use your home equity to qualify for more. Extra cash at your fingertips whenever you need it, accessed using your debit card and managed using AMI, Ariza's mobile internet experience app. FlexiCredit allows you the flexibility to top up to your approved limit any day, anytime. Already a member? Send us a WhatsApp on 423-4987. New members join today to apply. Request, repay, repeat. Use your FlexiCredit for vacations, shopping, wedding, general expenses, and more. Ariza loan terms and conditions apply. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Take charge of your financial journey by switching to an Own Your Own loan at Ariza Credit Union. Ariza's Own Your Own loan is as unique as you are because we know one size fits all does not fit you. With Own Your Own loan, you get unmatched benefits including lower interest rates, flexible repayment options, discounted loan and legal fees, and savings from hardware suppliers. Tailor-made options that put you in control. Switch now and step into the life you were always meant to live with Ariza's Own Your Own loan. Ariza Credit Union. Your financial freedom, your future. Call us today at 440-1759 or visit our website at arizacu.com.
your financial future with Ariza's limited time $50,000 loan offer and join the 50 Chairs celebration. Application is easy, approval quick, interest rates competitive, and repayment options flexible. Apply now. Visit any of our branches located at Bruce Street, St. George, Grenville, Grand Anse, and Carriacou, or call 440-1759 for more information. Ariza Credit Union, your financial freedom, your future.